The Hunted has officially hit the shelves of your LGS, and we have already picked one champion this weekend, but we have a whole nother tournament, a whole nother champion, and a lot of classic Instructed to watch during this Battle Hardened. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am joined by Mr. Nathan Crawford of the Card Guys fame. How's your weekend been, my friend? How are we feeling?
I've had just an absolute blast. I got to play the CC Calling, and we did okay. We landed at 19th, and
that's pretty good.
Playing.
That's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, we got some cash, and then also we got to bring one of my favorite heroes, Viserai, and we stacked some rune chants and got a great look, just really in the trenches on looking at the meta and really getting a just on the ground view of it. And I really enjoyed the experience. And then I get to close the weekend out by talking about it.
Come on.
I mean, what
you get to join the Yap Squad, dude.
That's it. That's it.
And for those of you at home, Nathan has been a friend of coverage on the feature match table plenty of times. The very first event I ever casted had you on Earth Briar fatiguing a fatigue old him.
The rites of replenishment.
The rites of replenishment loop. That is one of my, still to this day, favorite matches I've ever done because it was fatigue old him after fatigue old him after fatigue old him. And then you came in like carrying the torch like, I can fatigue the old him.
I mean, sometimes you got to give the people what they want.
Got to give the people what they want. Well, so, the people at home know you from the feature match area, but like, you've been playing this game, I mean, for an enormous amount of time. You've been a competitive player. You're a streamer as well. Your tier lists videos, the last one just popped the ever-loving hell off.
It was a good one.
People know you, but talk to me about, like, just a little bit about your journey through the game. What's brought you to this point?
Mainly I started around the Monarch era, kind of when the card game really took off in the U.S., and I just had an immediate passion for the game mechanics behind Flesh and Blood, and I've just really enjoyed it so far. Ended up joining a team, the Card Guys, and have just had a blast hanging out with them in events and just, really enjoying the card game with a team.
Yeah.
It's a completely different experience, one that I do enjoy, and also started making content and doing the streaming. I didn't know if I would like it. I've had some prior experience being a meteorologist, being in front of the camera and things like that.
No way.
Yeah, and so
weatherman.
Yeah, so
That's awesome.
we're a little bit used to it, but at the same time, I mean, it's just a new experience.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. Well, I look forward to seeing some of those weatherman tricks coming out to play today. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I know you said you were unsure about streaming, but I think I can speak for the whole Flesh and Blood community. I'm a big fan of those streams. I'm glad you do it. Every time they pop up, I'm like, oh great. Put that on the TV, start sorting cards, just listen to the man tell me of the metagame and what's to come. So I'm glad you're here. I'm looking forward to being in the booth with you all weekend long. And as you alluded to, you just played the Calling that we watched for these last 2 days. You really got to see the metagame before you. You got to feel it as you played the game. You placed 19th, which is, again, a record and a result at a Calling that most Flesh and Blood players will never achieve. So it's a wonderful accomplishment.
Absolutely.
Talk to me about your experience in the Calling, your takeaways, how it felt in this new meta, how you feel things might have changed. Just give the people a little bit of a rundown of your weekend.
Absolutely. So, I mean, basically, we had a situation where obviously MST was the dominant aspect of the meta prior to the Hunted, right? And there was really no question about that. However, really the aggro decks are really setting the tone in that situation where they're really just putting pressure on decks like Enigma. And we saw Syndra just really perform against Nu just the other day. I mean, just completely just running that game. And I kind of underestimated it myself a little bit in my tier list.
Yeah. But where was Syndra? Where was Syndra on the tier list?
We don't have to go over that.
I think we should. No, I think we should. I'm just curious. Like, where was Syndra? Just like B tier, A tier, S tier.
It's kind of a meme at this point where like there is a hero in C tier that will just kill
pop off.
Yeah. It happened with Icelander and Rhea, and here we are again. So that was my one, and Syndra just turned out to be a really great pick. I kind of saw it with Fi, just having that low to the ground aggression.
Yeah.
I just really underestimated that Mask of Momentum interaction with Flick Knives.
Yeah,
if they decide to block it, guess what? We'll keep the hit on that chain, and you better block the next one.
Yeah, baby.
And I just drastically underestimated that single interaction which completely makes the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and then talk a little bit about Viserai. Was the most represented deck yesterday. We're going to check out the Battle Hardened metagame in just a moment. Spoiler alert, it's still the most represented deck, but the numbers and the ratios have changed pretty drastically, so I'm looking forward to getting into that. But talk to me about why the deck is so well positioned, why it's so highly represented. It did put 2 Viserais into the top 8 as well. We kind of expected to see much more Viserai by the end of the calling during our coverage, but it ended up just being a Kano fest. So viewers might not have had as much of a chance to see really what makes the deck sing. So just talk about Viserai, why you brought it, and why you think the deck is kicking some butt right now.
Absolutely. So basically, Viserai can kind of take on 2 forms currently at the moment. We kind of had the version that Noah Bagelman kind of pioneered at the Worlds meta. Where it's very defensive, 8 to 9 D reacts, especially with Shelter coming out. It's a very important role player. And, you can go that avenue and kind of like really pick on the assassins because you can never really get got by the attack reactions if you play it correctly. But you also have what I think a lot of Viserai players are doing is they're shifting more toward that tempo kind of, I don't really want to always set up, but I will if the cards line up that way. And I think we see a big shift to a little bit more tempo-oriented, less D-reacts. Let's just make some rune chants.
Yeah, we saw a double Mordred Tide happen on stream yesterday, and it was insane. Brutal. Brutal is a good word for it. All right, so my friends, we have a whole Battle Hardened to get through today, as well as out there. We're not going to be covering what there's a whole day 2 of the other calling, a limited calling. These folks are drafting out there at the moment. Hopefully when we get a champion crowned, we can check in with them later in the day. But for our sake here, all classic constructed all the time, and I'm so looking forward. It feels like such a treat. We get to do it all again. Let's look back at our metagame from yesterday and the day before. This was what happened at the calling in Memphis. This was, of course, exactly how it all went down. We saw all of these heroes, throughout the day come together, but it was, of course, Viserai, Syndra, Nu, and Kano, kind of the talk of the day, with the 2 Jerkais facing off in the finals, and of course Brody Spurlock taking it down on Syndra. But we have a new tournament. Players have watched the coverage, they have played the games, and now we have a new metagame to check out here in the Battle Hardened. So we do still see some heroes at the top, but there is a certain Cry of Retribution that wasn't one of the big pictures in the last slide we saw. But Nathan, talk to me about what you're noticing. Any differences, any ways that players might be adapting even day by day on this release weekend World Tour stop?
I think the biggest shift from the calling to the Battle Hardened is really just that drop in Zen. Maybe understanding that maybe that's not the correct way to approach the meta and kind of counter it. And maybe just going low to the ground with Syndra. And we also see a little bit of, Aurora kind of stayed represented, which I personally thought might take a little bit of a hit down. But still, we have Viserai still being the #1 represented, and we got some people trying out Syndra after that great performance.
I think you bring up a really good point. You still have, a fairly high representation of Viserai, but the rest of the meta, it's kind of almost evened out. You look from Syndra almost down to Zen and Vincent. Like, there's only 50% less Vincents than the second most represented deck in the room. So a lot of players spreading out. 8 Fang, of course. You can see all those Arakni marionettes. But Zen and Enigma being 7 and 4 respectively, I do think that is perhaps maybe the biggest interesting piece to look at here. MST, we saw 2 news in the top 8 yesterday, but only 3 news made it to day 2. So as I said, you play Assassin, you best come correct or don't come at all, because if you don't got the right list, you might not find actual success, at least in this Hunted released weekend World Tour stop. Of course, this is a Battle Hardened, so a little bit different pricing at the top. We've got the interesting, breakdown of the tournament here with, of course, some World Tour points on the line. Sealed gold foil, but look at that. Is that Dread Scythe?
Is that a Dread
Is
Scythe?
that Dread Scythe, Matt? I love that these Battle Hardened mats are like themed around some of these weapons that we don't get mats of otherwise. We've seen, of course, weapons all throughout these last couple years. I remember the Duskblade mat recently that a certain store owner went a little buck wild for. But you, my friend, you might have a good little association with that Dread Scythe.
Oh, just first of all, Runeblade weapon. always a fan, but just a Monarch limited bomb.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
remember that during that
100%.
season. If you open that, you just get all the blues and you just manage the game. It's so good.
At those Return to Monarch pre-releases, I took down the one I got to play because pick 4 or 5, I have a Dread Scythe in the
Wow.
pack, and I was like,
Sure.
what? And I'm because I didn't get to play actual Monarch Limited, so I'm looking at it and I'm like, I must have done something wrong. I'm like, I must be misevaluating this Dread Scythe card because it's pick 4, it's pick 5. Clearly nobody wants it. Am I being dumb? And I read it. I'm like, okay, 3 resources, comes in for 3, 1 arcane, and I look at and I'm thinking about chain. I'm like, can I give this thing go again? Like, oh my God, how could this? How can I just slam it, draft chain from then on out, and just took the whole tournament down?
That's it.
So, my friends, we have got a whole battle hardened to get through, and a round 1 featuring a pretty exciting hero. Nathan, you ready? You ready to get into it, my
I'm
friend?
ready.
Let's
I'm ready.
dive into our round 1 here at the battle hardened. We have got Arakni slipped through the cracks, piloted by the one and only Taylor Crawford versus Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, Justin Fryar. 2 spicy picks for a battle hardened. 2 players well known by the community. One might be relatively well known by my co-caster, Nathan. Talk to me about Taylor Crawford. From what I understand, he is a team member of yours, and he shares your last name. Any relation?
No relation,
Okay.
but definitely a teammate. And he is excited about this Slippy deck. He's basically just been talking about it nonstop and how just that usefulness of the consistent go again really opening the options for the assassin class.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you don't have to find go again on attack reactions, on needing even to mark with things like Arakni Marionette, that can be a pretty consistent piece. But we're going to have to see if the Constella Intelligence just calls down, lightning and fury to blast apart this deck. Because I'm only seeing AB1 represented with the Spell Void 1 from the Widow Web Crawler. But for Justin here, after an Oscilio activation, I am seeing a beautiful Sigil of Lightning. I am seeing a beautiful Channel Lightning Valley. I am seeing a Lightning card in the pitch and a card heading the arsenal, which means that Justin's pretty well set up for a future turn, even if no arcane damage was presented on this turn 0.
Absolutely great start from Oscilio. And also Taylor. I mean, he actually played Oscilio a lot before,
Oh, no way.
before moving on to Slippy. So he should be very familiar with this matchup. And also, don't forget, that AB1 and Spell Void can be used on the same instance of Arcane, which is going to be very, very, very important. And also, Oscilio not having a lot of that armor to lean on makes some of these on-hits very, very threatening.
Looks like the next game action to be taken here by Taylor. Getting ready to go. Let's see what he's working with in the hand. Got a Persuasive Prognosis. Got a Kiss of Death, a beautiful card here. Coming in for 3, and of course, threatening that on-hit effect of losing an additional life. And thanks to Arakni, slipped through the cracks. This sucker has go again.
And if you flick it,
Yeah.
extra damage.
Well, this is what's actually so cool about Kiss of Death in Slip Through the Cracks is because it is a dagger attack. You can flick this card with Flick Knives, but it can't be on the active chain link. So in decks like Arakni Marionette, in decks like even like, say, Uzuri, you have to find the go again on this Kiss of Death to be able to flick it on a subsequent chain link. That's not a problem for the Slippy Assassin here, as it just gets go again right off the back. Justin going to take that 3, including the additional 1 down to 32. Take the next Hunter's Clave as well. Here comes the mark atop of Oscilio, and now the Leave No Witnesses threatens the arsenal with that Flick Knife, still ready and waiting to flick that Kiss of Death for an additional 2 damage on the turn.
And then also, don't forget, just the ability to leverage more value from all the cards against marked heroes with Slippy. Do not underestimate that. Then we also have cards like Take Up the Mantle, where obviously there's no graveyard, so it's not applicable in this situation. But later down the game, we're expecting a lot out of those cards.
Looks like that's just going to be represented for Take, and maybe Justin actually just playing the Electrostatic Discharge in response to the Leave No Witnesses. But there's the Flick Knives for 2 more damage from the Kiss of Death. 4 off of the top of the deck, and the health total for Justin Fryar there as the Leave No Witnesses connects. Down to 29 he goes. And after an Arsenal, it is time to pass the turn back over to Justin. As the Tunic ticks up, we can see the Sigil of Lightning pop for that Embodiment of Lightning. What is Justin able to work with a full 4-card hand? There was no blocking available. Might have not had a lot of blocking cards. Sigil of Brilliance comes out, and a Blast to Oblivion with Go again as the Volzar ticks up. This is where you want to be when you have a Sigil of Brilliance in the arena.
Also, I mean, it makes the decision points a lot easier when you don't have any, right? Or at least it narrows it down a little bit. But, I mean, also, this is just a symptom of not having that armor to really lean on. But also, we're looking for Oscilio to kind of develop the situation to really leverage what is probably one of the most important cards, and that is Gone in a Flash. Being able to really just keep bouncing that card back and forth, and then lead with a some type of source of arcane at the end that really gets amped by the weapon.
Here comes 3 Go again. Blast to Oblivion, of course. When you play an instant during its chain link, at any point, you may return an aura you control to its owner's hand. That means either the Channel Lightning Valley, currently threatening a card draw with this 3 as well, or the Sigil of Brilliance can return back to the hand. The Channel Lightning Valley and then could be replayed, and the Sigil of Brilliance could go ahead and immediately trigger, giving Justin another card and allowing him to play that Sigil of Brilliance again. Either of those cards, when they hit the arena, of course, will continue to charge Volzar, the Lightning Rod. And while there is a Sigil in the arena, that sucker is free. Here comes Somersault onto the Blast to Oblivion. Time to trigger that, bring the Sigil of Brilliance back to the hand. Card drawn for Justin Fryar as the Volzar ticks ever higher. And that means in damage, in resolution, this Blast to Oblivion is coming back to the hand, meaning we can do it all over again. 3 damage to Taylor Crawford here. That's going to trigger the Channel Lightning Valley. Another card drawn and another Channel Lightning Valley in the hand. Blast to Oblivion comes back as well. Oscilio certainly doing some tricky, wizardy business.
Now, the main thing is basically we have to keep in mind that he did draw the next CLV. However, damage has already been dealt during the turn. So therefore, if he does execute the second one, there will be no card draw even if damage is dealt because it looks at the very first. But still, dealing damage, taking up Volzar, and having almost a full grip, what more could you ask for?
And like you mentioned, a really good call there because the Channel Lightning Valley was discarded to the Oscilio ability. I think he might have ripped the Comet Storm Shock off the top with Volzar at 5. That is going to be a pretty impressive spell if he can fire it off, but here comes a Blast to Oblivion without Go again. At the moment, no reactions from our either player here. So down to 32 goes Taylor Crawford. The Blink is going to get an action point in resolution step. Back to the hand goes the Sigil of Brilliance. That Volzar's up to 6. We can see an Etchings of Arcana in the hand as well. This is just a massive first turn from Justin, and he lost that arsenal. There was supposed to be 3 more damage and another Volzar tick on this turn.
And still so many cards, and still the Sigil of Brilliance to just continue that card draw, having so many options to really just lean. And why not? Why not just yeet the Comet Storm?
Comet Storm Shock coming in, powered up by the Volzar, amping 7 on top of this shock. That means we are coming in for 12 with the Comet Storm. What an absolutely massive turn. Down to 20 goes Taylor Crawford. He hasn't respected any of this damage because what is he really to do as Oscilio just whips and whirls these arcane damage effects across the table? Justin's even going to be left with an arsenal. How many cards did he draw that turn? 3 or 4?
Balance of Justice, 100% would have drawn a card there.
Yes, no doubt, my friend. Turns back over to Taylor. He is down to 20. But he wasn't respecting any of these card draw effects from something like the Channel Lightning Valley. So that means he must have some pretty spicy stuff to work with. Though when you talk about spice, I don't know, that Oscilio turn looked mad fun.
That was huge. And then we have the mark situation with the dagger. Oscilio has the option to really try to prevent the marking. However, with Flick Knives, it makes that decision a lot less attractive because if he doesn't get the mark, and the mark matters, he can just flick it on the next attack, which really just gives total agency to Slippy. Once again, another stealth attack with that Go again, keep him guessing.
Here comes 3 Go again, representing 2 more from the Blood Rod on hit. Another thing I want to point out for Oscilio, no armor committed for that big turn. No Lightning Greaves, no Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age. That was all natural. That was honest flesh and blood there. No tricks from the equipment. That means that Justin still has that available to him. Here comes a block for 3 on the Infect. Have to imagine that the Assassin deck is going to have a way to go around this. It's time for that take up the mantle like you described. Now, all of a sudden, this Infect becomes a kiss of death.
And getting +3, and then also maintains the Go again, which will allow you to flick it on the next combat chain, which is absolutely huge to get that extra damage.
Oh yeah, Take Up the Mantle also gives a buff.
Why
it doesn't.
not?
It doesn't just become the card; it also gets +3. Here comes another spike with Bloodrot, meaning 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens. This Kiss of Death is absolutely exactly that, a kiss of death and disease here. 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens over the top from. Oh, excuse me, just 1 because it's no longer an infect. It is just a Kiss of Death, but still gets the Bloodrot Pox token there and the additional life loss from the Kiss of Death trigger.
And I mean, one of them has to just be in a hurry. Maybe late for a dinner reservation. I don't know what's happening, but they are just going back and forth with the haymakers. Just really action-packed game of Flesh and Blood that I'm absolutely enjoying. With the Infiltrate.
Infiltrate here, yeah, coming in for 3. No blocks, no reactions. The on-hit effect, the card gets banished off the top of Justin's deck, and then Taylor is able to play it until the next turn. You know what would be a nice one to hit? Something like a Channel Lightning Valley.
Utilizing all of the equipment, it looks like, at least thinking about it. This is the only one shot here with, well, you do have the Tunic, of course, but having that blind card off the top, it's one of those gambles. It could be a complete dud, but it could be something that's absolutely huge. It could be like, say, a Sigil of Brilliance, you know, where they just get an extra card, comes into play, leaves at the beginning of the turn, and we don't mind free cards.
Going to be a Flash of Brilliance trigger here, discarding the Lightning Press to return the Sigil of Brilliance to the hand. That means another card drawn from that Sigil. It's drawn like 3, maybe 4 at this point. So much value here. On hit effect from the Infiltrate is going to come through.
You get a
Lightning Press is able to be played until the end of the next turn. That is a card that is absolutely relevant. Another nice interaction here. The Flick Knives on the Kiss of Death with the spike with Bloodrot still gives the Bloodrot token when flicked because it says when
that
it
is
hits,
huge.
give a Bloodrot Pox token. It doesn't say the first time it hits, and it doesn't say when it hits in the damage step. It just says when it hits. And Flick Knives said when the dagger is flicked, the dagger has hit. That means 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens on this turn. You can see why Kiss of Death was the choice for the Take Up the Mantle. As we saw, like you mentioned, my friend, a haymaker from Justin Fryar, but now Taylor Crawford, he kept 5 cards, and in doing so, knocked his opponent all the way down to 14 with 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens. This is a really cool game to start our day off.
And also, I mean, just a free Lightning Press off the top. Absolutely. There's nothing scarier than staring down an assassin that has just even more possibilities. The go again, the go tall. There's just so many possibilities that Slippy presents that is so impactful. We'll see what Oscilio can actually push back. We do have the Blood Rot that's going to resolve at the end of the turn, which is threatening 4 damage, which would put Oscilio down to 10, which is not a very comfortable life total, staring down that additional Lightning Press.
Yeah, the Lightning Press is massive here. It's another attack reaction for a deck that loves to play him. Honestly, Infiltrate is a card that I have been like down on. I've been like, I don't care about Infiltrate. I don't get it. I don't think it's good. I've had some friends being like, Infiltrate and Marionette, it's so good. I'm like, dude, most of the time it's not so good. Man. This turn might make me a believer.
He's making it look good.
When you hit Lightning Press, the cards certainly look sweet. But Justin Fryar here has a number of cards to work with and a Sigil of Brilliance in the hand. The Lightning Greaves is going to go ahead and be cashed in with the Tunic here. Interesting that Justin didn't block with it. If he was going to cash it in anyway, that Infiltrate would not have been able to hit, and that means the Lightning Press would still be on the deck.
He did kind of cash in. He did the discard with the Sigil of Brilliance, so maybe
that
he drew some cards, and maybe that kind of changed the thought process.
Yeah.
But yes, that is very interesting.
Lightning Greaves now, of course, any instance played are going to give an action point. So the Sigil of Brilliance that was played there's an extra action point after this Blast to Oblivion resolves, meaning basically go again every time you play an instant. And if there's something like that Gone in the Flash that you mentioned, it can start to get pretty disgusting pretty quickly. Because as soon as an instant is played on this chain link, that Sigil of Brilliance is returning to the hand and drawing maybe its 5th card of this first game here at this World Tour stop in Memphis.
One thing I want to draw some attention to is that mask. Blocking with it, with Slippy, when they're not marked, you go to the random Agent of Chaos.
Oh, right.
And
sometimes
it can be a detriment, right? Like just might lose it. And that's something that could be very, very impactful. So really, It's one of those cards that is very difficult to use when the opponent is not marked. But obviously, when they're marked, it makes the decision point way easier.
That's going to be a block for 3 on the Bonds of Agony. Aether Bindings of the Third Age going to be destroyed here. Every time a sigil leaves the arena, Amp 1 is going to occur, and we're seeing why. Sigil of Conductivity comes in. Arcane Shelter 1 creates an embodiment of lightning upon leaving. Volzar charges up. Action point gained from playing Amp 1 from the Aether Bindings of the Third Age. Justin just going back-to-back with big frickin' turns. Another action point gained, of course. We've got sigils that can just go back and forth if we find more ways to get Blast to Oblivion-like effects into the arena.
And that block is massive. Normally against Assassin, you gain 90% of your intel on the turn by what cards they decide to block with. But blocking with the bonds, maybe they just lack those attack reactions to support that card. But in this situation, maybe Taylor's just worried about going to 0.
Yeah. We saw how much damage the Comet Storm did just a turn before.
Etchings of Arcana.
Etchings of Arcana here is great. It's going to come in 4/4 because of the amp from the Aether Bindings of the Third Age. And if it deals that 4, a sigil can come back from the graveyard to the hand, and one sigil was just discarded to the Oscilio ability, maybe for this exact reason.
And he does have the ability to really stop that surge effect using the Spell Void and the AB, but the cost is just so high. You lose your AB for the rest of the game. You have to pitch an entire card because Tunic's not on 3. So the opportunity cost is not looking good.
Tunic is not on 3. This game, we're on turn 2. 20 to 14. 14 currently playing 20. Maybe, yeah, Taylor Crawford thinks about cashing in just the Spell Void 1 to knock this down to 3. No Surge, but like you said, then no AB for the rest of this game. But we talked about it turn prior. The equipment was not popped on that first turn, and it still did some major work. But here Justin saying, I am here for a good time, not a long time. This equipment is bound for the graveyard. I'm going to cash it in here. And it is going to be that Spell Void activation. 3 damage from the Etchings of Arcana. No more Arcane Barrier for the rest of the game. Here comes the Sigil of Brilliance. Here comes another amp on the Volzar. It's free. Mind Warp comes in for 6. And that has to be taken by Taylor. He goes down to 11. All 3 cards shuffled back into the deck as his deck is warped, and only 2 cards are going to be drawn. But luckily for him, he does have that Lightning Press, basically still a 3-card hand.
That's free values just sitting on the other side of the table. And also, there's this little unknown side effect of Mind Warp. Sometimes it can just make your hand better.
That's true. That's true.
So going down to 11 against 14, it's not a very comfortable position when you lack the AB to really prolong the game. But also, Oscilio not really having the ability to really block that much. We'll see what Taylor rips off the top, only getting 2, 3 cards in, 2 cards off the top. And if none of those are an attack, then the Lightning Press, it's just wasted.
Have to see if he rips an attack off the top. Justin Fryar here. Going to put that final card, looks like, in the arsenal, but still has the Sigil of Brilliance and Conductivity around.
And it does look like we at least drew an attack, and a Leave No Witnesses at that. Not a bad one to get.
Yeah, a great one that works with the Lightning Press, as we see the Bloodrot Pox, of course, continue to tick down Justin's life. 11 plays 10, first round here at the Battle Hardened, and it has been an exciting game, to say the least. Taylor here, which card does he want to attack with? It's going to be the Mark of the Black Widow, as this thing can banish a card from the hand, and with the Flick Knives, Justin can get marked in the reaction step.
And this is just absolutely huge. You have the on-hit go again. And this is kind of the biggest difference between Mario or Marionette, whatever you prefer, against Slippy. Basically, you always have that go again. It's unconditional as long as it's stealth.
Oh, wait, yeah, he's going to do both.
Exactly.
I was like, which of these attacks is he going to throw?
Why not just throw
He's
both?
going to go Mark of the Black Widow in to Leave No Witnesses here, and that is a pretty devastating back and forth. There is an on-hit effect represented both ways, and either one of them would accept a Lightning Press. Looking like a block for 1 going to be represented, at least by this Tunic. Perhaps Justin Fryar is going to block 4 and make this Lightning Press come forth.
Such a powerful position to have the Lightning Press lingering and basically having 2 very, very relevant on-hits. And you can just force through whichever one you want, because I mean, Oscilio, D-Reacts. Those two things don't go together.
Certainly not. Not in the way Justin Fryar seems to have built this deck.
No block, or no further blocks. Yes, sir.
Here comes the Hunter's Clave. Here comes the Flick. Here comes the Mark. This attack stays 3. Oh, I guess it wouldn't have gotten that. I was thinking we'd get the +1, but that's only in the Marionette, meaning that this thing is going to trigger upon hit. Down to 7 goes Justin. Trigger the Mark of the Black Widow. Banish a card from the hand. Another Lightning Press in the arsenal for Justin.
Just really taxing the resources of the Oscilio player, attacking the hand with the Mark, and then soon to be attacking the arsenal with the Leave No Witness. And then, granted, Oscilio knows the Lightning Press now has to be played on this attack,
and it's also
which is huge.
threatening lethal. 4 + 3 is 7. That's all Justin got. If he had just blocked with that Lightning Greaves the turn prior, he'd be at 1 life higher and potentially, most likely, I think there was nothing left in the hand for Taylor. He'd be at 1 life higher, and there would not be this Lightning Press represented. I know, like, yeah, you can see the hands go to the face there. I think Justin realizing that little bit of a misstep might cost him the equity needed to roar back and take advantage of Taylor Crawford's lack of Arcane Barrier.
And there's an extreme chance that Oscilio just does not have access to a lot of block cards. Now, there's probably a good chance that there's at least one, probably in the form of an attack, to really lean on the Lightning Press that's in Arsenal. However, I mean, the options could be just very limited. And then, so that's one card that you're going to have to block with. The Arsenal will be destroyed. That leaves Oscilio on a 2-card hand. You do have some sigils, but really, that's not where you want to be, because that 11 life total on Taylor's side might just be out of reach on a 2-card hand.
Either way, both of our decks look functional, which is cool.
You hear Justin just say, dude. The disappointment in his voice. You hear the sigh, as this is a challenging situation to be in. Here comes 4, threatening the Lightning Press. And if Taylor plays it, it will not result in a disqualification for illegal deck building. It will be a completely legal effect of the infiltrate from the turn before.
Has to give up 1 card. No choice but to stay alive.
And does he want to give 2 just to preserve the life total? What does he think Taylor will be able to throw back with a 4-card hand?
And see, that could be a valid strategy against a deck like Mario, where maybe you might have the cards kind of block out that go
like
again. But with Slippy being unconditional,
what is the floor
it's a
and
lot
ceiling
harder
of
to
what
take
I
that
draw
line.
off Brilliance? That's the whole deck right there, buddy.
You hear, what is the floor and ceiling of what I can draw off of Brilliance? Because this Brilliance is going to trigger at the start of Justin's turn.
Leaves me at 2, so at least that's not flick range.
Yeah,
Does
Justin
leave me
describing
dead to
what he would be dead to, because he could give that Comet Storm Shock as well for 3 more block.
with consequences of my actions. Lightning Press it. Yes, sir. Promo. Take 5.
Promo Lightning Press does
Uzuri
not
with
deal
it.
any additional damage.
Press. Yep. Etchings.
And the etchings of Arcana there all head technically to the Banish Zone, but I don't think it's going to matter here, as neither of those are sigils. Down to 2 goes Justin, and you heard him say, I will deal with the consequences of my own actions.
That's where my budget went.
Taylor is going to come out of this transaction a little wealthier with the 2 silver tokens, and they're not insignificant. If there's a situation where Taylor has some tempo and he needs some different cards, draws too many blues, whatever the case may be, it's a great way to look at another card.
So interestingly here, Justin is going to be able to put one of those 2 cards, Null Shock or Comet Storm Shock, in the arsenal here. Those cards have an instant speed 1 damage shock. And if he is able to somehow chain lightning cards together and utilize the Volzar the Lightning Rod, he can put Taylor to 10 here. There's no Arcane Barrier remaining. The way to win this game on the next turn would be to somehow amp 9 and then come in with one of those 2 cards from the arsenal at instant speed, amped by 9 with that 1 damage shock.
That is definitely a tall ask. But
It's a tall ask.
if there's anybody that can do it, it's the Oscilio that drew about 14.5 cards on turn one.
Unfortunately, Oscilio's armor has been broken. He has cashed in the Lightning Greaves, the Bindings, the Flash of Brilliance, and the Tunic. So he's got to do it with just the cards off the top of the deck. And he's got to do it while facing down all 4 cards that Taylor Crawford has.
Just thinking over his choices, 3-card hand. Okay, we have the Null Shock. There's that oh so important card. We have the Gone in a Flash, however, much, much less impactful without the cards to support it, really just bouncing it back to the hand, maintaining the go again. Still just thinking over the options. Oscilio's been activated. Those are the cards you have to make the play with. Double pitching for the Comet Storm now, not believing in that Amp 9 situation. Go ahead and get the damage on the table, which definitely makes sense.
Yeah, Gone in a Flash and the Blink here going to pay for both modes here. And now he can amp for the Comet Storm because it's free thanks to that Sigil of Conductivity sitting there. He would have needed the 1 pitch. Now all of a sudden, maybe this gets a little more interesting. Taylor Crawford has gone down to 4. Can Justin find an instant speed amp effect? Oh, it does not look like it. Calming Breeze in the hand. That's not going to do it. If he can stay alive on this turn, though, there's no Arcane Barrier represented by the Slip Through the Cracks. Calming Breeze in response to the Hunter's Clave. This is going to be 3 damage prevention, 1 on the Hunter's Clave. Flick Knives now looking a lot less valuable.
Absolutely massive. Really just negating the ability on that Flick Knives. Really just making Taylor's turn a lot more linear, a lot more predictable, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Honestly, Justin here, a really great use of the Comet Storm Shock, putting him in a position to attempt to be able to utilize the fact that Taylor cashed in that Arcane Barrier for the Spell Void. This now comes in for 6 with Go Again, thanks to Slip Through the Cracks. I will say the extra action points gained thanks to Slip Through the Cracks ability. Pretty interesting to watch. We've talked about how in the past, Flesh and Blood's creators and game designers have discussed how action points should be pretty challenging to come by. Go Again should not be easy. It's pretty easy for the Slip Through the Cracks Arakni. Time will tell if it proves to be a force in our metagames to come.
It's definitely not free, though. You got to start at that 38 life total.
That is true.
It does come at a cost, but
that is true.
It's still really strong regardless. Really just leaning on that Calming Breeze to stay alive.
Yeah, it's got to block 4 here, go down to 1 more prevention on the Calming Breeze and leave no witnesses. Is there a 3 block in the hand to utilize with the rest of the Calming Breeze? There is. That's going to block all 4 of the damage, but the Flick Knives now comes in for the final piece as the final Calming Breeze does its job. Taylor Crawford sits back and looks over the arena. Your round 1 winner and your teammate Nathan Crawford now gets to enjoy a win on his Arakni Slip Through the Cracks deck. What a game. That was honestly super fun to watch.
Off to a great start for the teammate. Always enjoy it. Not biased in any way, but just really came down to that 1 block on the equipment that you mentioned.
Yeah.
It really did.
That would have been 4 more life, 1 on the block, and then 3 from the lightning press.
Exactly. Now, it's a tough spot because you don't know how the game would have went past that. You know, it's very hard to claw back tempo in that situation. But anybody can brick.
Anybody can brick, and if you know, Oscilio was able to still, on those subsequent turns, most likely put his opponent to 4, then it becomes a little more able, you become a little more able to utilize those instant speed shock effects. No Arcane Barrier, no Spell Void. That could be a whole different story. And you did see Justin there, head in the hands, in his own words, dealing with the consequences of his own actions. But from all I've heard, Justin, just an absolute pleasure to have in the community and a wonderful player in his own right. So very good chance that he can battle back from here. But your round 1 winner, Taylor Crawford from the Card Guys. I know, you're not biased.
Oh, not at all.
But a little bit, and that's probably feeling good. Probably feeling good to see the teammate win.
Absolutely. Always good to take down the win.
So, we have got another round coming up for you shortly, but I would like to discuss some of the events coming to your LGS ever so soon. RTN season approaches, my friends. And I mean, y'all, let's cut the crap. These games are so sick. The meta looks so fun. You gotta get out to your RTNs. It's just shaping up to be an all-timer of a Flesh and Blood experience, and your LGS is hosting high-level, fun competition that at the end of all things, you could find yourself qualified for your national championships. Now, Nathan, have any stories from nationals or RTNs? What's your journey been through the road to nationals and national championship seasons?
RTN and ProQuest season are my absolute favorite. You just get to go with the locals, the semi-locals, the people who travel an hour or two to come. You just get together with everybody. There's this competitive, but at the same time, a little casual. Everybody's just having a good time. It's my absolute favorite events, even comparing to Worlds. Just the vibe there, immaculate. Nobody has an excuse to miss out on this RTN season. 37 heroes. There's something for everybody. Such a diverse field.
Absolutely great. Dude, love to hear. Even better than Worlds for Mr. Nathan Crawford. And of course, you get to do with all your friends in your local community. I do hope you'll join us for the RTN season, because not only will the vibes be great, but the prizes look plentiful. And here at our Battle Hardened during this World Tour stop in Memphis, we have got so much more to come. Let's be clear, folks. 6 more rounds of Swiss, 6 more games, and then a top 8. It's just the bountiful harvest of Classic Constructed here on this release weekend, and we can't wait to bring it all to you. We've got round 2 coming up for you next. Just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. The clouds and rain have parted from the sky here in Memphis, and the sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out here, folks, which means that the rain and sun brings new life. Verdant life, if you will. Verdance to our feature match area right now. It's time for round 2. Verdance, the Thorn of the Rose, returns to our feature match area versus a friend of the stream, Aaron Cutbirth. Both of these players on stream yesterday during our calling or the day before. But what we didn't see was during Swiss, these two heroes, these two players matched up during one of the first final rounds, actually, of Swiss. And Jonathan did take it down. Aaron Cutbirth fatigued. So this is a rematch from Swiss of the Calling Memphis yesterday. Aaron Cutbirth, he talked to me after. He said, I've learned some things about the matchup. I think I would do things differently. So now we get to see just how differently he tries to handle the matchup. And if he's able to take down Jonathan and to start things off, a couple nice, interesting plays, permanents developed by both players. We have a Channel the Millennium Tree and a Teklo core. The only difference is Aaron Cutbirth was able to develop a Teklo core on turn 0 on Jonathan's turn. I mean, he starts his first true attacking turn of the game. 2 resources, a Teklo core with 1 steam counter, and a full grip of cards to work with.
Really just a great start for both players. That Channel, the Millennial Tree, just having that amp with so many on-hit effects, especially the staff. Never forget that one, which will amp the next thing. It's absolutely huge. And then also, we can look at the Goliath Gauntlet to really put on the pressure on Aaron's side.
Cerebellum Processor coming out off the top. Honestly, in the game we watched Aaron play on stream day 1, he was having trouble fighting items off the top. Not the story this time. He is going to grab that Cerebellum, thinking on the crank trigger as he looks at his hand and looks at his deck. Can bring some attention, like you mentioned, to the Goliath Gauntlet here just because of how interesting of an include it is. And it does look as though this thing is going to be cranked. I was like, 2 action points, but 2 steam counters. Something's not adding up. It is going to be cranked, so an extra action point for Dash.io and a Cerebellum Processor with 1 counter, but the card is going to be drawn. It looks like it's a 0 to 60 off the top. I can see why Jonathan wanted to crank that one because that's a good one to rip here.
That's a lot of cards.
A lot of cards.
That is a ton of cards. And also, you can tell by the equipment, we have that Crown of Providence. Normally, Mech has the unique ability to bring in AB at a very low cost. And I think Aaron's just coming in and taking the approach of, I'm not messing around.
Yeah,
we're going to end this game.
Not using the Visetronic model like you are describing to have a quick and easy AB3. Aaron not worried about it here. Looks like he's going to start things off with the 0 to 60 yellow, not using the one he grabbed from the deck. Here comes a zipper hit off the top of the deck for the boost. That's going to buy a block of the Pulsing Aether Life.
And we do see a very, very important card in the Verdance player's hand, and that is that Warmonger's Diplomacy. Absolutely important in this matchup against Dio because you can't play your items and attack. You got to pick one or the other, and putting Dio in that tough situation, it can really hinder the turn.
Foundry Heart going to go ahead, activate here. 2 cards off the top. Ooh, Spark of Genius and Sprocket Rocket. Interestingly, Aaron Cutbirth knew that one was there and did not want to keep it on top. He was going to maybe have to boost it anyway, so might as well get the extra resource. But we are going to have to watch the way that Aaron Cutbirth tries to utilize the top of the deck here, given that he did fatigue in this matchup during Swiss, during the calling. Only 1 boost from the Twin Drive, but 1 more card played with boost is going to make sure that the Hanabi Blaster gets its first counter. That might be one of the keys to this matchup.
Hanabi just allowing you to push so much extra damage with little investment can be really the big difference against decks that are actively trying to block you. Just keep on that aggression, but also don't sleep on the overpower, leaking that damage, especially. Obviously, the boom grenades and stuff like that are not going to apply to the weapon, but really we have utilized tools like Outpace, denying the ability to really block with that armor, things like that.
Blocking Storm Striders. Yeah, that's blocks. Or no further blocks.
No further blocks on the T-Bone here.
Love the fact that you can just throw in the Storm Striders because they do have a 0 value at that bottom, allowing you to just put it in front of the T-Bone and really just negate the effect on forcing the opponent to block with armor.
The other one's Sigil. Correct. All right.
See what the follow-up is here from Aaron. It's going to be the null time zone as a chain ender. Going to go ahead and read this one. We saw this used to some absolutely devastating effect in the game versus Zen. 2 steam counters, and when it enters the arena, a card gets named. And that means that card cannot be played from hand or pitched.
Now,
Rootbound Carapace being the call here from Aaron. What do you think of that?
That is interesting. Just really taking away the ability to block. And not only that, but that's one of those cards where if it gets stuck in your hand, that's a red.
Yeah. Now, curiously, it seemed like they were discussing Arsenal. Null time zone, does it say can't be pitched or played from hand? Or does it say can't be pitched or played? Can't be pitched or played from hand while this is in the arena. So the Rootbound Carapace is still able to be played from Arsenal. That's a really important qualification and maybe a consideration for Aaron in the future if he plays another one. Does he want to play name cards that, I don't know, I mean, it was Inner Chi that he would call against Zen, which was massive because you can only pitch that from hand. But there is a way to get around the null time zone, and it does mean you play the card from Arsenal. And for Jonathan, he's often wanting to do that anyway with those Rootbound Carapaces.
And the null time zone, it's one of those cards that really scales with how familiar you are with the opponent's deck and what they're actively trying to do in their game plan. Verdance currently in the meta is really under-repped, and a lot of people are not really familiar. We know the big cards like Rampant Growth and things like that. But really, I mean, this early in the game, there's no just, I have to pick this, right?
You heard the players there. Jonathan discussing how many turns. Aaron says it's going to be about 3 turns total. Jonathan takes a little nod. He just said, good card. Good card from the Hunted in the expansion slot. I do also want to call some attention. I know we're talking about it a lot, but the Null Time Zone, one of the new tools that Dash.io gets to work with. And because of the game they played in Swiss yesterday, Aaron Cutbirth may be having some indication or just some knowledge from that day saying, I remember how good those root bounds were. I'm going to make my card basically, I'm going to make my hero have Dreadbore, can't play the D-React from hand, and maybe that will slow down this Verdance deck just a little bit.
I think they might have had the full intention to kind of block down the felling and then just play the diplomacy, but really just ending your turn with the null time zone. Really just a unique situation where you really can't leverage the hand the way that you originally designed the line.
Now look at this channel. The Millennium Tree is amping this destructive Aether Tide, so it looks as though 4 damage is going to come over the top, and that means the Arsenal gets destroyed here. That means that red 0 to 60 that he worked so hard to put together going to just hit the graveyard. That was the card drawn off the Cerebellum. Aaron Cutbirth maybe wishing he had sent that instead of the yellow 0 to 60 that he sent instead.
All right, so Aaron's going to have to slow down a little bit, maybe just go 0 to 50, but we'll see what he can put together. And still with a 4-card hand and a Cerebellum Processor in play with 2 resources. I mean, 0 to 60 is always impactful, but I think that this turn's going to still have a lot of power behind it.
Yeah, got those 2 resources, like you mentioned, from the Teklo core. Does have the Cerebellum Processor. He needs to find another way to get an action point. Might be looking for the top of the deck. Once again, Jonathan just making sure. I really can't play them? Like, for real? But what if I really want to? T-Bone coming on down. I wonder if there'll be a second T-Bone to play on this turn to grab one of those other more important pieces of equipment, Stonewall Gauntlet, or the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, though I do believe that the Plume of Evergrowth also has 0 defense, so that's another option for these T-Bones. Maybe here just looking for one of 3 boost cards to power up the Hanabi Blaster.
All right. Not leading with the blue, not the most threatening. And then it looks like we have another one, but once again, we're just trying to present situations where I think Aaron's just really playing toward maximum velocity. That's the main thing. Now, there's some counters on the Verdant side, right? You have Plow Under, Felling of the Crown, some of those really high impact cards that really make it very difficult to get that maximum velocity off.
Bummer here, though, if you are fans of Dash.io. 2 blue cards on the combat chain and some red cards over here in the Banished from the top of the deck. However, let's see what is off the top. It's going to be the backup protocol red. That one's going to be able to be cranked to most likely get an action point for Dash, and that means a card from the Cerebellum, so maybe the combat chain will finally find some red cards on this turn.
And that's just huge, right? The backup protocol being able to reach in the graveyard and get that twin drive, right? And then makes it so much easier to leverage the maximum velocity if you do draw it. And I think his most important priority is just not banishing the max fees. That's the most important thing. To where he might actually hinder his turn early, right? Just end it because it's on top and you don't want to banish it away. It's going to be that impactful in this matchup because Verdance is trying to stay at the highest life possible.
Yeah, that's a great point. You can see the top of the deck at any point, meaning you know what you're about to boost when you boost. Null Time Zone hits the pitch. Here comes a 0 to 60. It was destroyed. Aaron says, darn it, you can't make me not play this card. Even if you destroy it, I'll play it with this backup Protocol Red. 4 damage now coming on in.
It's very interesting. You have the ability to lean on that Hanabi Blaster this turn, but do you save it? They really have. They have more cards in hand. They can block more if they want. Obviously, you have Overpower, which might give you the ability to leak a little bit more damage, but not a straightforward decision point on whether to just go ahead and throw it.
Taking a look over here at Jonathan's hand. Ooh, he's got a Rootbound Carapace. That is a bricked card at the moment. He has to find a way to get that into the arsenal, or it is just going to sit there and rot. Rootbound Carapace finding some trouble actually taking root here, but those are 2 good cards off the top of the deck. Twin Drive and Pulse Wave Harpoon, some premium reds. Aaron Cutbirth lost this matchup to Fatigue yesterday. Both players aware of the potential game plans. See what's on the top of the deck now. Here comes the maximum velocity. He is able to go ahead and throw that down after all these boosts. That means the card on the top of the deck is coming in for the arsenal, and the Rootbound Carapace can't be played, which means full 7 damage over the top. Null Time Zone once again putting in such major work.
And on a deck that it's very difficult to call it. Just hit it. Called the Rootbound Carapace, not allowing the Verdance player to really block with it. And depending on what's in that arsenal, it's either Diplomacy or Felling, if I'm not mistaken. It might still be stuck in hand if they decide to arsenal the Felling.
Yeah, interesting here. I think it might have been, it was an Expedite that hit the arsenal, maybe a blue. If that card was always destined for the arsenal, wonder if Aaron maybe is regretting sending either the Twin Drive or the Pulse Wave Harpoon to the Banner Stone off the Tekla Foundry Heart. Either of those reds better than a blue in the arsenal, but maybe it is that red Expedite. Couldn't quite tell the story of this turn, however. The classic Warmonger's Diplomacy coming down. And even though you can play the top card of your deck as an instant as -IO, it doesn't matter for Warmonger's Diplomacy. Even if you choose War, you are not able to play items off the top of the deck because even though you're playing them at instant speed, they are themselves still non-attack actions. So Warmonger's Diplomacy say, hey, we signed a war compact. I don't want to see those non-attacks even if they're coming in a little faster than before.
And this is just a huge one-card play. Really gives Verdance the space to maybe even gain some life if they want to, or just set up something on the board, while Aaron just has to say, what do I have the most of in my hand? And he's going with War, so he must not have drawn a lot of items. But now, don't have to worry about anything off the top. So you can let those attacks leak. You don't have to worry about a Boom Grenade. You're good.
Cerebellum will go away. Yep.
And that also means for Jonathan, he just drew another Warmongers himself, so that card would have to hit the arsenal if he wants to resolve the powerful effect against -IO and turn off that hero ability. It was a blue Expedite here. That's going to boost a red off the top. This is a problem for Aaron. If he's worried about this game going to Fatigue, he's got to play the red cards and boost the blue cards, not the other way around. This is the same time we've seen so.
Judge.
Now look at this. Expedite here is going to call a judge over because Expedite has some text. It says, when this hits, you may put an item with the cost 0 or 1 into the arena. They're probably checking how that works with Warmongers. I think you can because it doesn't say you can.
Because you're not playing it.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're just putting it into the arena. You're not playing it.
Yep.
So that is going to immediately buy a block of the Fruits of the Forest. Another red hits the Banished from this 0 to 60. I mean, when you're looking at the potential Fatigue race, Nathan, are you feeling like things are going okay for Aaron? He's got Jonathan down to 31, 34 minutes remaining, but a lot of reds are hitting the Banish zone.
I mean, we're down 1 max fee, I think 2 red throttles, and then we have 2 twin drives already in, 1 in the grave, 1 in the Banish. Just, you're kind of running out. You've already resolved 1 max fee. You got 2 left in there, of course, assuming that they're on 3. And Verdance is still sitting at a healthy 31. But you can always assume that that number is going to go up a little bit.
This rootbound coming in from the Arsenal, which is why it is able to be played and cover up that whole 0 to 60. And of course, the rootbound Carapace's effect actually quite relevant, starting that decomposition train. And now look at this, Pulse Wave Harpoon, the third chain link. That means all 3 cards have to be shown. And that Warmonger's Diplomacy may be destined to become a blocking card here. Can't hit the Arsenal. They're talking here. They're going to call a judge over it for the second time on this turn, and I believe this is because they are making sure, Aaron just wants to make sure while those cards are on the table, he's able to check the top card of his deck.
Right.
Ruling here, from what I understand, because the top card of the deck has not changed, and it's not anything that is triggered or any problem, he is able to look and just confirm while those cards are on the table. But you can see the Pulse Wave Harpoon has grabbed that Warmonger's Diplomacy, thrown it onto the combat chain as a blocking card. That's not how Jonathan wanted to use it. 3 counters, however, on the Hanabi Blaster means it's coming in for 5. Overpower 2. Over the top, Jonathan down to 28.
And obviously Jonathan's under war, so he couldn't have played the Diplomacy, you know, this following turn, but you know where it was going. It was going right into Arsenal and then being played probably the next turn. So we're just going to avoid that situation, force the block, and keep on that aggression.
Here comes Surgeon Aethertide 4-1, and that's all it's going to be. Jonathan doesn't want to see that America's Scolding in the Arsenal. He maybe wants to keep that Arsenal open. You have to imagine for something like these Rootbound Carapaces, in case he has to face down another null time zone. It did some great work keeping Jonathan from getting any defensive value against a maximum velocity. But if Jonathan's game plan is fatigue, he's just looking to keep cards in the deck, keep that Arsenal open for some defensive pieces down the line.
All right, and this is one of those moments where this is your opportunity to push that damage. Verdance is off of an Arsenal, which means there's not an extra D-React. They do have a lot of armor to lean on, of course, but this is one of those moments. You are lacking the board presence on items, but we have 2 in hand. We have a Cerebellum Processor and a Boom Grenade and a couple of tags.
Graveyard coming across, as well as the Banish Zone. Far less cards in there than in Aaron Cutbirth's Graveyard and Banish Zone. He has been throwing far more cards away as just a result of the Mechanologist, his class identity. I know from talking to Aaron after his loss in Swiss against this exact player and deck that he was like, oh, dude, I also didn't bring in 2 cards into the matchup that would have made the difference. So Aaron probably has those cards in. The question is he able to actuate the game plan, find and resolve probably all 3 maximum velocities? How kind will the top of the deck be?
Also, it's not as straightforward as just set up, right? And then have big turns. Verdance, if you give her the space, she'll gain that life, and all the equity you gained while setting all of that up just gets completely diminished, because usually they can, as we see in the hand, send that CNC to disrupt, gain some life, and really just keep on that pressure and make it even more difficult as you're setting up. So Aaron has to take this balancing approach of how much do I want to set up, how much do I want to send it, and just try to close it out that way.
Boom Grenade playing a Boom Grenade here. Off the top, yellow in the pitch and red in the arena. That's what Aaron wants to see. Let's see what else he's working with. Red Zipper hit, Cerebellum Processor, and whatever that Arsenal card is. This is kind of a tricky turn to figure out. You got the red Boom Grenade. You have to imagine he wants to get it through, but how much pressure is he really able to find? Is he maybe still thinking on the crank trigger, given that his hand doesn't look that impressive offensively?
And that's where he just has to find that balance. Do you take the turn to set up and run the risk of getting, hit with the CNC, or have the life gain situation? It's really tough. It's really, really tough, but is going to decide to crank, which means we are going to push something this turn.
Maybe that means he wants the card on the top with that Cerebellum Processor now that he has that extra action point, instead of keeping the Boom Grenade around for 2 turns, wanting to make sure that he can utilize his Cerebellum. Cranking coming in, so he has 2 turns of being able to draw a card with it. Yeah, he does want this card, so let's see what it is on the top. Maximum velocity. This is actually huge. Now he doesn't have to stop the turn. Now he can make sure that he sets this thing up. What a great rip off the top here for Aaron Cutbirth.
Now it's not quite playable this turn, even if there is a boost card in the arsenal, even if it was 0 cost. I don't think it can be played this turn, but you get it all. You prevent that situation I mentioned earlier where you literally have to stop your turn because you cannot afford to boost that card away. You just draw it. Why not?
Yeah. Unless it's a twin drive in there, that would be the way that he could threaten it on the turn with the boom grenade. Now looking here, what's interesting is you talk about Jonathan probably wanting to keep the Command and Conquer to do some threatening, but the Zipper Hit is going to have to buy 2 cards here given the boom grenade's threat. Is he going to be able to pressure that CNC out of the hand with that card in the arsenal? That would be massive as Aaron tries to protect the maximum velocity.
Really trying to look for a way to secure that counter on the Hanabi Blaster, maybe get the Max V into Arsenal would probably be the most ideal situation, and force some inefficient blocks due to the boom grenade.
.32, currently playing 28 minutes remaining in our round here. The second of this Battle Hardened World Tour has come to Memphis and brought with it, honestly, such a hype release weekend. It is a red heist. So this card has 2 on-hit effects that absolutely Jonathan has to think about, but the Cerebellum Processor hits the bin. That's the 3rd and final one, meaning that this heist has to be respected. 4 damage from the boom grenade and Cerebellum Processor coming in is too much for Jonathan to handle. The first block from the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree for no value except of the 2 defense. And that means that CNC is hitting the arsenal, meaning it won't be a defensive piece, meaning perhaps Aaron Cutbirth is going to be able to utilize this maximum velocity on this next turn for some major hurt.
And Aaron really just found that perfect balance. He stripped the hand, prevented the life gain situation, prevented the CNC being thrown at him, but at the same time, set everything up, still has the processor, has that Max V in Arsenal just ready to go until you draw 4 reds.
4 reds is going to be tough to work with. See if he can find anything off the top of the deck to help, but maybe that maximum velocity has to wait another turn. But if it has to wait another turn, then unfortunately the CNC might come out to pressure it. But you know what's interesting? Let's say Jonathan does throw out the CNC. Maybe Aaron Cutbirth knows his pitch stack well enough that the Crown of Providence becomes a satisfactory angle to begin a second cycle maximum velocity when it could actually close out the game. The Crown of Providence actually potentially could prove to be a strategy piece beyond just preserving the arsenal to add a card to the pitch stack without pitching it. A really nice effect, especially because that Crown of Providence would provide a hidden maximum velocity that Jonathan would not know is in the pitch stack if he is tracking what his Dash.io opponent is doing that carefully.
Or you could just let the Verdance player play a plow under and do it for you.
That's true.
Make that decision
That's
for
very
you.
true. Jonathan's still looking for that second decompose. You go ahead and check the graveyard, but the graveyard and the advantage zone looking pretty healthy here for Aaron. Have to wonder if he's going to be able to get through the defenses of Jonathan, or if for the second time in as many days, Verdance will outlive and outlast our mechanologist hero.
This is a great spot for Verdance, being able to identify that a red was pitched, which means a weaker turn, which means you're probably going to get the space to really throw that CNC and really put on that pressure. Although, granted, do have the Crown of Providence sitting over there, but just moving the arsenal could be exactly what you need, taking that Max V out of options for Aaron.
5 damage is the ask on the combat chain. Boom grenade in the pitch. Jonathan does not know if one is going to come off the top of the deck. Maybe that's what he's checking for, trying to find out how many boom grenades are remaining in circulation. Given that until that Dash.io ability is used, she is liable to go boom from the top of that deck at any point.
The most unfortunate thing about this situation on the All Reds is you do have the Cerebellum Processor that was there that unfortunately will not be able to support the Max V play on the following turn if that is the case. So very unfortunate, but we'll see what Aaron can really make of it.
Only thing that could come to save the Cerebellum is a Fast and Furious off the top of the deck. And we haven't seen one played, pitched, or blocked with. I don't think so.
We haven't.
So they're got to be relatively likely. Blocking just for 3. Aaron Cutbirth here. And I have to imagine really thinking about that boom grenade was Jonathan, as he took so long to just block 3 there. 2 damage over the top, down to 26. Let's see. Oh, draw for Cerebellum here. That's fascinating. So currently no action points, but now the Achilles Accelerator, Arcane Barrier gone. But Aaron Cutbirth knows this game is probably going to come down to a fatigue state. Pulse Wave Harpoon is going to come in with another red. The throttle here.
Show me one card.
Just one card has to be shown from the hand.
Thinking.
Because only one boost has happened on this combat chain. Even though there was another boost on the turn, this is just on the combat chain. Interesting that Aaron drew the card with the Cerebellum. He knew it was another red, but was happy to see it on this turn.
Does have the ability to show the Sigil of Solace, which is not a blockable card, so it really removes the agency from the DO player. But at the same time, you are revealing that information, which is relevant. And Aaron just holding that red. Maybe he just didn't want to boost away another red.
Maybe didn't want to boost away another red. Maybe as well he wants to set up the pitch stack. He's got a boom grenade and a throttle that will be back-to-back. He does need to preserve some red threats in this matchup. Maybe he really wanted the throttle in that pitch stack, and so needed to draw it on the turn. Yeah, needs to find that fourth Hanabi counter because he has gotten one use out of it, but needs to get as many as he can. There's one plow under. Wonder if the alarm bells are going off. Sprocket Rocket here, going to come in 4-3, once again continuing to threaten Jonathan here. And now this is actually pretty interesting because if Jonathan doesn't want to take the damage, he has to give up the way for him to play the CNC. But all of a sudden, Hanabi Blaster here, and this card, it did boost. So Aaron Cutbirth is expecting to come through with the Hanabi Blaster on this turn. 3 damage down to 22 goes Jonathan, and the Blaster comes forth just as we called it out. He found that boost card. Maybe this was the card he was looking for, a 0-cost red. Sprocket Rocket able to unlock the rest of this turn. 5 more damage with Overpower. Jonathan has a, ostensible 3-block in the Sigil of Solace, but he wants to play that CNC. It means he has to keep the Mind Warp. He's just going to go ahead and give it here. 2 damage down to 20 goes our Verdance player. He's going to go back up to 23 in just a second. But Nathan, what do you make of the turn that we just watched?
I mean, just really overvaluing the life situation, not throwing the disruption. I mean, it's a completely maybe it's the Crown of Providence that could be kind of deterring that line toward that direction. But, once again, depending on what it is, moving it could be just as impactful as destroying it.
23? Yep. Pass. Okay.
23 and pass. No second decomposition yet for Jonathan. Hasn't resolved either the Plow Under or the Felling of the Crown. They just hit the graveyard from blocks, but there is the second Rootbound Carapace in the hand for Jonathan. The only problem is he needs another Decompose before that Verdance Hero ability is online. It will turn on the Felling, the Plow, the Barkskin, but if he wants to find some damage, he needs to go ahead and utilize one more Decompose. But in this matchup, when he's just trying to fatigue, maybe 4 Earth cards in the Banish is all that he needs.
We have 2 max fees. Okay.
And 2 2-cost reds. This is a challenging clunker of a hand. Maybe this is where we start to see a pitch stack really get actuated, given that we know there are 2 reds in the pitch right now.
For 6, and pay for it. 6 go. Okay.
And it's even tough because you did just pitch the 2 reds on the previous turn, so putting the max V down there with the rest, I mean, it makes it even more difficult to really pull that off later in the game.
He's got to keep enough cards as well on that turn that he is trying to set up to actually boost. It's not just the resources needed, it's the resources from the top of the deck. 5 with the throttle. That heist actually would be a pretty nice follow-up. You don't have to boost it. I don't think the on-hit effect is only if you boost. I think it's just if it hits. And you can pitch away that maximum velocity for the second cycle and threaten a real on-hit. There is a Cerebellum Processor hanging out in the Banish Zone that I know Aaron Cutbirth would love to return to the arena.
Very interested to see if the Verdance player really just takes this opportunity, maybe take a little bit of damage. Throw that CNC Arsenal, a D-React, save it for the bigger turn, kind of make that exchange. Or the other option, just block out as much as you possibly can.
Here comes a Rootbound Carapace 4-4. This one gets to come out from the hand.
Taking 3? Yeah.
Take 3.
You're at 4 now? No, 4 Earth. I mean,
Taking 3 represented.
Yep, from the yellow one.
Because
Yep.
it's yellow, of
Yep.
course. So only 3 here. And this throttle does come in for 6, not 5. Don't know why I thought it was 5. I played against Tash 4 years. But nice off the top, we see the backup protocol red. This does require 2 resources to be pitched, so he could pitch both of those reds just to grab something like a 0 to 60 if he wanted for just 4 more damage. No crank. He's going to keep it around for his next turn. Doesn't need that extra bit of resources. He's going to try to utilize that backup protocol red with the maximum velocity in his arsenal. The question is, does Jonathan sniff this out and preserve what he needs to utilize the Command and Conquer in the arsenal?
What if we saw the next level play of holding the max V in hand, knowing that the disruption's going to come, and then just refilling it? I would absolutely love it. It's quite a stretch, but it would be amazing because with the backup protocol sitting there, the Verdance player has to be thinking, now is the time to CNC. Now's the time to get that disruption in.
Here is going to most likely come down that heist. Take a look at the blocking ability in the hand. Looks like they are a yellow and a blue Fruits of the Forest. So this is going to threaten that on-hit effect. However, we do see the Fast and Furious hit the Banish Zone from the heist. Jonathan really does want to block this out and is going to be able to keep what he needs for that CNC, meaning the disruption might buy a couple blocks from Aaron, and that card in the arsenal, Maximum Velocity, is going to be more challenging to make work, though maybe the backup protocol red will be the answer.
The situation that's coming up is very, very important. We have a situation where if the CNC comes in, Sam, he just pitched the max V. You can't put another one right next to it.
Simply
so
can't.
It literally invalidates the Crown of Providence in regards to sinking that arsenal, which will force an entire block.
Yeah, this is just, honestly, even though this is one player desperately trying to fatigue the other, it's fascinating to watch Aaron try to actuate this game plan, try to make this work. He's
gaining the life.
Wait, what?
Oh my.
No way. Wait, what?
Jonathan
here just discarding the Fruits of the Forest instead of sending the CNC. Clearly because he sees the Crown of Providence, but what he doesn't know is the Crown of Providence won't be a good answer because the Maximum Velocity can't go next to another Maximum Velocity. What an absolutely fascinating turn of events here for our feature match. Aaron Cutbirth has all the room in the world. He has the resources. He has the protocol. He has the 0-cost boosts. Jonathan Fouk is going to have to deal with the Maximum Velocity on this turn.
Well, I played on my turn. It was his turn. He discarded it, and then he passed.
Yeah, they're talking about, I think, the discard of the Fruits of the Forest, making sure that it all comes together. But this matchup, absolutely fascinating. That turn, I have to imagine it's because he was expecting the Crown of Providence to just be thrown in no matter what, but fascinating to see how it played out there.
It's been there for so long. I think you have to come to this conclusion that maybe it's a max V and really just push that narrative.
Here comes the T-Bone, gonna grab the Storm Striders once again. 3 damage now over the top. Any defense reactions in the hand? There is a Rootbound Carapace. He will be able to block 4 on this turn. No, the Rootbound here is going to come in even though this T-Bone is only providing 3 points of offense, and that might be because now the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is online. Though it would only give 1 point of extra, or I guess it would give 2 points of defense to the non-attack in the hand because it is now online. So losing a point of value there, but gaining it elsewhere in the turn. Here comes 4 more damage, though, on the combat chain.
In deck, 4, 8, 12, 16, 19.
19 cards left in deck, plus 2, 21, plus 1 in the arsenal. 22 cards total to work with. If Aaron Cutbirth is going to do this, he's going to have to do it soon.
Absolutely have to put the pedal to the metal in this situation, but he has the hand to do it. We have 2 blues in the hand, but the great thing about that backup protocol is you just get to swap it for whatever you want. You have so many options here on Aaron's side to where he is definitely going to get that max V off.
And already used the Rootbound Carapace. So the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree kind of blocks for 3 on this turn, 1 from its own defense effect, and then the 2 embodiments of Earth that it will create will give 2 more points of value on defense to the non-attack in Jonathan's hand. So he's got 3 points of block from his armor and 6 points of block remaining in his hand here. So 9 total defense remaining unless the Stonewall Gauntlet comes into play as well. But like you mentioned, the backup protocol allows for threats to be preserved in deck. Aaron Cutbirth needs to do this in the next, like, 2 turns. It's going to be the heist here. Coming in for 5, getting rid of the blue. But it is perfect. There's the counter on the Hanabi Blaster. If he can find one more counter on that Blaster, maybe the overpower will be enough to do it. Also have to think about the Goliath Gauntlet. Wonder if maybe he would have wanted to throw that on this effect. But he might be just utilizing it on the maximum velocity for extra damage.
Also, don't forget, Sam, we have not activated Dio yet. And you don't have to worry about the resource because you do have the Tekla Foundry Heart to get up to that 3 resource. So if there's a boom grenade on the top, it's playable.
And now we're going to see this perfectly blocked for 5. 1 plus the 3 from the Emeritus Scolding. That does mean, though, if it's not a non-attack in the hand, which I don't think it is from Jonathan, this is going to be kind of an overblock. He's currently blocking for 6 total on this.
Oh, 4. This makes 4.
I believe this makes 2 embodiments of Earth because...
No,
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm so, you guys. I have played more Florian than Verdance. I'm tripped up. Only 1 embodiment of Earth. Only 1 embodiment of Earth. This is just Verdance. This is Florian. I was like, what's going on? Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay.
I think he's counting boom grenades on whether he wants to just heart for it or just slam it. Okay, there it is.
No, breaking the Goliath Gauntlet, coming down for a big old 12 here. Means Jonathan can only watch and block 3, maybe 4, taking 8. Is Aaron Cutbirth going to be able to get there?
Yeah, so 3, 1, and it goes to 11. So 4, 11 is 7.
Yeah, that is going to get an extra point of value because of the Stonewall Gauntlet.
I'm at 30.
Meaning that he wouldn't have been able to get the on-hit over on the heist because it would have gone down from the Stonewall Gauntlet as well. Down to 14 goes Jonathan. You can see Aaron Cutbirth here. He is thinking through his pitch stack as we watch. 4 cards drawn off the top. Once again, CNC remains rotting in that arsenal. There's a Spark of Genius in the hand.
Of course. I'm going to look at some stuff.
Thumbs up for my judges. You have 35 minutes for round number 10. You may begin.
See Jonathan, a little look to the sky. I bet you he's tracking the pitch stack as well, trying to remember what is coming from Aaron's deck.
Okay, thinking.
Aaron's deck looking a little thin, but I tell you what, Jonathan's equipment even thinner. Those breakpoints are really going to be playing a big role in the next couple turns because this game can't go that much longer. And those boom grenades, if there's any left in that deck, are going to just absolutely change the game.
Wow, honestly, I just want to call out once again the use of the Fruits of the Forest to gain life. Jonathan really knows his angle to win this game. It is to just run this Dio deck out of threats. And with the Crown of Providence, he did not believe that that disruption was actually disruptive enough. All he wants to do is be at the highest life total he possibly can and watch as the Dio's deck gets thinner and thinner.
Do have that Spark of Genius in hand, which is one of the best cards that mech has access to. And why not a backup protocol off the top?
Backup protocol off the top, actually huge here, going to allow for, once again, threats to be preserved as you utilize threats from your graveyard, not from your hand. Meaning he can preserve those for a future turn. 2 floating here, got an extra action point as well. Can he find 3 boosts for the Hanabi Blaster? Once he can find the 3 boosts, he can maximum velocity and he can Hanabi Blaster. Here comes one of the Fast and Furious. It's going to banish a Fast and Furious, so it's going to put a Steam counter on the backup protocol. That means he can keep it around for another turn, and maybe that means he's going to be able to utilize it on a maximum velocity turn.
Just the fact that it gives you options and you're not in a rush to really utilize it is absolutely huge. In a situation where you're running out of cards, the Verdance players at 14, they're out of armor. You know for a fact the Arsenal's not a D-React because they just took all that damage from the Max V. So all you have to do is just keep on enough pressure to get the hand while also setting up just a little bit. And Aaron might be able to close this game out.
He's got to find that 3rd boost for the Hanabi Blaster. It might be the key. You know he's thinking through the pitch stack. It's going to be close, though. He's got Jonathan down to 14, but Jonathan's got a bunch of cards that all block for quite a bit.
Sorry, Ethan.
Comes in for 4 here because he has cranked the backup protocol, but it still sits with the Steam counter because the Fast and Furious banished a Fast and Furious from boosting.
Jonathan can find a little bit of comfort in the fact that Dio has already been activated, so the possibilities of a boom grenade here are 0, and maybe has the option to maybe leak a little bit. Don't have to cover it up completely, really get that CNC out of Arsenal, although it'll be much less impactful than if it was sent a couple turns ago, but we'll see what he decides.
Blocking all 4 with the Rootbound Carapace. No, it's a yellow, so only blocking the color is that?
Yellow?
It is a yellow, so currently I believe only blocking the 3. Jonathan should be down to 13 here.
Yeah, no reactions. Take 1.
Yep, down to 13 goes our Verdance player. 1 life closer.
Also, Verdance having the ability to play that CNC out and then Arsenal the second Rootbound Carapace if Aaron decides to take a little bit more room to set up.
Pretty interesting to see the Stonewall Gauntlet play back on that turn prior with the Goliath Gauntlet. They basically just canceled each other out.
Absolutely.
One gives +2, one got -2, defensive or +2 defensive value. So basically arms traded for arms. No real way for Aaron to play around it. But you can see him, he's really got to think. Nearly 9 minutes remaining in this game. 31 playing 13, but the life totals are not the story for Aaron. It's the amount of cards left in the deck. The Spark of Genius here because of the extra action point. But this also means the pitch stack is absolutely decimated.
Which may be a good thing with that situation we came to earlier where he had to pitch the 2 reds and then 1 blue, and then it was another red with a max V. Getting that shuffled up. I mean, not much of a shuffle when you only have about 15 cards, but, just mixing that up a little bit and maybe fixing that situation, although randomization is RNG.
Yeah, you can see Jonathan here is going to go ahead and shuffle it himself. He wants to make sure that these cards are nice and random given what is remaining. Boom Grenade here. Looks like he's going to think on the crank.
So I'll crank this.
Gonna crank the Boom Grenade. Still remaining 2 action points. He's going to draw a card. Let's see what the 2 cards he's working with is. Null Time Zone, a yellow 0 to 60. Wonder if a Boom Grenade would have been nice to stick around for at least a turn.
Currently sitting on 2 action points. Hanabi with 1 counter.
That has to buy a block immediately from Jonathan here. Wonder if Aaron is doing the math, he's got a null time zone. If he wants to get the 3rd counter on the Hanabi Blaster, he has to pay into this backup protocol right now, which he's going to do. Is there any card he can grab that will force through this Boom Grenade? I think the Rootbound Carapace is going to make this answer no. This comes in for 6. Even though he only has a 2 block in hand, does Verdance. The Rootbound Carapace here, I think, is going to be enough. And without that Boom Grenade hitting, I am not sure it's going to get there.
Is it a red one?
Yeah, I think it is.
Just covering it up.
Just covering it up perfectly, which means 5 damage can come across with the Hanabi Blaster. I think Aaron might have needed the damage from the Boom Grenade.
Does get the damage from the Hanabi Blaster. Does not have to leverage the...
Yeah, you could hear him Hydrified Beef said he didn't need the action point on the turn. He ends the turn with the extra action point, meaning that Boom Grenade could have hung out for this next turn, which maybe will be the difference maker as Jonathan goes down to 8. Aaron needs to keep cards in deck to be able to utilize the maximum velocity that remains in there. What has he drawn up? It's a bunch of reds, but no maximum velocity yet. And if he tries to just take a turn to set up, Jonathan sends that CNC, and he changes the timbre of the rest of this game. Yeah, devastating there for Aaron to have the Boom Grenade. You could have a Steam counter on it. You didn't need the action point. Felling of the Crown as well. Ring of Roses, a 2 block and a 3 block. A lot of defensive options for Aaron.
Boost, or this will go away. I'm going to boost Sprocket Rocket for 4.
Sprocket Rocket comes in for 4. thanks to boosting away that Teklo core. Blocks 4-3 from Jonathan.
Aaron truly recognizing that he might have to set up to close the game out with that max V, with Verdance staying at a healthy 7 and no access to a boom grenade as of now.
Here comes another outpace, this one also for 4. Block 4-3, 1 damage over the top, down to 6. Does he have enough cards in deck to utilize 3 more boosts on his next turn and get the Hanabi Blaster through? He's going to be so, so close.
6. I will.
Let's see what the follow-up is. It's going to just come down to how many cards are left in deck. Here comes a heist. This one comes in for 5, and it boosts away the final maximum velocity. That is a really challenging situation for Aaron to deal with, given that this card here, it does get the counter on the Hanabi Blaster, and maybe he's thinking that's his way to close the game. That's going to buy the final 2 blocks. But now drawing these final cards in the deck for Aaron, does he have enough boost to make that Hanabi Blaster matter? There's only 2 cards remaining in the deck. You know what that means? Only 2 boosts.
Get 2 chances. We do have the boom grenade, and also if you utilize Dio, that's 1 less boost. Double boom grenade.
Double boom grenade in the hand. This is looking tough for Aaron. Jonathan just drew up a Seeds of Tomorrow as well. Crank the red boom grenade. Attack blue expedite. Crank away the null time zone. This thing's not hitting any sense of the imagination. Seeds of Tomorrow. Because there's only 2 cards in the deck, it's impossible to boost or play a boost card 3 times. Here comes 6. That's going to buy 2 3 blocks, and the fist bump gets extended. Jonathan Fouk once again takes down the Dio player. And man, you think about the turn that followed. Attack for 4, attack for 4. Each of those attacks tickled Verdance by 1. And if a boom grenade was on the table, everything might be different, and we might be calling a different winner. But Verdance once again outgrows, outroots, and outlasts the Dio opponent. What do you think about that one, Nathan?
That was absolutely phenomenal from both players. Obviously, you had the boom grenade situation where maybe could have not cranked, but once again, the Dio turn can evolve so much over the span of that, and it's very hard to estimate what you're going to actually need versus what you have. And so totally understandable. And also on the other end, that CNC that did not get thrown on that very impactful turn that could have prevented the max V. So very interesting game overall. Very interesting way to play that matchup.
Yeah, it just often comes down to when you're facing down a deck like Dio, facing down a mechanologist, sometimes you just have to say, listen, dude, you got to find the damage, or I might watch as you find the rest of your deck in the banished zone. We do have a couple of we have some information we want to talk about, because we do have beautiful brand new gem packs coming straight to your LGS thanks to the new system brought in place by our friends at LSS. You might, Nathan, have a little anecdote. I believe the card guys were sent some gem packs to open early, build some hype. Did you guys rip anything cool?
I mean, Josh opened a couple packs. He got, you know, very casual Uzuri Marvel that was absolutely beautiful. And then we also had some Alpha Rain. It's technically not Alpha, but it's the same pink stripe on a promo. Absolutely beautiful, and that Uzuri was just phenomenal.
Yeah, we, of course, are so excited to see those gem packs come to your LGS. And we do have a giveaway, folks. We actually have 2 giveaways happening today as a thank you for our Flesh and Blood YouTube channel hitting 30,000 8,000 subscribers, we got 2 giveaway. One of them happening right before a top 8. We have a booster box of Rosetta being given away. So if you want to be like Jonathan and take down tournaments, take down games with Verdance, your first step might be the box of Rosetta. You can win right before our top 8. We'll give you some more info about how to enter near the end of our Swiss. And then at the end of the day, during the finals, we are giving out a box of the Hunted. Flesh and Blood's newest set, of course, comes to your LGS. And if you win this giveaway, you might be with a box of Hunted in your hands. And we're also announcing the winner of the London flights and accommodation. That winner is about to be drawn, and when they are drawn, they will be let known right here live on this very stream. We're going to go to a quick break before round 3 comes up right after this. couple rounds in the books here. We're getting ready for round 3 here from our Battle Hardened coverage at World Tour Memphis. And I am lucky enough to be joined by my good friend, Eleanor Bird. Eleanor,
Hello,
how are you?
Sam.
I'm noticing you've got a change to your look today.
Yeah, my friend Zoe Gerstner lent me this lovely, lovely hat. It's a lot of fun. I'm having fun, feeling like a new woman with a new hat, and excited to see some new sick games of Flesh and Blood today.
Now, what would you say makes you Grandma's favorite O tour? Like, what sets you apart from Grandma's other O tours that she has, in her family?
Well, first, it's my grandma.
Okay.
So, and then
Okay.
second, my sibling doesn't really play card games anymore.
I
so
see.
it's really, really hard for anyone else to be my grandma's favorite O tour.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point to me. I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Are you looking forward to seeing a matchup featuring a hero that we have not yet seen on coverage all weekend long?
What hero could that possibly be? I feel like we've been through the whole roster.
We've been through nearly the whole roster. It's Riptide. Just kidding.
Woohoo!
Just kidding. Haha, got you guys. No, unfortunately, the Riptide.
Talk about grandma's favorite O tour.
Yeah, but yeah, the Riptide's not quite winning, but we do have a hero that I cannot wait to show off. Let's bring down the heroes, folks, because it is time for our round 3, featuring Prism, Awakener of Soul, and a figure who has been playing this deck for quite some time, well known to the community, Viserai, Barrett, Goss, facing off against Brian Lorenz, I believe Battle Hardened or PTI event winner in Los Angeles when I was at a tournament, and he was out there a couple years ago, but well-known
killing
player,
everyone?
just killing everybody out
killing
there.
everyone.
Currently trying to kill everybody on Arakni Marionette. This is a matchup that I would love to be like, Ellie, tell me all about this matchup, but here's the thing. I don't think we know much about this matchup. This hero released like 2 days ago, so we are all getting to watch in real time how this matchup plays out.
I've watched these two play this matchup a fair bit, actually.
Never mind.
These two are
you're the
members, members of the same testing team that Yuki and I work with. It's Yuki's creation, Team Stroopwafel, as we affectionately refer to ourselves. Brian and Barrett, some of my favorite people on planet Earth, both incredibly funny, incredibly pleasant people, and also incredibly skilled players. I hold true to the fact that I believe Barrett is one of the best Prism players in the world, and Brian seems to be kind of out here trying to pioneer this new hero, which is also a bit off the beaten path for him, because last metagame, he was a huge Enigma fan. We saw him play Enigma for basically like 4 or 5 major tournaments, like uninterrupted.
Yeah, when I was looking at the matchup potentially, I was like, oh, cool, it'll be Prism versus Enigma. And then we found out, no, the Marionette comes for Prism here. That is going to be a hit of the Hunter's Clave, a Tarantula Toxin on top of it, a mark for Barrett here.
Which one's 5, Sam?
5 is Toxin? Tarantula?
Tarantula.
Let's go. I shut my eyes. They can't see it, but I did shut my eyes so I couldn't see.
It's okay. I believe you. I believe you.
Tarantula is going to be the call here. Barrett here, no blocks on that dagger. I wonder what the cards in hand are. We're about to see, because he must have liked him. Looks like he's got an Arclight Sentinel as well as 2 yellows to work with. A couple Angelic Wraths, but no Angel save for the Herald of Triumph. So one of them is going to head into the Triumphant Angel, coming in for 5 with Go Again, thanks to the yellow in the pitch zone.
Very interestingly, Barrett had that Arclight Sentinel in his opener and chose not to play it on Brian's turn 0, though it's an instant. Clearly just valuing having, 3 Angelic Wraths, 3 of these combat tricks for forcing a Herald over in his present hand, which is kind of an interesting approach, knowing that Brian really doesn't have any ways to break free of the grasp of the Arclight Sentinel. He doesn't have time skippers. A lot of heroes have cut some of the Prism respect of yore in the form of action point generation. He has Snapdragon Scalers, which can give you an action point, quote unquote, in a pinch, but it does not generate an action point with which to get over Spectra.
Also, looking at, the pitch and equipment zone over here, can see the loadout, the Dreamweavers, just in case Brian is packing some of those 6-power poppers. Won't work on the Herald of Triumph, but also the Empyrean Rapture. At the advent of the book banning, you can see a lot more Prism players utilizing the Rapture as a way to get free Angel flips once a Herald has hit the soul. This is going to buy a couple blocks, it looks like.
Yeah, Vestige was very much the kind of tool that saw a lot of usage specifically because of the synergy with cards like Tome of Divinity. You wanted to get a bunch of resources out of your blues, turning into 4s, paying for Tome, drawing a bunch of cards, and really just like vomiting a bunch of auras onto the field that your opponent can't meaningfully interact with. With that a little bit removed from the experience of playing against Prism. Empyrean Rapture instead just really just discounts your hero ability every turn. I think you're a little bit forced into playing it. It's more efficient than Tunic in terms of what Prism wants to do. Less susceptible to things like T-Bone.
This is also a fascinating first block from Brian Lorenz because Barrett is marked. Mask of Deceit is online. Brian Lorenz here is going to go ahead and turn into Arakni Trapdoor right off the rip. If this does not indicate that Brian not only has experience in the matchup, like you mentioned, but significantly wants to keep Barrett off of Soul by utilizing Trapdoor to just grab a defense reaction for the protection of his life total here and the on-hit effect, I don't know what else would, because it does look like Barrett here is just going to have to pass the turn. And maybe all of a sudden that Arclight Sentinel on turn 0 is feeling a little more enticing, and Barrett might be wishing that happened as the CNC just comes straight down to threaten whatever Barrett placed in the arsenal. And the Arclight Sentinel is going to come out. You hear Brian here say, that's pretty good. As the CNC now is just going to deal 6 damage, and on Brian's next turn, he has got a big blinking golden thing that he simply has to attack.
No original Luminaris to speak of here, though, so this Arclight Sentinel is not an aura and cannot attack, which was very powerful in terms of Classic Prism's ability. Now, when the new Prism plays this Arclight Sentinel, they really have to mostly just commit their entire turn to it.
And I think we have to just call out Barrett. We've been like, oh, dude, why didn't you play the Arclight Sentinel turn 0? I think very potentially he knows how often and easily his arsenal is going to be pressured by Brian. So he wanted perhaps to put Brian in a position of trying to threaten the arsenal and then getting, you know, quote unquote blown out by having the arsenal still be able to find the same value it would have gotten. So Barrett here, like you mentioned, these players have been playing this matchup back and forth. Kiss of Death going to go into the ALS. 1 card to the arsenal, 1 card off the top, meaning Barrett, he's down 18 life, but all of a sudden he has all the tempo in the world. A 5-card grip, what can he do with it? It's going to start off with that Wartune Herald coming in. 6, go again. 1 for 6, go again with a real on-hit. Pretty good.
Yeah, real on-hit. Generated basically entirely by Prism's hero text, as going into Soul doesn't mean too incredibly much in terms of the previous Light Illusionist we had in the game of Flesh and Blood, but it lets you search your deck thanks to Awakener of Soul's ability for a Figment, put it into the arena. All of these permanents enter, have a little bit of a intro effect, and then later can be flipped into angels to generate yet more recursive value by burning more soul. So the soul is really important in this matchup. Twofold, kind of going back to that Mask of Deceit block, I think Brian really correctly identified that starving Barrett of this secondary resource that he needs to get ahead and stay ahead in this game is his path to victory. I think Prism Awakener of Soul is relatively aggressive and finds herself in a lot of positions where she really just needs to take damage to keep heralds, to keep pushing and keep hitting the opponent, because once she gets through, things can snowball out of control so quickly. And Brian is really favoring just these small hands. We saw him block 3 cards there and then pop an angel with a Command and Conquer and then play out a 1-card 1 with this Hunter's Clave. He has a card in the arsenal, but even still, he's really pushing to keep Barrett off of any resources, and not a single card has gone to his soul so far this game.
Look at this. That all you got here. Going to come in from the Hunter's Clave. That means it's going to go ahead and trigger here, drawing a card. When the combat chain closes, because this Hunter Clave has 2 or less attack. Kiss of Death, looking like it's just going to be the follow-up here. Brian's got Barrett on 22, trying to threaten an additional 4 points of damage. Combat chain closing. Barrett is going to draw a card. So far, Brian Lorenz has got the life lead, but the tempo's starting to swing back into Barrett's favor. But after all of that blocking, Barrett still needs to find a way to get cards into the soul. That is when this deck really comes online.
Also represents go again on hit, though he cannot use the action point, and meaningfully clears the mark on Barrett's back, not allowing Brian to flip to a different hero in the end step.
Brian Lorenz going to sit there with that trap banished in the banish zone face down for the remainder of this game. Here comes a Herald of Tenacity.
5, go again, dominate. The first, or 6, go again, dominate. Wow, it's red. It's red. I thought it was yellow.
And I also thought it was yellow.
also
No
thought it was yellow.
blocks is the call from Brian. Finally, he can do nothing about this one. It hits the soul, and it's time for the first Prism trigger of the game.
Curious to see which Figment he goes and grabs immediately. Typically, you see a lot of Prism players lead off with Figment of Erudition if they think they're capable of burning their whole hand so that they can get an entire card for free, Ponder and Arsenal. However, Barrett doesn't actually seem fully capable of converting the entire hand should he commit everything to this turn that he is possibly capable of with his action points. So we may see something like, instead, a Figment of Protection hit the table so that he can get a Spectral Shield and hedge his life total from a Hunter's Clave a little bit.
Looking like Figment of Protection going to be the call here. Grabbing a Spectral Shield can flip into, what's the name of the angel? Of the Protection Angel?
Aegis.
Aegis.
Archangel of Protection.
Yes.
Generates 2 Spectral Shields on attack by banishing a card from Soul.
I like that name. There she is. God, the full art of that one.
That one's crazy.
Crazy. The cold foil of that one just goes nuts. Here comes another Wartune Herald. This one comes in for 5. And you can see Barrett wasn't able to clear the whole hand here, so did not want to grab the Ponder with the Soraya and the Herald of Erudition, or the Angel Figment.
Is it Erudition or Erudition, Sam?
I've actually looked this up. Yeah, well, we've had it. It's actually both.
Both.
It's both. Yeah, either is acceptable.
English is stupid.
Okay, so it's erudition, but it's erudite. Yeah.
An erudite angel
An erudite
imparting
angel
erudition upon her subjects.
You know what? I don't really like that. I don't like that it's both. So I feel like erudition.
Erudition.
Erudition?
Erudition.
Yeah, I don't know. We can ask Nathan when he gets back. 5 damage with the Wartune Herald. Brian Lorenz has got Prism down to 18, but this is a deck that loves to go low to assemble the angels from the heavens to do her bidding. Block 3 is the call. 2 damage over the top. Second Prism trigger here. What is the Figment we are going to grab this time?
Hopefully it's in the top half of his deck, as he's only grabbed half. Nope. Time to go check the other chunk.
Let's check the other chunk. One thing I am noticing, it literally was on the bottom. Hilarious. He must have... I guess he already just shuffled, so he didn't just pitch this last turn. But the Figment of War is going to create a Courage token. Wonder if it's going to be able to pair with something like the Herald of Smartness.
Herald of Erudition.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to avoid saying it.
Oh, you're over that word.
Herald of
You're sick
Intelligence.
Herald of Intelligence.
Herald of Big Think. Courage token here, going to be created alongside the Spectral Shield and a couple Figments that are liable to become angels at any moment.
This Courage is a really interesting decision here, as I believe the card he chose to Arsenal was a red Wartune Herald. Pushing it to 8/7 does not meaningfully represent a break point.
Yeah.
So maybe just valuing just 1 more damage, trying to push Brian's life total even lower. But hey, there's that Herald you were just talking about in his hand, along with a bit of a nasty draw he has drawn into Figment of Triumph. That is kind of the one when your opponent keeps a bunch of cards to go relatively wide that you really want to be able to search up off of your Halo of Illumination activation.
As we move over to the Marionette's turn, I would like to call your attention to the top right of your screen. Look at the way the cowl is just like fluttering in the chaos and darkness. The many eyes looking out over the arena. The card art animated is just going crazy right now.
It's really sick.
That goes so hard as Brian Lorenz tries to steer the Marionette to victory. What is going to be the call here? Oh my, yeah, dude, the art is just, it's just insane.
The animated hero portraits were actually one of the first things that really caught my eye with Flesh and Blood. I remember seeing I was like reading about the heroes available when I was looking to buy some like Tales of Aria era Blitz decks, and I saw the like moving, breathing art on the website of Briar, Warden of Thorns, and I was like, that one, I want that one.
Yeah, and that one you did choose for years and years. Here comes the call from Brian. Going to be a leave no witnesses, 2 cards in hand, 4.
Surely it's just 4 with 2 in hand.
Surely it's just 4.
Surely.
Threatening that arsenal. How much does Barrett want to respect this card? Gosh, leave no witnesses. Just an iconic staple of the assassin class. Always feels good to play. Always frustrating to deal with on the other end of the arena.
Very, very curious what Barrett is thinking about playing around here. His arsenal is not an instant like when he got to clear that Arclight Sentinel in response to the Command and Conquer earlier in this game. So if he wants to keep it around, he is going to have to put some effort into protecting it. He has 2 in Soul and can pitch into Prism Awakener of Soul, not the same Souls, ability to flip an Angel into a Ward 4 permanent to protect his arsenal from Leave No Witnesses 4 power in the reaction step. However, Brian has 2 more cards in his hand, and he's certainly expecting some kind of combat trick to push it over here. His hand also represents, I believe, at least 2 cards that do not block. Not that we'll ever see it with the way he's thumbing these. So it's probably a pretty nasty decision point for him. He may just be willing to say goodbye to that Red War-Tune Herald.
The answer is correct. He only takes 3 here because of the Spectral Shield. Goes
Very
down to
true.
15, so probably didn't want to try to play around the attack reaction, even though the Spectral Shield turned that from a breakpoint into just an attack for 3. Brian Lorenz, though, wasn't able to use all the cards, and so has to IP 1, intellect penalty 1, so to speak.
I can't believe he peed.
Me neither, Ellie. Me neither. Dreamweaver's going to be the activation here as the Area Edition comes down. No Phantasm, comes in for 6.
Pretty sick rip off the top with that courage token.
And you heard Brian say that one's going to hit me.
It is just 6 damage.
No, it's just 6 damage. That's such a helpful thing to remind your opponent.
It
This
is
card doesn't do
such a
anything. Don't worry
helpful
about it. Don't
thing.
worry about it. Don't worry.
Take
It certainly doesn't
6.
get me 3 cards.
Down to 26. 2 things are about to happen. 2 cards are drawn for Barrett here, and the Prism trigger means another card from the deck in the form of one of those figments. If the Figment of Erudition does come down, then that means Barrett will have drawn a total of 3 cards at the minimum. 1 from the Ponder, 2 from the trigger of the Herald. Let's see what the rip is from our Prism player. Survey says Figment, potentially of Rebirth. Pulling it to the front, thumbing past the Figment of Erudition. Look in the hands, got some big old Heralds to work with and an Angelic Wrath. Maybe thinking he's not going to be able to clear unless he wants to start flipping those Figments, turning them into Angels, and starting to lay down the beatdown with the army of Angels that Prism is liable to present.
An interesting bit of texture and risk with this Herald of Erudition, specifically kind of a tempering factor even with the newer Prism printing, is that you have to draw before resolving Prism's search trigger, meaning that you are just liable to sometimes draw exactly the Figment you were wanting to search up. Barrett had Figment of Triumph in his pitch zone on that turn, meaning it wasn't drawn off Erudition, but still limited his options in some way, shape, or form.
The Figment of Rebirth here going to grab the yellow War-Tune Herald, put it back on top of the deck, as that is going to be the call. We are flipping into that gorgeous cold foil that we mentioned, Aegis. The Archangel of Protection has hit the arena. Now this lady can come in 4/4, banishing a card as the Angel brings forth 2 Spectral Shields to aid in her flight. 4 go again. Looks like Brian here just going to be taking this one as he now has a fair amount of pressuring he needs to do to clear not only the Spectral Shield, but this Angel as well. No blocks, the call from Brian. He has to keep all these cards to pressure the ward that Barrett Goss has presented. Ward 2 in 2 different instances of 1 from the Spectral Shields. The Aegis as well presenting Ward 4, and now another Prism trigger. It's just going to be the Figment of Ravages, as the Figment of Erudition still just decides to hang out, staying on the deck, probably ready for a Halo of Illumination play in the next number of turns.
Life total's nearly entirely tied up here, despite Prism starting 8 lower. Very astute observation that Brian is opted to not cover this damage, take not only the Herald connecting, as well as the Figment of Ravages doing arcane damage he has no recourse for at the moment, because he needs to keep all 5 cards to really attempt to dismantle this board. Those Spectral Shields are backbreaking when you rely on paying 2 resources into a dagger that only attacks for 1. And what a response! Here comes Pick to Pieces out of Arsenal. And I'm not sure if you caught a glimpse of it in the previous turns, but Brian's hand contains not 1, but 2 copies of Just a Nick.
And you heard as the card hit the combat chain, Barrett Goss said, "That's so rude," as this Pick to Pieces threatens to clear that ward without Barrett Goss having any say in the matter. As long as you've played or activated an attack reaction on the chain link, not only is this measly little blue going to get +1, but damage that would be dealt by this cannot be prevented, meaning all of that ward would just hit the graveyard without doing a single point of blocking for Barrett. Perfect return fire from Brian here, and with 4 cards, maybe it's the Snapdragon Scalers, maybe it's just a bunch of reactions, but this turn might not be ending here.
Definitely a nasty fork represented there with those Snapdragon Scalers you called out. If he chooses not to give a blocking card to this Pick to Pieces, Snapdragon Scalers is an attack reaction. He can just give this the +1 power and unpreventable damage and go again. Barrett is basically forced to give a card here, otherwise suffer considerably painful ramifications from the rest of Brian's hand, which not only does it have 2 Justinics in it, but it also holds the most powerful Assassin Majestic of all, Codex of Frailty. And we know Brian has 2 pieces of Arsenal Disruption in his graveyard. Both Leave No Witnesses and Command and Conquer. If he has a blue, he can swing a dagger into CNC. And oh my god, this attacks for 12 now.
Just a Nick here comes in for 12. You hear there's a little scream from Barrett.
Why does that make it 2?
When I make the first reaction, it gets
Okay, yeah.
and then 12 unpreventable.
Yeah, I'm going to go to 3.
Down to 3 goes
I'm gonna go
Barrett.
3.
He just says, yeah. Nothing I can do about that one.
Close combat chain?
Yep.
Close the combat chain and the go again from the Snapdragon Scalers. Let's see what the follow-up is from Brian. Still a couple cards to work with.
I'm curious to see here. We have a Codex of Frailty and an Up, Sticks, and Run.
Response to up 6.
Oh my god, he's going to get Kiss of Death out of his arsenal. Barrett's at 3. It'll represent 7. And 1 loss of life if it connects.
Up sticks and run. Retrieve a dagger from the graveyard.
Thankfully, Barrett has not activated Prism this turn, so the presence of Flick Knives is a little bit less oppressive than it could be, but it will still ask for a card from his hand if he does not block correctly.
This is actually so sick. Up sticks and run, buffing the Kiss of Death that will be grabbed by the Codex of Frailty. Ellie, you brought it together for us. That is a really sweet little interaction between these 2 cards, and not one that I thought about until this moment. 7 damage representing 8 between those 2 cards and the Ponder and the Frailty. No response. Codex of Frailty hits the arena. Here comes the Ponder. Here comes the Frailty. Show me the Kiss of Death, a card that I was lucky enough to open in Cold Foil Extended Edition last night from a booster pack. This thing comes forth now with that buff from the up sticks, and it is 6 on the combat chain. 7 because it's +4, excuse me.
+4
I thought it was
representing
+3.
8. And if he was capable of giving this go again, cute little interaction. This is a dagger attack, though it is not a weapon. Things that care about weapons do not interact with this, but Flick Knives can flick the Kiss of Death, delivering a little smooch upon your opponent's life total that will also trigger its static triggered ability. I don't know why I said static. Trigger its triggered ability that says when this hits a hero, they lose 1 life. So throwing this card straight at your opponent with your Flick Knives does 2 damage as opposed to the typical 1 Flick represents. A card we've seen so much of this weekend, doing 2 very, very different things, representing marking, combat tricks, and inevitability in these assassins, a stark contrast to it representing overwhelming offensive pressure and card draw in the ninjas. We saw utilizing it in the Calling yesterday, taken down by said dagger-throwing ninja, Syndra, the Drakai of Retribution, piloted by the one, the only, Brody Spurlock.
Here comes 7. Thanks to the up sticks and run. Didn't need to retrieve the dagger with up sticks. Codex of Frailty grabbed the dagger from the graveyard. Dagger that also happens to be an assassin attack. Such a sweet card. Love to see the design space of weapon types being added.
I'm gonna activate Halo.
Halo here going to be activated. So blue in the pitch. Halo of Illumination, of course, going to allow a Herald to hit the soul, a card to be drawn. No Figment. That means Prism is going to trigger because a Herald just hit the soul. It doesn't matter which turn it happens in. What's going to be the call here, though, from Barrett? How is he going to try to utilize this Halo to stay alive? He puts a no block into the pitch zone. Damn, this game is sweet.
This is pretty
What the
exciting.
hell?
Getting to put a card into his pitch zone does functionally let him fetch 4 life from his deck in the form of a Figment. Something he sorely needs right now in the face of this Kiss of Death, but it puts him in an awkward situation because if he moves to the reaction step with an Angel already flipped, Brian can remove that Angel by throwing a dagger through its now clipped wings and pushing 4 damage over Barrett's blocks. He's still in a tough spot, even if the Ward 4 represents some serious defensive power.
These draws have been pretty absurd.
Brian at the table, they're saying, oh yeah, these draws have been pretty absurd.
Let's see what Barrett decides to do. He can look towards the Figment of Triumph to give this attack -1, turning it down from a break point to a safe point of 6.
Yeah, we got plenty of time, so you're good.
You can see Barrett here talking about this is pretty interesting, but as Brian says, plenty of time left on the clock, plenty of time to make these decisions.
Time is a resource, and when you are at such a pivotal blocking decision like this, it's so important to make sure you consider every possible option and every possible outcome. Barrett has identified what he believes to be the correct line, but it's still not a sure thing. If he grabs this Figment of Triumph to reduce this to 6, he still has to give 2 cards, as even though 6 is a safer point than the break point of 7, it still is twice Barrett's life total with an on hit that would push him to -1.
He's
No,
really
-4. I don't know.
he's picking between really only 2, right? It's either the Figment of Triumph or the Figment of Erudition. I believe those were the only 2 left in the deck. That now makes this breakpoint go down to 6. That can be blocked with a couple of cards, but then what are the 2 cards that Barrett will use to return and try to put some pressure on, maybe some more ward on the board? He'll have a card left in hand and that card in the arsenal. Man, blue picked to pieces with double just to Nick. What a return from Brian on this turn. Herald of Triumph, Herald of Protection, I believe, committed to the blocks. Let's see if the Flick Knives wants to be utilized in reactions. I believe that's the only thing that could be done from here.
He could attempt to mark Barrett so that he can flip in his end step. Opting to pass instead, knowing that because Empyrean Rapture has triggered this turn, Barrett will simply flip an Angel in response to the Flick Knives trigger or activation.
Looks like we're back. Seeing about flipping one of these Angels. Thanks to the 2 remaining floating. Which Angel will it be? It will be Bologna, the Angel of War. Time to put some pressure on the field. Let's see what the rip is. Off the top, it's a Razor's Edge. That's a nice one to hit the arsenal. A nice way to get some attacks across. But Bologna is going to put some pressure on with those +1 counters that she is able to create.
Red Herald of Protection in the arsenal and a blue Pierce Reality hitting the pitch zone. Only 1 floating. And this is reduced by 1 power thanks to the frailty that Brian's favorite book has generated on Barrett's side of the table.
Brian's favorite book is a good euphemism for Codex of Frailty.
Oh, I meant Brian Warren's.
Oh, that also works.
It's a double entendre.
It's a double entendre. I for sure thought you meant Gottlieb.
Who?
I don't know. Some guy, some old guy.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Sorry. He's not listening. He's on a flight.
Surely.
6 damage on the combat chain with the Herald of Protection.
Something I love about the game state's Prism Awakener of Soul generates is that even though there is a 13 life point deficit on Barrett's side of the field, I mean, a 9 life I'm so bad at math today. A 9 life point deficit, even if you're being generous and counting Bologna, assuming that you will get full ward value out of it, it still threatens to rapidly spiral out of control if Brian does not choose the correct blocking decision in every single scenario.
This here represents so much more than just 6 damage. A Spectral Shield on hit. Empyrean Rapture has the ability to trigger and turn 4 more ward forth from one of these Figments.
And the Figment of Intelligence is still in Barrett's deck, which would allow him to functionally draw a card if this Herald connects.
Now, interestingly, this hand
is not amazing.
It's not amazing, but you know what makes it a whole lot better? The Razor's Edge that was ripped off of the top from the Ponder, adding +3 in reaction speed. However, the 3 Figments that will potentially still sit there, 2 to 3 Figments that will still be in the arena, are also like pseudo-defense reactions. So how many cards does he want to keep to try to threaten? First, the Hunter's Clave. The Hunter's Clave, that does have piercing, so would get over the top of a potential Phantasmal Footsteps block.
Particularly nasty in this matchup.
Honestly, exciting and surprising to see the amount that these Marionette decks are playing just double Clave. I for sure thought I'd still want a Spider's Bite as a potential option on certain turns.
I think all of the ability to throw your daggers just makes it so much more necessary to have 2 daggers capable of marking, as you may find yourself in situations where you just only have 1 left on the board and desperately need your opponent to be marked so that you can make use of your hero's text.
Plenty of time as Barrett calls Barrett calls out again. Still 20 minutes remaining in this game. Not going to go to a fatigue or a draw state. Someone will find their way into the winner's column with damage upon the combat chain. Given that Barrett is all the way down to 3, Brian Lorenz being threatened to go to 10 here, but he is lining up what looks to be a couple 3 blocks as the potential for this to spiral out of control if this Herald of Protection hits is perhaps just a bit too high.
Such a fantastic disaster if Barrett were to draw about half as hot as Brian and hit something like Arclight Sentinel or a defense reaction such as Soul Shield off the top of his deck to give him a little bit more defensive power into Brian's 5-card hand. Despite this not having go again, I was going to say he is more or less priced into blocking this, but he has said, no, thank you. I'm going to put you on just not drawing as well as I have been, Mr. Goss.
That was an honest to God
surprise.
No blocks?
Just no blocks?
As I saw the call there, Figment of Erudition now is going to come forth and create a ponder for Barrett. Brian Lorenz identifying, you are at 3. I have 4 cards, an attack reaction in my arsenal, and I got a couple of daggers that are going to threaten this ward, but the Spectral Shield is going to have something to do with a potential just attack for 1. Let's see what the rip off the top with the ponder is, as of course, 1 card banished from Soul. Let's see which of the Angels Barrett wants to call forth today to provide some defense with the ward. It's going to be the Herald of Rebirth, or the Angel of Rebirth, coming back into the arena here. Again, that beautiful full art cold foil.
Avalon, right?
Avalon, the Archangel of Rebirth there, just looking insane. Just a blue aura. I was looking at Avalon's cold foil in the right.
I believe it was just a blue aura.
Yeah, something like a Pierce Reality, I think. All right, Brian Lorenz.
But the Arclight Sentinel is in hand. If he chooses to lead with a Hunter's Clave, he could have his turn entirely blanked here.
Oh my goodness! Hunter's Clave here comes in for 1. It does not have stealth there. It means no reactions can be played on this turn. Barrett Goss has 2 Angels and Ward 1 with the Spectral Shield to eat up this Hunter's Clave. What is the pitch available to him? Does he have the 2 blues to pay? He does not. It would take all of the hand, and then Brian Lorenz would just have a whole another turn to do it again, as he would not be able to attack with either of these heralds or either of these angels. He would just have to play that angel that sits in the the aura that sits in the arsenal. But this is such a huge decision for our Prism player. toxin.
Show me toxin, Barrett says.
No blocks, no reactions. That's just going to eat up the Spectral Shield.
Real glad I'm not getting hit by that.
What about you?
Here comes the Hunter's Clave once again, threatening Barrett.
Bonds of Agony finding its way into the pitch zone. Brian prioritizing just breaking up Barrett's board over sending this massive, or potentially massive, attack action card here. Flicking to get an Angel off the board.
Flick Knives come forth. This is now 1 damage. This could be prevented with the Empyrean Rapture.
We talked about matchup knowledge here, Sam. Brian is navigating this masterfully. He knows everything he needs to be doing to keep Barrett from assembling the final pieces of Prism's prismatic puzzle.
And of course, the upsticks and run that still remains in Brian's hand can retrieve the dagger that is currently being flicked. I wonder if Barrett is going to reach for the Empyrean Rapture for the Ward 1, the oft overlooked part of that card's text. The answer is yes. Activating Ward 1 on the Empyrean Rapture. That is going to prevent the Hunter's Clave. It's going to send the Empyrean Rapture to the graveyard, but now there's 2 floating for Ward 4 and 2 more pieces of Ward that still sit on the table. Upsticks and run is going to give the next dagger +4, sending down to 1 floating goes Brian, but the tunic means the dagger can come back again. The new dagger retrieved from the graveyard. They both attacked with coming in for 5. Yes, he's already attacked with it, but it hit the graveyard and came back, which means it can attack again. This thing comes in for 5 now. How does Barrett want to deal with this one?
I think Upsticks and Run might be Brian's favorite card from the Hunted.
Really, he loves it?
Yeah, when we were testing that that Needles, that villain of a meta that never came to pass, Needles Ira, Brian was just on 9 of these, loved resolving it, and then when we were working on Arakni Marionette, he said, oh, you know what, I just want to put this one in here. This helps me convert, and this card is just so fun.
5, go again. The Hunter's Clave.
Barrett working with a red, a yellow, and an Arclight Sentinel in this hand. No, I believe just the Arclight Sentinel and the Herald of Tenacity. He blocked with a card.
How does Barrett want to navigate this 5 damage? Still just working with a no block and a block 3. But at 5, this threatens both of the pieces of ward there. 4 and 1, which would still take up the rest of the Ward 4. He has to let one of these angels stick around. 2 over the top, that will take care of Bologna. Ward 4 remains.
And with 2 resources and 2 cards in Soul waiting in the wings to generate another Angelic Protector to save Barrett from Marionette's machinations on this turn. Here comes Mark of the Black Widow, and before you could even see it happen, Razor's Edge pushes it to 6, threatening to put Barrett down to 1. Thankfully, Flick Knives has already been utilized on this turn, so he's not directly in danger of perishing. But 1 is not a safe place to be against Assassin.
And now, the Empyrean Rapture is gone. Prism's ability is going to cost 2 from here on out to flip these Heralds. Figments. No reactions, no flip of a Figment yet. That takes care of Avalon. That puts Barrett to 1 at the end of the turn. Which angel will get flipped?
You know which one it is, Sam.
Erudition going to go ahead.
This is perhaps the most important turn cycle of this entire game. Soraya is a combo piece, an engine, and a resource all in one. This represents another chance at life. Barrett was nearly out of steam and is now nearly out of resources, but he's going to get to draw 2 cards as this angel attacks here, and he's drawn into a resource card and a Herald of Triumph. Not only is he threatening lethal if Brian chooses not to interact, but another Herald going to Soul and fueling further Prism activations and generating more ward. You thought this game was over. You thought it was at its final hour. Barrett is at 1 to Brian's 10, but Prism never stops fighting here. And Soraya representing that tenacity despite not being The Angel of Tenacity, followed up by a Herald of Triumph for the entirety of Brian's remaining life total, prompting interaction. And I don't believe Brian has a way to destroy this with Phantasm in his current hand. This is asking for basically 2 cards here, Sam.
Taking so much potential damage, will Brian Lorenz. Thank you to all 2,000 of you hanging out with us and watching this unbelievable game of flesh and blood between an illusionist and an assassin, a matchup that has been for quite some time challenging for the assassins, but that was back when the Light of Soul could read those tomes of divinity and create a combo and create a loop that was nearly impossible for these assassins to break free from. But now, Barrett here took so many licks, was down nearly 20 life in the first number of turns in this game, but navigating this end game beautifully to give himself a chance. Brian has to respect this. Does he give the 4 block in his hand, the 2 block, a combination of the 2?
Very importantly here, too, this Herald has Go Again. Barrett can establish that Spectra Aura in his arsenal here, making waters even murkier for Brian, making things even harder to break up the board that Prism is grasping at straws, trying to establish before her final life's flame flickers out.
Brian here, head in hand, 11 minutes and 38 seconds remaining. He's on 6, but this attack, let me tell you, comes in for 6 entire points of damage.
Representing an on-hit he may just not be able to get away from.
You've heard them say time and time again to each other, it's all right, we've got plenty of time, but the time slowly ticks down. Both of these players look to remain X and O in our Battle Hardened. You can pretty much only lose 1 game until that final round to really punch your ticket into a top 8 of a one-day tournament like this. Battle Hardened, take up the mantle, is going to be the block 3 damage. Looks like it's going to come over the top.
Did you see that, Sam?
I'm at 3.
Barrett playfully half flipped over his arsenal as Brian blocked 3 and said, please don't have Angelic Wrath.
But Brian Lorenz, a bit of posturing there because he does have the Sink Below in the hand as insurance. He was not just dead to the Angelic Wrath.
Barrett searching and failing to find as no Figments remain in his deck.
You're defining the find.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there any Figment that is there another Figment that exists?
Yes, he has Figment of Judgment
yes.
in his deck list, but is incapable of searching it when he did not present it in this matchup, as its effect is largely irrelevant, and you don't want to draw a no block, but he didn't use the action point to establish the aura in his arsenal, interestingly enough.
I wonder why, if he's able to keep an illusionist attack on the next turn, if it is something like the Pierce Reality.
I think he may have opted to leave it there to protect himself from getting blown out by Codex of Frailty. All 3 are not out of Brian's deck yet.
Good point there, Ellie. Look at the Light of Soul, however, in the hand there. That card doesn't block. It could give you a Prism trigger, but at this point, keeping cards in Soul is important, but less so when you don't have Figments to grab, but 2 more Figments sit there to be turned into Ward 4, but you do need Soul to do so, so maybe the Light of Soul will be pretty important. Any response to the up, sticks, and run is the question from Brian Lorenz. Barrett Goss has an answer. Let's see what it is.
Interestingly, he was setting aside 2 blues in his hand there. Have we misunderstood what his arsenal is, Sam, or is he bluffing Arclight Sentinel?
This attack once again comes in for 5. Barrett asked on the last turn, show me Tarantula Toxin. This whole thing's got to be dealt with, but we know Brian Lorenz is just working with that Sink Below that is heading to the arsenal here.
Lining up some blocks.
This game is one of my favorite games of Flesh and Blood I've ever watched. I mean, this game is just beautiful, back and forth. The swings on both sides, the stones from these players with some of these calls. I don't know if I don't know if I've actually ever straight up, when someone said no blocks, just exclaimed, no blocks?
No blocks?
But that is the position we find ourselves in, watching these 2 masters of Flesh and Blood do battle for us. Flick Knives going to be the call. The Flick Knives going to come forth, reacts, Prism activation, and there is a yellow on top.
Fail to find here.
Yep.
Activate Prism. Yep.
That means a Herald is in the Soul, which means he can go ahead and flip the Figment to become Ward 4. Because that Figment is flipped and Ward 4 is presented, Barrett keeps Soraya around for a future turn, meaning once again, he gets to draw 2 cards. Ellie, what
I
is
will
going
attack,
on?
banish draw two,
I've lost it, Sam.
go again.
It's
This
well,
is-
what's going on is Barrett's cracking in for 4 here with just 1 card, drawing 2 to replace them, and Angelic Rathe here not capable of targeting this Angel attack, but it will fuel the Herald of Judgment that he's ripped. Yet again, with just 1 card, he's threatening 10 damage with forward ward on the back end. And Brian has lost one of his crucial Hunter's Claves, and I believe he is out of up sticks and run with which to retrieve them. He's drawn a pick up the point, but it's a considerably less threatening piece.
6 go again.
When Barrett can actually make use of those Phantasmal Footsteps, no piercing to speak of on that attack.
Light of Soul there grabbing the Yellow Herald. Just an absolutely insane play.
What way could Brian possibly have out of this situation? This is asking for the last, or for 2 of the last 3 cards in his hand. And he doesn't even have enough to fully block
He
this
has
without
the
giving up
Sink
Flick
Below.
Knives
He has
and
the
Tunic.
Sink Below.
He has the Sink Below.
in the
Sam.
arsenal, so that could grab if you want the up sticks to cover this up entirely. But that Soraya being able to stick around, the only reason this is possible. Yeah, you can see Barrett saying, where were you last turn to the Angelic Wrath? Once again, there is that Sink Below that Brian Lorenz does have and did have established in the arsenal as of last end step.
Soon he may find out that the Angelic Wrath he pinned his hopes on a little bit impotent, as Brian does have some blocking power in the arsenal, like you said. Oh, looks like he's planning on shoving 2 armor here to keep all 3 cards in his hand.
2 block presented with the 2 pieces of equipment, the Sink Below from the arsenal.
Little nod of the head from Barrett there. Definitely not happy to see that much block value in Brian's arsenal.
Yeah, you can see them acknowledging, actually, Brian saying, I had this if you had it, about the Angelic Wrath. But
See
Brian,
the
once
rip
again,
from Barrett.
Barrett once again not using the action point to develop that aura, and I think, Ellie, you nailed it. He is trying to insulate himself from Codex of Frailty and the discard.
I mean, he knows. He represented Go Again on both of those heralds. He's
Yeah.
not forgetting his own weapon static ability.
Here comes Pick Up the Point, card that I've become really impressed with as well in these Assassin decks, just purely for the 3 Go Again, which is going to threaten the life total here.
I think perhaps the Marionette Master has finally run Prism dry of resources. She only has 6 block left in her hand. Hunter's Clave is going to follow this up, and it's going to ask for an entire card to be committed to protect the Archangel of Knowledge, as the piercing will come over Phantasmal Footsteps if Barrett wanted to utilize the non-blocking card in his hand to protect himself. The blowout waiting in the wings that he doesn't even know about. Break the chain, the thing you never want to hear here. Codex of Frailty, and Barrett has 3 block left in the hand. He's going to be forced to give up Soraya here.
Can you pitch into the Phantasmal Footsteps? No, he is just going to send this right at Soraya, meaning that Barrett is going to keep his final 2 cards in the hand. Brian Lorenz saying,
decision making there.
Brian Lorenz saying, if you have it, you have it. This is going to be 6 no go again.
Imagine how badly you wish this was Herald of Erudition right now if you're in Barrett's seat, Sam. Dominate could close the game here, even through the defense reaction that Brian has drawn up. Pushing 1 over and drawing 2 cards would be crucial at this juncture. 6, still plenty imposing, but that Codex of Frailties generated Ponder has generated Brian enough card advantage to perhaps seal this game on his coming turn. Thanks to an extra card in his arsenal.
Block 3.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
No Sync there is the call, keeping those final 2 cards. Looks like Barrett just going ahead and checking out the graveyard. But Barrett Goss has brought this game all the way back from near ensured defeat. 1-2, Savor Bloodshed. Is there a response? There is no response. Savor Bloodshed number 2.
And you know what's coming next, Sam? Kiss of Death for 10.
Oh, that's so sick, Ellie. Here comes the Kiss of Death. It's coming in for so much, and that is going to take the whole hand. Ponder and Frailty. He's going to be able to block it out.
I'll pass back.
Thinking.
Yeah.
Let's see, Brian Lorenz here is going to be thinking. Barrett is down to 1.
A safer number than it was just several turns ago, thanks to Brian blocking with that Flick Knives. a choice that seemed momentous in the moment. And it has given Brian a lot of tempo, but it has taken away a significant amount of closing power. If he still had that crucial piece of equipment, he could end this game right now. I believe Barrett has drawn 2 no blocks. This may be his death now.
Now he could potentially block.
One more.
Out.
He's out of blocking cards. Reaper's Call for 1 is gonna do it!
And that's the game. Arclight Sentinel used to block Celestial Reprimand, thrown down onto the combat chain as Brian Lorenz just masterfully worked through the disruption and the damage that Prism was able to present. Just a banger, folks. I so enjoyed that one, and I really hope you did too.
Perhaps the most assassin thing he could have done. Brian is a fantastic illusionist player himself. He dismantled the opposition from the inside out, Sam.
Yeah, member of the Cabal, a member of the illusionist army, but as such, knew the tricks and knew the pieces. But man, Barrett made it close.
What a game!
Just an unbelievable game. This is what high-level Flesh and Blood looks like when you play the game at the highest level. This is the rewards that we all reap. And if you, too, want to play the games at the highest level, then I suggest you book your ticket, book your trip to the World Tour in London. We have got that coming up April 10th through 13th, and boy, oh boy, is it going to be a good one. Take a look at this gorgeous promo sync below. You got these happening, you got these events where you can grab this card happening all weekend long. We saw Sync Below use to great effect in that very last game, and now here we get to, completely continue to ice and foil out our decks with one of the most gorgeous sync players we've ever seen. Ellie, talk to me about the souvenir package.
Talk to you about the souvenir package, Sam. Have you seen that deck box showcasing one of my favorite pieces of art in Flesh and Blood, released as recently as its newest booster set, The Hunted, Pursue to the Edge of Oblivion, as well as you have said it yourself several times this weekend, part the Mistvale Archive pack, a whole box of it, perhaps the most juiced product in terms of card inclusion that Flesh and Blood has ever seen, a full playset of those gorgeous extended art, very British Sync Belows, and that new and amazing secondary Command and Conquer art featured on both a playmat and a box of 100 Dragon Shield sleeves, available in the souvenir package, which you can buy on the Fab TCG website.
Head over to the World Tour section, to the registration area for the World Tour London, and you can grab this exclusive souvenir package alongside your fabled package, where we've got some beautiful art from the Jarl of Rathe, the Armory deck, and the Path of the Ninja, the Path of the Warrior, of course, with those fabled event packages. And at least on stream this weekend, we have seen multiple cards from that Path of the Ninja pack doing some major, major work. A couple of those cards featured in the deck that won the Calling, so might be a good one to pick up, as well as all 3 of these cards. You just get this for sitting down your first round in the Calling. You will be given one of these 3 gorgeous pieces. We've seen every single one played in their EA version. You know what that means, folks. Every single one of these heroes has been considered by the community good enough to attempt to take down a Calling. And again, one of them actually did. Of course, the Battle Hardened Participation Pack as well, a 3-card pack for the Drakai, for the Emperor, and for the Realm.
Have you seen those promos in person yet, Sam? I saw them for the first time today, and For the Drakai is gorgeous.
Really? Big fan.
Going straight in my Fang deck.
Well, everybody out there gaming right now received these cards for participating and playing in this Battle Hardened. And if you've been following coverage all weekend, you know we are close to revealing the winner of the giveaway, Flights and Accommodation. That will be happening actually pretty soon, so stay tuned here. And of course, we've got a giveaway. I'm going to grab it. I'm going to grab it real quick. We've got a couple boxes being given away to you all watching at home as a thank you for 30,000 subscribers here on the YouTube channel. We've got a box of Rosetta that will be given away right around or before the top 8. Gorgeous, of course. We've seen those cards do some major work. And then finally, during the finals, the Hunted Booster Box will be given away to one lucky viewer. So thank you all, of course, for 30,000 subscribers here on our Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. And thank you for watching all day today. And we've got more. We've got so many more rounds of CC today. 7 rounds of Swiss and 3 rounds of top 8. We've got a bit of a classic matchup coming up for you next. You're not going to want to miss it. Keep the butts in seats. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. I'm Ellie Bird. This is Nathan Crawford, not somebody I've had the pleasure of working with before, but somebody I am plenty stoked to have the pleasure of working with today. We're here to bring you a pretty exciting game of Flesh and Blood with two people from one person from my home state and one person from the state just north of my home state, two personal friends of mine, Jacob Botter and Evan Ford.
I'm excited for this one.
You're stoked?
I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
Then let's go straight into it, Nathan. We've got Jacob Botter on Azalea, ace in the hole versus Evan Ford on Uzuri Switchblade. Evan, really long time assassin player, was so stoked about the new support in the Hunted and was so stoked to say, all right, you know what? I don't care about any of these assassins. I'm going to play my girl, Miss Switchblade herself, here to attempt to disrupt the dreams of the other disruptive hero, but also quite poor at blocking hero on the other side of the table. Azalea, ace in the hole, piloted by Jacob Botter.
I just love Azalea as a hero, just asking so many questions with those dominated arrows, so many on-hit effects, and then going first. Why not just try to get a free dominate?
Sending a card over to the bottom. Speaking of trying to get a free dominate, we're going to take a spin of the wheel here and flip the top card of the deck. Codex of Bloodrot. It's not dominated, but it is about as good. If he chooses to play this out, this will force a card from Evan's hand into his arsenal, denying him some blocking value and allowing Jacob to fire off an arrow if he has one, as he can put one in his arsenal as well.
Out of all the misses, not the worst one, but you also don't want to give your opponent an arsenal. Not what we're trying to do.
That's true. Turn 0, that can definitely be pretty painful, but it looks like he's going to run it out anyways, maybe favoring getting some damage through on this 0th turn.
Yes, it does kind of cancel out a little bit, giving the value on the Bloodrot Pox, and then you do get the Ponder if you do actively have to pitch into firing the arrow. So all things considered, maybe giving the arsenal is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, taking a moment to clear that stuck card. Let's see what Evan's hand looks like here. He's got Codex, Kiss of Death in extended art. Speaking of a big assassin fan, already pretty blinged out, as well as, what is that card? Oh, Shakedown, Uzuri Specialization.
That's a pretty important one.
That's a pretty important one. It's a pretty sick one. Spider's Bite came in for 1. Dealt 1, and here comes Bonds of Agony from the arsenal, perhaps the maximum possible punish for letting your opponent put a card in their arsenal. Not only does this card have its savage and devastating text box of its own, it has Stealth, which Uzuri can do something special with.
It's so scary facing down this card against Uzuri. You don't know if they're just going to pump it up, replace it. You don't know what your possibilities are. Maybe you block a little bit and hold that D-react, and then they throw a CNC at you. You just have no idea. Although you do have that window before that you can capitalize on, it's still just a tough spot to be in as the Azalea player. But Azalea's not too much into blocking.
Azalea is not too much into blocking. And like you said, when you never know what they're going to swap it with, Evan had the Shakedown you caught in his hand earlier, coming across for 6. Curious to see what color he names. Red. I believe every single card in Jacob's hand is red here. This is as good as the Bonds of Agony that it replaced.
So many cards to choose from. You do have the option to, is that the only arrow? Now, obviously, Azalea has a toolkit to look at up to 2 cards, depending on what the other cards are. You get to flip, opt, sink to the bottom, and you can always blind flip with the Azalea hero ability to get 2 total looks if that is the only arrow. But he just said, you know what? I think you're going to get an arrow. Let me just get the Bloodrot.
Yeah, I think kind of treating it as basically a little bit of blocking power, removing some offensive power from Jacob's hand there. And instead of gambling on him just not finding the arrow he needs to make this turn work. Top card of his deck is another Codex of Bloodrot. Thankfully not one he blind flipped into, but one that is there all the same.
I mean, this might be one of those spots where you just sink it to the bottom and blind flip anyway, depending on the situation. But it seems like he loves just having a cheap way to get the arrow into arsenal.
Yeah, it doesn't go card quote-unquote neutral like Death Dealer would if pitched into and had the arrow put into arsenal from hand, also giving you a little bit more card selection. maybe favoring instead the difficult to interact with bonus damage from the Blood Rot Pox, sending this arrow across for 8 with 2 meaningful on-hits.
We got on-hit inertia, on-hit frailty, on-hit drop your credit score to 520. I mean, just all types of stuff coming from Azalea. Just all these on-hits are just so impactful, especially against Assassin that wants to swing that dagger, make it even more difficult to block, and then set up on that arsenal for that inertia.
Yeah, that's a good point. The frailty is so valuable in this matchup. Removing those daggers from the equation makes it a lot harder for the Switchblade to disrupt you as she is wont to do. Looks like those Black Tech Whisperers are going to be purchased as a blocking card. Curious if he'll line anything else up, as this arrow does not have Dominate.
Pretty.
Do you see a block for 4, which is a great opportunity to add a D-react to it.
Good old cover 8 with that Black Tech Whispers, a 3 block in the form of Kiss of Death, and a Sink Below played in the reaction step. Over to Evan's turn. He has narrowly escaped having all 3 flavors of outsider disease.
And this actually is a little bit of a difficult spot because usually Assassin, they like to block with that equipment when they intend on using it. And when it's used in that manner, now you just never know. And so you don't know what's going to come after or before, and it really takes away that information point later in the game.
Kiss of Death coming in for 3. No go again, but like you said, those Black Tech Whisperers are basically now being represented as liable to be cashed in at any moment for an action point. Like you called it, here it comes. Black Tech Whispers threatening on-hit go again. Unlikely to see a defense reaction from Azalea as Jacob Botter goes down to 29, 11 life below. The Assassin main on the other side of the table, Evan Ford, follows it up with Leave No Witnesses, threatening 4 damage, the top card of Jacob's deck, and his arsenal.
And just look at that extended art. I
So
mean,
sick.
it looks so good. It looks so good. But what looks even better is seeing that Arsenal go into the banish zone from that Leave No Witness. So hopefully that will happen for the Assassin player. But Azalea obviously doesn't want that to happen. And how important is that Arsenal? Can she afford to give up block? That's the ultimate question. With that Tunic counter coming up on 3, it might be time to just let it go, leverage the value on that Death Dealer, get that free reload.
Jacob considering his options here. Hand has not too incredibly much blocking power, a total block value of 8, 2 arrows, a Rain Razors that doesn't block at all, and a Premeditate. Long draw, half glove being committed to the combat chain here. Covering 4, Evan taking the opportunity to flick Kiss of Death Jacob's way, delivering 2 points of damage straight to his life total that he could not prevent.
I mean, Uzuri just kind of running away with the game, always threatening the on-hits, leveraged a strong life lead of 13, and still can't afford to arsenal a card.
Yeah, Uzuri taking her first points of damage here, I believe. Just hasn't been updated yet, but that Blood Rot Pox still 2, taking Evan down to 38. Opting 1 on the Skullbone. Looks like he's going to leave it on top. Classic Azalea play, non-attack action from Arsenal. Tunic, Death Dealer, like you called it. Arrow into the Arsenal, draw. Another pump off the top that will immediately hit the table. Promising to push this endless arrow to previously unseen levels of punishment.
Oh, but there's something better.
An infecting
shot. Why not?
And pitching the Rain Razors into the Crow's Nest.
Premeditate.
And a pre-med.
For 14. I think it's
15 because
Yeah,
it,
15
didn't
thanks
he
to
put
that
the
aim
aim counter?
counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On hit, Blood Rot, Ponder, Inertia.
Even if Evan blocks 3, this will rocket Jacob from 11 life behind to just a little bit ahead.
I think this is a great way to even up the matchup.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense in how this matchup is playing out to me. Uzuri has seen a specialization that she loves to find, but there's an Azalea specialization I believe Jacob hasn't found quite yet.
Absolutely. And also, that Ponder token is the most important thing. Azalea just does not want to take that risk and come off of an arsenal and risk bricking, because that's the way having that card face down in Arsenal gets you so many more looks for more cards. And to present that much damage with that many on hits with Dominate and not give up that Arsenal is exactly how you claw back into this game.
It also insulates her from Codex of Frailty, a card she really only likes to see on her side of the table.
Absolutely.
Taken 12 here, I believe, down to 26. Also receiving a Blood Rot from the ability of Infecting Shot and Inertia from Lace with Inertia. And Jacob creates a Ponder, a plethora of on-hits for this Poisoned Arrow.
I get a Blood Rot also. And you get a Blood Rot, yes. I was like, there's something else I'm missing here. And then I will go to cleanup. Yep.
And the beautiful thing about Azalea is you don't even have to look at the card for Ponder. Just throw it in Arsenal, because no matter what, you can always turn it into something else.
And we didn't even get to see it. Evan promised both the loss of his arsenal and 2 damage in his end step here. Curious to see what he's got going with a 4-card grip.
You see that amazing Codex of Frailty.
Going straight into the pitch zone.
Straight into the pitch.
I think this is the second one he's pitched so far this game, Nathan.
I mean, sometimes if the hands don't line up, and depending on what the arsenal is, it could be just forcing that line. That's the dangerous part about arsenaling, like some attack reactions and things like that. So, but we'll see what this Spider Bite does and what problems it may present for the Azalea player later in the combat chain.
In reactions, activating Flick Knives. Nerve Scalpel coming over for 1 on top of the Spider's Bite for 1, inflicting 2 meaningful on-hits to Azalea. Both his attack action cards block for 1 less, and his reaction cards block for 1 less. And this makes a lot of sense. This is why Evan chose to throw that dagger for the point of damage here. Azalea doesn't play many reactions, but it's a free point of value when you have a resource floating and a pick up the point to follow it up with, followed by Persuasive Prognosis. 1 damage, a pretty nasty on-hit effect, and maybe most importantly, this card has stealth.
Absolutely. So, but even the card by itself is amazing. I mean, you have the option to... I mean, Azalea is mostly built up of reds, so chances are you hit a red off the top, you get to take something from the hand. It could be a very, very important piece, but also it could be Shakedown, it could be CNC. There's so many options in the Uzuri toolkit to just swap this out for.
Yeah, and there's even more nastiness than that. Something we saw popularized at Pro Tour Amsterdam by the winner of that event, Shoma Yamamura, was kind of just a nick finding its way into these Uzuri decks. You could block for the Command and Conquer we just saw hit the combat chain, and then Uzuri just pushes a massive attack over by pumping Persuasive Prognosis to 6 damage. 6 damage taken by Jacob Botter here, losing his arsenal down to 16, 10 below Uzuri on the other side of the table.
Situation's also forcing Azalea to have an arrow in hand because she can no longer look. But I'm sure that will not be a problem with that red Bolton shot just sitting there along with the Spire.
Looks like Spire Sniping headed to the pitch zone to put a Bolton shot into Arsenal. Unfortunate that he couldn't really favor the card selection that Spire Sniping affords since it was his only resource card in hand.
Absolutely. Does have the ability to double pump, and if this does hit, load up that juicy Endless Arrow that came off the top of the deck on the Death Dealer.
A pretty fantastic rip. Though she has not yet found red in the ledger, Fortune does still favor Azalea on occasion in this game. 10 damage is a big ask for Uzuri. However, I believe we're looking at 2 defense reactions in Evan's hand here. 3 blocks so far, going to reactions, playing Sink Below and Shelter from the Storm, covering 11 on a Bolton shot for 10 and forcing Jacob Botter to just arsenal that Endless Arrow and pass the turn. But now Evan has only 1 card to get things done with.
It's also not the worst thing ever. A D-React from hand is a D-React that can't go in the arsenal. So it makes that next Dominated Arrow that much more impactful. But it does demand Azalea to have some consistency and really have that back-to-back turn that she can sometimes struggle to put together.
Yeah, it's very important for her to not whiff when she's bought tempo by buying her opponent's whole hand here. You really got to follow up those big attacks that rip the hand with some big attacks that don't rip the hand in the form of dominate with debilitating on-hits.
Looks like we have a tough decision on what's on top.
Oh boy.
We do have the knock, so we can force the dominate. We have a healthy amount of pumps. So really, I think it's not a tough situation. There's so many options situation.
Yeah, a little bit of choice paralysis for Botter here. A Remorseless on top is a juicy target, and perhaps more enticing to the Azalea player than Red in the Ledger, which sometimes has very, very little meaningful text or disruption against Uzuri, who can just play a stealth card and as an attack reaction swap it out using the one action she's afforded by Red in the Ledger's on hit. Digging some more. Take aim on top and stays on top, maybe.
It's actually kind of big. You can fire it, do a little Snapdragon Scalers action if those are on the table, and you have so many options. Reload the Remorseless in the back, draw that pump, add even more to it.
Evan taking a quick look at what Jacob has left, maybe expecting the first Codex of Frailty to hit the table on Azalea's side, but no such luck on this turn. Azalea activation, flipping, take aim in. Reload, gonna let him take another shot, though declining the reload entirely, pitching that, knock the death whistle, and drawing a card after putting this arrow in arsenal. This is massive.
9-14.
Remorseless for 14, and I believe this has a triggered ability when it enters the arsenal face up.
Absolutely. When it's put in the field face up, that means no D-reacts from Arsenal. Although 2 were played from hand last turn, so chances are there's not a D-react down there anyway, but in case there is, it's not being played on this one.
Evan's got some pretty strong cards in the grip here, but maybe no stealth with which to work. The third Codex he's seen this game, I believe, looks like it's going to get committed to blocks here. That's not how you want your deck to line up in this matchup at all.
Does have a D-react in hand that you can move that Arsenal if it's a little bit clunky. Get that D-react into Arsenal for that following turn.
Yes, it's true.
Evan just as forgetful of the text on Remorseless as I was saying, I have to remind myself which zone they can't come from.
Yep.
And immediately following up that newfound knowledge with a sink below from hand to fully cover this up. Notably, he neglected to sink a card from his arsenal or hand on the block with Crown of Providence, perhaps satisfied with that mystery card we have not seen waiting in the wings there. Draws up to 4 with Jacob's consent as he has no instance on his turn.
That's a great thing about Evan's plan being just a defensively postured deck where you have the ability to say, that was a really cool turn, but can you do it again?
Azalea activation. Putting in Lace with Inertia, favoring a little bit extra power on this turn over the Dominate. Trying to wrest control of this game and wrest his opponent's life total away from him.
Or double pitching for the 1-cost arrow, which is not ideal.
He has found a Rain Razors. Nice little combat trick to force over both the Remorseless on hit and the Lace with Inertia.
On blocks, putting, what, 6 in front of it maybe?
Yeah, 2 cards lined up here.
6, reaction suit.
See that Rain Razors hit
well
the
play it
table.
out.
Pushing this to 10. Do you have the blowout D-react here, Evan? Kind of.
Yeah, that works.
Kind of.
That works.
This Frailty Trap won't fully cover it up as it doesn't have Go again, so it won't reduce the power of it. And he'll still take 1, deciding it's still worth committing the card here, especially since otherwise he would lose it to the Inertia trigger at the end of his turn.
We'll have Remorseless.
Inertia definitely impactful in this situation. The Remorseless, definitely not so much, but we'll see what he can put together with 2 cards, 1 in Arsenal, that have to be used this turn.
Yeah, that card's been stuck in Evan's arsenal for quite some time.
Going through the options in the graveyard. What's left?
I don't think Jacob's looked at his next hand yet. Activating Tunic. Death Touch.
That's a good one to have.
That's a pretty sweet one to have. Unfortunately, he may not be able to convert that last card in his hand, so he's going to lose it to the inertia. Jacob finally taking a look at this hand and finding a Codex of Frailty Marvel of his own. What is going on here? These are the two shiniest Outsiders-themed hero decks I've ever seen.
An interesting point here. Opting under inertia to take the Tunic counter to pay for it, which really leads me to believe that that has to be some type of reaction or something, because it's not going in Arsenal.
Without the ability to give go again, what could he even have that pumps up this Death Touch? Shred?
That's the only thing I can see, but I don't see Azalea blocking this situation unless the cards are just dead, which, I mean, maybe he's asking for that situation.
This card still represents a colossal amount of value. Tunic counter would, or this connecting. Tunic counter functionally making this a 1-card 6 with some meaningful on-hits worth 1, 2, or more value, as well as some disruptive effectiveness with an inertia should he choose to give it. Instead, Jacob chose to block with 2 arrows covering a clean 6. There's another Codex.
Azalea still clinching onto the tempo, currently evaluating options. We do have the knock, so we can make a dominate happen, but double Codex is not exactly what we're looking for with other cards in the hand.
Jacob checking his graveyard. Every time I see my Azalea opponent start looking through their graveyard, the first thing I think is, oh, jeez. I don't want to see the rest of this turn. Taking stock of what arrows he has left. Already threw 2 Remorselesses on turn 5.
Azalea still got plenty of armor, still has access to Snapdragon Scalers, Tunic counter, the gloves if you really get in a tough spot. No Arsenal on the Uzuri side. Choosing the dominant.
To just run out the knock here to get an endless arrow. Do you think we're going to see the Snapdragon Scalers committed this turn?
Absolutely.
Endless arrows straight to the top, but he has to put a card in the arsenal to Nox reloadability to be able to flip this in. It looks like he's giving up that Codex.
So maybe not ready to give. I mean, it does kind of invalidate the on-hit a little bit if you are planning on doing that, because if you did resolve the Codex, you would.
That's true.
You would have to discard if it did hit. So maybe just valuing that.
7 dominate with a reasonably disruptive on-hit. Keeping Uzuri off an arsenal can really prevent her from lining up multiple stealth cards and using them to push through those powerful 2-for-6s.
I think this just seems good enough, right? I mean, you get the 3 damage through, you get the on-hit, they have to use the 3 cards in their hand, and, once again, most important part, you're not coming off an arsenal.
Yeah, 3 cards being committed to just 7 power and 3 damage over can feel a little bad, but getting that endless back really hedges your bets against a loss of value. Oof, Evan forced to just pitch 2 reds into the shakedown here. His hand, a little bit clunky, was a D-React, a Just-a-Nick he can't use, bit of the downside of that card rearing its head, an Enlightened Strike, and a shakedown. He likely was looking to block a little bit more that turn.
Does look a little innocent on the shakedown, but if we draw our attention over to that arm slot, those flick knives can be activated to just turn on the shakedown text and really just dig into that hand and remove some cards.
Let's see how Jacob chooses to block here.
The good part is that Jacob knows that that's the only option. So you can block 6 and you know you're fine. The question is, can you keep engaging in these 2-card trades with Uzuri? Because eventually, when they get the right hand or you slip up a little bit, it could get dangerous real quick.
You could also find yourself completely fatigued, as Uzuri is pretty happy to reach that game state as a resolution. Opting 1 on the Skullbone. Looks like it's going back on top. Double pump, Endless Arrow coming in for 10. Inertia and back to hand on hit. as well as no D-reacts from Arsenal, right? Release the tension?
I think it's hand.
Is release the tension hand?
Because I think if you release a Remorseless, it's like no D-reacts.
No D-reacts whatsoever?
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm 80% sure.
Don't quote you, don't
Yeah,
quote you.
don't quote,
Understood,
don't quote.
understood. What's Evan cooking with here? I see a Persuasive Prognosis and a little else. Checking Azalea's graveyard as well.
Oh, it is Arsenal. See, that's that 20% showing.
I'll take 4 and 5 odds.
Yeah.
I'll take.
Oh, it's Dreadbore.
Dreadbore. That's
Dreadbore
right. That's right.
plus
This
release
this
is
pesky
no-
Dreadbore
yeah.
Azalea decks
Yeah.
taking down heroes like Riptide. We're gonna see a full 12 block from Evan here, just completely folding the hand, deciding it wasn't worth letting Jacob have the offensive value of getting that Endless Arrow and maybe hoping to take him off Arsenal here. It's back over to Jacob immediately with a full grip.
And normally this is a very dangerous spot for Azalea, but just ripped the perfect ratio of 3 pumps and 1 arrow. Can do anything you want.
We're going to see this top card put back and immediately flipped into the arsenal here. Amplifying Arrow, the Brody Spurlock special coming in for an absolutely massive, I believe, 16 damage here. 14, 2 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4? 4, 12? Yes, 14. Math is hard. Can do it. Can do it today.
On hit Ponder. It was a Seek and Destroy in the
That
middle
is a
there?
Seek and
Oh,
Destroy
so
and a Ponder on hit. As well as the vast majority of Evan's remaining life total. Even though this has Dominate, I mean, who's blocking 14? That's a little bit the Azalea classic, you know? Geez, I couldn't give this arrow Dominate. How about instead it's just so big you could never possibly hope to cover it realistically?
And this is ultimately the downside of taking on the approach of asking the Azalea player to brick, is sometimes you just give them the tempo and they just produce a turn like this, and then you don't have a choice.
Yeah, Evan's hand also only blocks 10 here. A little bit unfortunate in the form of 2 looking for a scraps, capable of pushing back a fair bit of damage, which is maybe what he's hoping to do exactly, as he has chosen to just take all 14 under the effects now of Seek and Destroy, and Jacob's going to get a free draw. I believe that was a yellow Bolton shot we just saw land straight in his arsenal.
For some reason, I thought it was an affliction.
You're good, man.
My bad. Yep.
Over to Evan's turn. Need to see a pretty big push back here, or like you said, Azalea is just going to run away with this one. Looking for a scrap, hits the combat chain, banishing a Bonds of Agony from the Switchblade's graveyard, coming in for 5 with Go again. And Evan is forced to convert the whole hand here, lest he lose what remains.
I think I see another looking for scrap, which probably made the blocking decision a little bit easier, because they do convert to 5 damage on offense with Go again versus 2 on block. Makes it a little easier in that situation.
Definitely an easier decision. However, going to 5 is never a particularly appealing decision to make. But we talked about last round our players having some stones to make some tough calls and tough decisions, and we're seeing that on display here. Uzuri taking a massive amount of damage to send a massive amount of damage back. This is 5 into 5, 10 damage with Go again. And what Jacob doesn't know is that at the end of this combat chain, Evan is coming for that arsenal with the Leave No Witnesses, Assassin attack action remaining in his hand.
And even has the ability to really take that Tunic counter, go to 2 resources, and then take that Spider's Bite right in between, so that way you can make that on hit even more annoying for the Azalea player.
That's a fantastic call out, Nathan. We may see him do exactly that.
Tune for a resource. Yep.
Here comes a Spider's Bite, like your premonitions, threatening 1 damage and reducing the block value of Jacob's attack actions, should he have any in the grip hidden behind his luscious locks.
The one thing about this line, though, is that we have to make sure of is that it does reduce the possibilities of that last card. We know because of the Seek and Destroy that it has to be played. There's no longer floating resources, no CNC, no shakedown, things of that nature. So it really just limits the possibility. Could be a Codex, but I think we've seen every one of them, so we land on the Leave No Witness.
Not only is he basically forced to block here because of the flick knives, but his blocks are a lot worse than he'd like them to be. Small blessings in that this Leave No Witnesses didn't come off the back of a Codex of Frailty, like the one in Jacob's hand. Both players having seen all three so far. And I don't think any of them have been resolved this game.
None. They've been amazing yellow pitches.
2 block yellow pitches. Sometimes that card does have a downside.
How valuable is that arsenal is the question. Can the turn be productive without it? Do have Tunic counter on 3 for the Azalea player, so if you do have an arrow, it's not the end of the world.
Blocking 4 with 2 cards here. Evan flicking to push Jacob's life total even lower. Also revealing, if he was unaware, that this would have been lethal if he chose not to interact. Seek and Destroy triggers, destroying nothing in the end step, and passing back over to Jacob, who has 3 cards to work with as Azalea, easily capable of presenting lethal damage. Seek and Destroy can give this bolt and shot in his arsenal go again. So I believe his choice here is largely between the buff on top or sending 6 into Codex. Both represent similar amounts of value.
Azalea. Yep.
Choosing to go all in on the Codex, it seems.
Attention. Yep.
Release into the arsenal and then out of it. Release, Seek, and Codex. One of the most powerful things Azalea can do, forcing a card out of Evan's hand here, putting 1 into Jacob's arsenal, and he can choose any arrow available to him because of that Tunic counter you shouted out. As well as generating, just as a little bit of extra icing, a Frailty for Evan and a Ponder for Jacob. A little bit of a rules for thee and not for me situation in the form of this book.
Also choosing the Infecting Shot, I mean, just really reducing the choices the Uzuri player can actually make, basically saying, look, you're going to always discard your lowest blocking card because I'm going to get those cards.
You're forced to block this when you're as low as 5. Taking 3 is not an option.
Well, we do see a Shelter. That's a pretty good card at blocking.
Pretty good card at blocking, but basically a textless 0 for 4 defense reaction in this matchup, as you're almost never going to activate its instant ability. This is one of those cases where just like a common defense reaction in the form of Fate Foreseen would have been a little bit more appealing.
And we see the selection of the Leave No Witness, which shows that they really understand that it's going to be very hard to claw back any amount of tempo, and so you just have to get what you can play with the least amount of investment, and that's a great way to do it.
Looks like he's holding on to an Under the Trapdoor. Speaking of Fate Foreseen, Evan is on all 9 0 for 4 defense reactions that he can find here. He's capable of completely covering this. 3, 4, and 4 makes 11. What an amazing response from Mr. Ford. And Isolate on the top of the deck.
Good.
Stays on the top of the deck.
Sounds good. We'll clean up.
Let's see Jacob's rip in the end step thanks to this Ponder.
Ponder is going to pop.
Also gets to force a block from Azalea from the Leave No Witness coming from Arsenal, although only for 3.
All right, give me a card. 3.
Yeah.
You can also
Give me a card, says Evan. Give me a card.
You can also flick the knife here because I mean it's going to be very difficult to hold a blue just to swing the dagger. So this is probably along the lines of like one of your last opportunities to get value from that dagger before you're forced to block with that flick knives.
Threatening lethal damage yet again as well, as even though this is 3, Jacob's at 4, and the flick will represent the entirety of his life total if he chooses not to interact. Great shout on the flick knives. He does need to block with that sometime soon. Don't die with value on the board. And keeping a hand big enough to utilize the Spider's Bite activated ability is getting harder and harder against the Ace in the Hole's onslaught of arrows. Endless Arrow committed to the block, committed 2 blocks, covering 3 on 3. We know Evan has a blue Isolate in hand thanks to the opt that we saw, and he's also drawn into just a nick. If he can get by just with 6 block from hand, we could see this game wrapped up by that brutal attack reaction.
Can we find the Dominate to close the game out?
That is a Bolton shot.
Only for 7.
Dominate.
Only for 7. Armor plus the inertia trap in Evan's hand could get him by. Death Dealer hasn't been used yet this turn, though. And Jacob has 2 cards in hand as well as a Rain Razors. This could close the game. Coming in for 7 with Dominate. Does Evan have any outs remaining?
Does have the inertia trap, but it's not where you want it to be, and that is in hand and not that arsenal.
Having a defense reaction in Arsenal would
really
be
good.
the ultimate saving grace here.
Sure, we still got 2 Rains in this deck.
Unfortunately, though, he wouldn't even be able to play a defense reaction from Arsenal, as I
Oh,
just
yeah.
realized. This Bolton Shot's 1 pump, making it 7 with Dominate, is release the tension, perhaps unwittingly the ultimate answer in this situation.
Recognizing this is the only way to keep the game alive, blocking total of 5 on 7.
Here comes the Rain Razors to close it out. Does Evan have an answer?
Go to 9.
Yep. I'll take 4. I'm at 1.
Does stay at 1.
Taking 4 down to 1.
I have 3 cards in hand.
1 in hand.
We will reload. Yep. No pass. Yeah.
Reload and pass there. Evan has managed to keep Justinic and a blue, as well as the inertia trap for his arsenal. Jacob committing his few remaining points of armor to the combat chain here as well.
Basically the exact same situation on the other side.
Yeah, evasive damage backed up by an attack reaction, threatening lethal if the blocks are not exactly precisely how they need to be. I believe his arsenal is a yellow Spire sniping.
Not really an amazing hand, not one that you're excited about. Really wish this attack was not dominated so you could just give 2 arrows and forget about it.
5? 5. Just Nick, up 6.
Justinic
I'll take 1.
pushing it 1 over and asking for the top card of Jacob's deck. There goes another Sleep Dart, an arrow that would have had Dominate had he chosen to flip blindly now that he's lost his Skullbone Cross Wrap. Down to 3
Read.
Yep.
to Evan's 1. Finding an opt in the form of Read the Glide Path here.
Get 2 looks. It
That is a knock on top of his deck. No real way to make it work.
Bottom. Yep.
So he ships it off to the bottom.
And we're going blind.
Spire sniping to the bottom. Amplifying
amplifier.
Arrow is a pretty sweet hit, using the long draw half glove to pump this attack
4, 5.
by 5 to 7. Does Evan have a way to block 4 in the hand right now? He has the fate foreseen. He's narrowly escaping death yet again.
Because I believe this, yeah, this would just give it 1 instance. So this would be, so this would be 5. Correct.
Oh, this is bigger than I
Yeah,
thought.
way bigger.
Way bigger than I thought. I completely forgot about the Read the Glide Path.
It should be
He made
11, right? 11?
4 plus 5, 9. Yes, 11.
That's a big number.
That is a big number, Nathan. Fate foreseen, looking for an out. Covering 7 and extending the fist bump. What a crazy endgame. We saw both heroes here really fire back and forth at each other with evasive damage, trying to close it, and both of them just narrowly escaping it. Congratulations to Jacob Botter, who has moved on to 3-1 in the Battle Hardened at this World Tour stop in Memphis. What are your thoughts on that one, Mr. Crawford?
That was an amazing one. I mean, just the back and forth, putting the Azalea in that spot to where, look, I'm really wanting you to brick, but really just did a really good job, made sure they never came off an arsenal, kept the tempo, really produced those productive turns, understood when they needed to block. Just really good play from both sides, understanding that, you know, taking really good use of the tunic counter, just amazing play from both, and just a really good game of some older flesh and blood, some of those older heroes in a matchup that a lot of people think is really assassin favored due to the Arsenal disruption, and
She's very good
Azalea
at
still got it in her.
asking for cards from you.
Absolutely.
If you would like to navigate some matchups at your local game store, just as well as Evan Ford attempted to navigate the minefield of dominated attacks laid out for him by Mr. Botter in that game. You can get yourself down to your local Road to Nationals this season, running about a month long from February 8th to March 2nd this year. And look at all the amazing prizes you can find. There are some participation promo defense reactions here available for everybody who enters, as well as some pretty sweet top 8 hero promos and some playmats to the 2 best players in the room. Thank you so much. And speaking for 2 of the best players in the room, we will be back very shortly with another pair of 2 players ready to duke it out for everybody to enjoy at home here at World Tour in Memphis. We will have Aurora versus Viserai, a bit of a new versus old Runeblade battle for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
No rune blades in Flesh and Blood's most recent set, The Hunted, but a couple rune blades coming up for you in our next feature match. And a veritable rune blade expert sits to my left, Sam Byrne and Nathan Crawford. You ready to see your favorite class do battle?
It's my favorite. I cannot wait.
Then I say we waste no time and dive straight down into the arena. Aurora Shooting Star and Viserai Rune Blood, the hero you brought to our calling yesterday, Nathan, and the hero I took to 4-0 at my local armory in Aurora. We are the same.
Exactly the same.
Yes, you got 19th at a calling. I took down 4 of my friends in Los Angeles. Exactly the same level of success. Looks like we are right into the game. Gabriel going to be your Viserai player versus JP on the left on Aurora. It's going to just be a grasp of the Arknight, make that electrified rune chant, mocking Aurora on the other side of the table, Malefic Incantation. And then looks like he's just going to move to Arsenal, most likely. Put the Sonata Arcanics in the Arsenal.
The double Aurora turn of like, hey, guess what?
Gabriel just saying, I'm glad you didn't have that channel Lightning Valley, my friend, because let me tell you, going turn 0, is that hero getting that CLV? Feels real good.
Absolutely, but not a bad start for Viserai. I've seen some better starts, but I mean, getting a rune chant, getting a Malefic out, which is the consistency of the deck is found in that Malefic. But also, Aurora starting off kind of hot with that not having to go again problem. That's Aurora's biggest thing that she has to overcome.
Yeah. So tell me about the kind of different strategies between these two decks. They're both aggressive decks, but they do it in different ways. And where do you think the kind of, it might just be a Mordred Tide, but it might be something else. Where do you think the real difference might lie between who's going to win this game?
I think the biggest thing is how many D-reacts is Viserai running. The ability to cover up those breakpoints evenly with the 0-for-4 D-reacts, the more that Viserai has access to, I think it gets a little bit better for Viserai unless they are trying to do a Flicker Wisp combo on the other side. So really just looking out for those D-reacts and see if you can really bait out those CLVs that you mentioned earlier and then really stop those on hits and just force Aurora to have that consistency.
X equals 1, so we're getting one of these two attacks and only one, as that extra card showed an attack action. So can't bring both of those cards in. Would have to have seen 2 non-attacks and 2 attacks to grab both of the attacks into the hand with the Sonata Arcanics. Will it be a red Amplify the Arknight or a yellow Rune Rager Swarm for Gabriel? Checking out his hand. He's got plenty of go again up in there and a Deadwood Dirge to power up the turn. What do you think the grab is for our Viserai player, Nathan?
I mean, being a little bit limited on the rune chance, but we do have the Dirge. So you have a lot of lines where you have the go again. Built into the swarming, and then you can always dirge into a rune flash or a amplify. But me personally, probably take the rune rager swarm and then use the dirge to pay for the rune flash. But I guess they're valuing the go tall versus go wide.
Gabriel here going to banish that Sonata. 1 damage across from its effect. An oft-forgotten part of that card. A nice way to cheese some opponents' block with an attack, utilize Spellbound Creepers, and all of a sudden Sonata Arcanics can just close a game out of nowhere. Had it happen nearly to me in a calling, the first calling I ever played, somebody tried to do that to me, and they did X equals 1, and they needed to hit 2, and they only hit 1.
Exactly.
And I won the game. Here comes Swarming Gloombale coming on in with the Rune Chant, making 2 Rune Chants in the back, 1 from the Malefic Incantation and 1 from Viserai himself.
This is actually really good because you do have the 1 floating, so you can always play the rune flash. You can still pay for the 1 resource to cover the difference of 2, and then you can just dirge after that to get that red amp out and still, most importantly, end your turn with at least 1 rune chant. That way, if you do run those reduced rune chants and things like that, you don't brick on that.
And the 1 floating, able to let this Rune Flash come in with 2 Arcane from the 2 Rune Chants and make 1 in the back. So it seems like Gabriel was really prioritizing, utilizing all the resources he had. This way, he still uses the Rune Flash. The Dirge is going to get him those 3 resources, and he was not in any way resource inefficient on this turn. And he's going to follow things up after this with 7 more damage, thanks to the Amplify the Arknight, Sigil of Suffering. You can see Gabriel saying, I guess I have to take a damage from your Sigil. That's going to block it entirely thanks to the arcane damage. So a nice 5 points of value from that D-React.
One of the most impressive cards in the Viserai deck is that combination of Dirge. Also, little known fact, you can use that on Bloodrot Pox. all
Yeah,
of
yeah.
those tokens, you can just say, no, I'm good. I'll just make some rune chants off of it.
Here comes 6 more physical. Looks like JP lining up a block here.
5, take 1, go to. Okay, gotcha.
But going to go ahead and somersault them back in damage step. So only taking 1. But now the Entwine Lightning and the Arcanic Shockwave head on back to hand. So a nice 2 different times over this turn. JP played a card that was worth 5 points of value. Most of it on defense here with the Somersault and the Sigil of Suffering. This is going to be with the go again from the Embodiment of Lightning. Here is 4 and 1 from this Arcanic Shockwave. And JP is able to follow this up with either combination of that Electrostatic Discharge and the Entwine Lightning. Pretty good defense, actually, from Aurora with both of those cards.
On both sides. I mean, they both basically just sent a 1-card 6 on both ends, right?
Yeah.
So you're playing this. Coming in just for a clean 7.
A clean 7 indeed, Gabriel.
26, right?
It's a decent amount of damage, establishing some tempo on the side of Aurora, and basically telling Viserai, you really want to shorten the game. Don't let Viserai stack any rune chants or get any really high-value plays like those Mordreds, those Revels, and definitely don't want to let him play the 9th Blades.
Gabriel still got 2 counters on the Malefic. Gabriel letting us know he's going to relax as he has plenty of time in this aggressive matchup to give it all a good old think.
Definitely understandable because there is a very important card in the hand of Viserai, and that is Succumb. It's one of those cards that can't be very high risk where you invest a lot into it, and especially when the opponent has a bunch of armor that they have access to, they have AB, it can be very risky.
But 3 non-attacks and 1 attack. Both of these times, Gabriel getting some good value out of getting that 4th card here. Rune Rager Swarm going to come in, but 2 Mordred Tides that would have been in that next hand now head to the, not the Banished Zone, but somewhere in that deck. 1 arcane damage over the top. It looks like JP is just going to take this one.
No, we did. It's at 26 right now. I just did too.
And the great part about this situation is because the arcane damage is coming from the Sonata, it does kind of hide the Succumb a little bit. Doesn't make it apparently obvious like you're depending on the arcane damage to actually make a play, where sometimes you get stuck in that situation where you play the Succumb and you're like really dependent on arcane from another source, or you're looking for a desperate creepers.
I'm going to send that Rune Rager Swarm.
Rune Rager Swarm now comes in. 1 and 2 make a rune chant in the back. JP, I'm really impressed with that last turn cycle from him. 10 points of value, or 9 points of value on defense, 1 point of value on defense, on offense, and then that 4 and 1 into 7, 5, like 12 points of value with those 3 cards that he had left. That was, I mean, even though it looked like, man, all those rune chants, Gabriel, Viserai doing some really crazy things, I am significantly impressed with the way that JP is playing this, especially because he's playing around the Succumb.
I love this block. Absolutely love this block. It's so little risk. I mean, Viserai doesn't have too many on hits, so there's no, like, we really don't run like snuff outs and stuff like that anymore. So just, I am a huge fan of this block.
JP playing this really cleanly, going ahead and throwing the Grasp of the Arknight in, taking care of the potential of the Succumb, thinking on these 2 rune chants and the rune flash that follows. 1 card in hand for Gabriel. Don't know what the follow-up will be there. Could be Reaping Blade with the Tunic and a card heading to the arsenal.
The one thing is, though, you are kind of committing to there being a Succumb there if you're playing around it on the Grasp. So I think you just have to commit to the idea that that is a Succumb and just block this 4, or else why did you block the 2?
Does he throw the Lightning Greaves and a 3-block in front of it? Let's see what blocking options he has. Burn Up Shock. I think that's a Flittering Charge. Looks like, I think, a Static Shock and a Gone and a Flash. So actually plenty of 3 blocks to work with. It was a no-block call, and it was a Succumb to Temptation. Now we get to look at the hand and grab any which card we want here. This is a kind of awkward hand, though, without an Embodiment of Lightning to start things off. The Tunic might have to be utilized to either make an Embodiment or come in with the Starfall. I might have done some blocking with this hand.
You definitely have to get rid of the burn-up shock there, and that just leaves Aurora in a situation where all she can do is just throw a 0 for 4. However, because you're looking at, you actually don't take the Tunic counter and swing Reaping Blade because you know they have a dead card in their hand, and they're just gonna block the 3 there, right? So that's a very important thing there. And he's choosing to make, Oh, he's gonna go ahead and swing it.
Yeah, he is taking the Tunic just to come in. Looks like with the 2 Arcane was enough of a reason for him to make that attack, but I think that's a good call out there, Nathan. You can keep that resource floating, like you said, from the Tunic because you know he's not going to be able to convert the hand. This now just comes in for 4, giving JP the option and the ability to get 3 points of value out of a hand that he might not have otherwise.
And this is the dangerous part about playing a more tempo-oriented Viserai is sometimes you draw those hands and they don't really do a whole lot. And this hand does seem like it's lacking a little bit. You got a couple blues that don't really do anything. You do have the Malefic on board to bail out the Rune Rager Swarm, so you do have that. But really, I mean, this is like a make a rune chant with graphs, Swarm into Sword Swing is about as best as this hand can do. So maybe block 3 and Arsenal the Revel.
Yeah, Revel, I have to imagine that's hitting the Arsenal, but then the question is going to be how much pressure is JP going to present? Gone in a Flash destined for, or no, Gone in a Flash went to the graveyard. I think it's a Flittering Charge that will be headed to the Arsenal. That's a card that can go again pretty easily. So JP will have a 5-card hand plus Tunic to work with. Is he going to be able to pressure enough of Gabriel's life to make that Revel in Runeblood uncomfortable to try to resolve?
Also, one thing Aurora really needs to try to do is really just minimize the attack power on those attacks. You don't really want to pump really high into the territory of like 7 or 12 because of that face purgatory on the side of Viserai.
Block 3, take 1.
Block 3, take 1 is the call. Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
18, is that right? Yeah, I got you 18. Yep, and you're at
17 playing 18, but 17 going to Arsenal here. JP placing that card in the Arsenal. Ooh, also want to shout out. Can see there, he's got the, I think that's the alt art Marvel Aurora. Yeah, that's the first strike Aurora Marvel. This is a player that loves his Aurora deck, clearly. Grasp of the Arknight going to be activated. Rune Rager Swarm coming on in. This is going to be 1 and 2.
No block on the chant. Sir, take 1, got you to 16. Yep.
Though I'm not sure there's a rune chant that is created. Oh, that's the Malefic Incantation trigger. Malefic Incantation trigger, and then the 1 floating will come in after this for that Reaping Blade.
Right, take 2. Got you to 14.
We also have the 1 floating to support the Reaping Blade coming in for 3 and 1. Although Arsenal and leaving Aurora with a good bit of tempo with
No block on the chant. Yep.
a little bit of a life lead on the side of Viserai.
No blocks on the physical. All right, take 3.
Both heroes have access to almost all of their armor. Aurora just taking it, saying this is my chance to make my play. Now, like I mentioned earlier, we really want to keep those attack actions as low to the ground as possible to invalidate face purgatory.
Instant.
Here comes the Flittering Charge coming in for 4. Gabriel down to 18 AP. Took all that damage. I have to imagine the return salvo is going to be impressive, but there is a lot of armor still available for Gabriel. And with a Revel in Runeblood in the Arsenal, you have to imagine he's looking to put together something nasty.
I do see a Lightning Press in the hand, which would make face purgatory look a lot better in this situation, but it's a tough one to sniff out because it could literally be anything. It could be a CLV, it could be anything, but that would have been a great spot for face purgatory, but that's a hard one to see. Converting that Tunic counter into 2, go again, still 3 cards in hand. Closing that life gap down to 9.
Got a number of cards left in hand here. Here comes the Static Shock. Or no, this is the second strike, excuse me. Second strike. A different card, that's both words start with S.
Yep.
Second strike here, 4 more go again. Gabriel hasn't committed any armor yet. Maybe we're going to see some of it start to come into play soon. Or is he going to ask JP to just continue to show me no? The creepers and the grasp look like they might be coming into the party here just to protect the life total. Block 3, 1 over the top. Down to 8 goes Gabriel. What else does JP have to work with off of this 5-card hand? Enlightened Strike. What's the call going to be? 5, draw a card.
Which is actually just a really safe spot to be with Aurora. If you rip the blue that you don't want to arsenal, guess what? Just make an embodiment. Thinking on blocks. Viserai still has a full grip. Is this the hand? Does have the Revel and Runeblood in arsenal, which is a great way to close the game out against Aurora. But do you have enough Arcane to take Aurora from 10 down to 0?
Revel might be good enough. Gabriel there looking at that Enlightened Strike, wondering if you ripped an not Enlightened Strike, looking at the Lightning Press, realizing if you ripped a Lightning Press off the top, I could just die to that Lightning Press. So a total of 3 block going to be presented. All of the armor committed. 2 damage now. Gabriel down to 6, but keeping his full hand. JP, let's see if he grabs something for defense in that arsenal. But the Mordred Tide might just be the difference here. Here comes the Grasp of the Art Knight, making 2 arcane damage representation in those 2 rune chants. Mordred Tide might just spell the end. JP, all he can do, raise the eyebrows, survey the board. Triggering Viserai with the Rune Rager Swarm, making 2 more rune chants in the back. JP is priced into blocking pretty much all of this physical given the arcane that is coming forward.
He even has to pitch into for some arcane because currently we have 4 on the board and that Revel's going to push another 7. Not including the card in hand.
Take the first 2 arcane. Does he have anything like a Sigil of Solace in this hand?
Does have some blues.
Does
3
have
blues.
a fair amount of blues. Crown of Providence plus Lightning Greaves. No sync is the call. Another Rune Rager Swarm with the 1 floating for the Reaping Blade. This turn is looking massive. 2 more rune chants in the back. It's like he's going to take those 2 down to 6. 6 plays 6 here. Buys a block with the blue, the Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Really trying to play around Succumb kind of for free.
Add 5 up to 9.
9 rune chants here, plus the 3 physical is the call. JP just ditched a blue on the block. Does he have enough to stay alive?
And you're at 6.
Has to absolutely give the 2 blues in hand, which is unfortunate because that Diplomacy would have been a great 1-card play, but I just don't see a way that the Aurora player is going to be able to hang on to a card.
Pitch 6, take 4.
AB6. So you're going to take 3.
Taking 3, down to 3 goes JP.
Go down here.
Now he has to give something, card
Can't
or
get some
armor. Just going to give both of the pieces here. Taking 1, down to 2 he goes.
Take 1. Got your 2.
He's able to hang on to 1 card, 1 in arsenal.
Yeah, we don't know what the arsenal is.
Viserai a healthy 6 with 1 armor.
As Gabriel says, I'll pass my turn. You live. Really good rips off the top for JP. Finding those blues on a turn that, I mean, not always going to find him in the Aurora deck. And without him, just so very dead. Ravenous Rabble shows the blue on top.
And then also Viserai has another Mordred Tide lined up, ready to go.
Just thinking.
2 damage now from this. Ravenous Rabble doesn't have to respect the Lightning Press, as Gabriel just mentioned. But if it's a 4-power attack in the arsenal, he can take at least a single card from Gabriel. Oh, but the 1 block of the Grasp of the Arcanite actually means even a 4-power attack won't do it. passing the turn. What is that in the arsenal? Do you think it's something defensive?
I mean, we probably would have saw it last turn.
I guess, but he wasn't forced into using it, so maybe he's trying to preserve it. Once again, Mordred Tide into the grass, make 2 rune chants. At least there are no rune chants left over from the Revel in Runeblood, given that it destroys all rune chants at the end of the turn. But another red Rune Rager. It's just like Gabriel has it all going for him, back to back to back.
Then also the draw to follow. Play it for free, draw a card, still make 2 rune chants in the back to stabilize the next turn.
Oh yeah, yep. Sorry about that.
Here comes 3 more physical with the Rune Rager Swarm. Card that really, it seems like, of course, Malefic Incantation did so much, but Rune Rager Swarm has just done insane things for this Viserai deck. Here representing Wit in conjunction with the Mordred Tide, 5 total value.
We got time.
Block for 2, taking 1. Somersault, it is a defensive piece, so it does come back into the hand.
Are you closing the chain? Yeah, I'm closing the link. Yeah, you pick it up. You got 3 cards in your hand? Yeah.
3 cards in hand here for JP.
There's 2 of them.
What color is the drawn?
Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
It is a red.
Trigger Viserai. 2 rune chants.
Make 2 in the back, draw a card, so set up the arsenal, reduce the increase the consistency going to the next turn, also with 2 rune chants in the back.
And because of the Mordred Tide, another card does have to be pitched away. It's a no block, the Electrostatic Somersault. We know there's at least 1 2-block in the hand. Does he have a 3-block here? He does. It is the Burn Up and the Shock. Now I wonder, do you just send this Entwine Lightning to make Gabriel have to respect the 3rd and final Burn Up Shock that I do believe still sits in the deck? The answer is yes.
I think you have to. I don't think you have a choice. Either reduce how much you have to block, or
you're not going to be able to keep a hand anytime soon to make good use of this Entwine Lightning. By throwing it here, you force Gabriel to at least consider some blocks, which he will do with his opponent at 3. Excuse me, with his opponent at 1, blocking 3. You have to imagine he thinks he can get there on this turn.
Machinations of Dominion.
Machinations of Dominion. Runic Reckoning, now that an aura has been created. Going to get go again. Once again, triggering Viserai. This thing's going to have overpower, whatever it is. Triggering Viserai, and that is just going to go ahead and get the fist bump. Gabriel moving on to 5-0 with Viserai. It's, you know, we've had some absolutely intricate matchups back and forth. Some of truly my favorite games I've ever gotten to watch this weekend. But we were due for just a good old-fashioned aggro. I'm going to slap you around. You're going to slap me around. Let's see whose top of deck likes us best. And that was exactly what you might have expected between the 2 Rune Blades. A couple of Mordred Tides, all it really took.
Mordred Revel. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
So yeah, I mean, in your esteemed opinion as a Runeblade fanatic, as somebody who has put thousands of hours into the Runeblade class, you like the deck?
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Viserai really didn't have the D-reacts to counter the CLV, but it doesn't matter when your opponent does draw it.
Yeah.
So that kind of worked out. That kind of worked out.
Sometimes in those aggro matchups, you have to just wonder, like, man, if I had drawn my power card, could I have been able to compete a little better? But congratulations to Gabriel moving on to 5-0, and JP not out of it at X&1 can continue the day, continue strong, and if he wins out from here, will find himself into our Battle Hardened top 8. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be like a clean split. We're going to have 1 7-0 unless there's like some weird draw situation. Right. We should have like a 7-0 and 7 X1s that make it into our top 8. So it'll be a nice clean cut, which means later in the day, we're going to be watching some winning ins, baby.
Easy.
Some of my favorite words in TCGs. Now, you've been hearing us yap all weekend long about a bunch of events and a bunch of things moving forward. We are going to announce a winner here for our London giveaway. This is a very exciting giveaway. We have been talking all weekend long about the individual who, if after you buy a Fabled package for the London event, you could get your flights and accommodation taken care of. So why don't we go ahead and get a drum roll? You help me out? Look at a little drum roll, and we're going to get a winner on screen. Flights and accommodation to London goes to Ruben Exposito. Congratulations, Ruben. You are the winner of our flights and accommodation to World Tour London. Go ahead and you can look forward to a email from your friends at LSS with details about how to claim your giveaway winnings. Congratulations once again to you, Ruben. Well, we have got only a couple more rounds before our top 8 and the completion of our day here from the Battle Hardened at the World Tour in Memphis. We've got some great games coming up, though, folks. Some incredible bangers, so I do hope you'll stay seated. We got more coming up for you after just a short break, right after this. 2 rounds remain before our top 8 here of this classic constructed Battle Hardened. We've got a banger between 2 great heroes and 2 great players, Sam O'Byrne, Ellie Bird, and we have got, of course, Zen, who did not hit the top 8 of our calling. We've got a player that's been piloting Zen to a calling top 8 in recent months, going to be taking on a player that has had some trouble finding his way into some recent top 8s, but is a player known for his consistency and known for his ability to grind the games out on, of course, the new Arakni. Ellie, you ready for this one? You've been enjoying your time, scoping out the matches, scoping out the day?
I have. I'm stoked to see this one. I am a big fan of both of these players. Incredibly funny and kind individuals.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check them out then. It's time for our 6th round of the day. Dagan White, Arakni Marionette versus Cody Williams, Zen Tamer of Purpose. And these players are playing for their tournament lives. Only the X1s or better will be making it into our top 8 here today. So a loss here means they are still in contention for top 16, but not for top 8. 100 Wins comes in here for 1 and then for 3. 1 from its own power, 1 from its ability as it follows 100 Wins, and then 1 from the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Pretty funny thing to see on the first turn of the game, just seeing that blue 100 Wins come down. I imagine Dagan snapped off no blocks because he was like, oh, surely you're going to transcend and I'm going to have to block some more this turn. But Cody just led with the blue 100 Wins solely because he had another 100 Wins with which to follow it up and trigger his Shuko.
Couple blues in the graveyard, then the Tiger Swipe as well. In days of yore, we might be saying great bonds targets.
What's a bond?
But unfortunately, thank God, that card can't hurt us any longer. Looks like Cody here considering.
Dagan got to do a little bit of extra filtering here and is going to discard under the trap door just to get it out of his hand. Get a couple more bites at the apple and drawing some better cards here.
Now, interestingly, if you look at under the trapdoor, it says discard this and then a colon. Banish target trap from your graveyard. Anything that's before a colon in Flesh and Blood is the cost. So you know he doesn't have to banish the trap to pay the cost of the ability. You don't have to discard it and banish. So he was able to just discard it there to filter the card. For his first game action, it's going to be the Hunter's Clave on his turn, coming in for 1 and threatening, of course, the all-important mark. But in the hand of Cody, we see a new staple. Shelter from the Storm going to be discarded here in order to potentially prevent a bunch of damage.
This is basically never what you want to see when you lead with a dagger, relying on the mark as Marionette. Dagan maybe a little bit stumped by that one, giving some consideration to what the rest of his hand can do now that both of these daggers are rendered inert. A blue mark of the Black Widow hitting the table. I believe we saw a Just a Nick in his hand on turn 0. Not that we'll ever know, as my curse has caused him to place these 2 remaining trading card game cardboard squares on the table, face down.
It is actually remarkable, your ability to direct our attention towards the hand cam, and it's as though the players can feel you psychically. And the curse strikes evermore. Now, this is interesting because, of course, the Mark of the Black Widow is technically just running 1 power into the continued effect of the Shelter from the Storm. But that means that Dagan most likely has some ways to utilize the cards in his hand to get this through that prevention. So Cody has to think. No blocks is going to be the call. What is the reaction from our friend? It's going to be a Just a Nick, bumping it up 2-6.
Getting 5 damage through in lieu of any other disruptive effects now that his Hunter's Claves have been shut down for the turn.
And because of that prevention floating, Dagan was not able to utilize Flick Knives here to be able to get the mark across. He would have tried to Flick Knives, Shelter from the Storm would have eaten up 1 point of that prevention, the damage wouldn't have been dealt, and the dagger would not have hit. No mark, no on-hit effect beyond damage from the Mark of the Black Widow. So Cody Williams sniffed that out perfectly and didn't have to worry about disruption on that turn. Oh my God.
Wind Chakra, then Aspect of Tiger Body. This means exactly one thing, Sam. Cody would not pass the turn and light several cards on fire here. He has Path Well Traveled, with which to transcend, activate Zen, and search his deck for an attack action card with combo. that he may play this turn, as well as generate a token ephemeral crouching tiger in his hand. That will be buffed up by the Wind Chakra he led this turn with. That was very much one of my favorite cards to play in Zen, the Wind Chakra.
Wind Chakra?
Blue-red cards. You know, that's kind of a recurring theme in Part the Mistveil. These cards that are blue and have the rate of a blue, but if you jump through an extra hoop, typically transcending, they have a little bit extra oomph. Mauling Chi hitting the Banish Zone makes a lot of sense here. It is the card that can present the most damage with what Cody has available to him resource-wise, as the last non-Tiger card in his hand is a Command and Conquer. Not something you really want to pitch on account of its red strip, and not really something you want to give up here.
One card destined for the arsenal, like you mentioned, the Command and Conquer. Cody kind of scrapping together a go-again source and an actual turn from what seemed maybe a little clunky at the start. Here comes one. That's going to be the Wind Chakra helping that Tiger out.
Admitted scrappiness aside, this does do the most important thing that these Mystic heroes want to see happen, in that his Traverse the Universe is now online. He can block 2 and functionally draw a card, and not just any card, the best card in his deck, Inner Chi, which will allow him to get whatever he wants to use to continue his assault.
That's going to buy a 6 block out of Dagan.
Dagan folding the majority of his hand here, prioritizing keeping his life total high. His arsenal is Bonds of Agony. I'm curious what the one-card play is here. Maybe Leave No Witnesses is something we're going to see hit the table here. Oh, just Mark of the Black Widow. Threatening Flick Knives. Like you said, the turn prior, not quite a Leave No Witnesses, but it does threaten a card from Cody's hand if he chooses not to interact with this.
Cody here, 4 cards left in the hand. I believe we saw Cody last on feature Calling in Portland, at least in Classic Constructed, and he was knocked out of that tournament in the top 8 by New, another assassin. So he's got a lot of experience in this matchup. Blocking 3, that's going to cause the Flick Knives to come over the top for the 1. Here comes the mark. Now this comes in for 4 thanks to the Arakni hero ability.
I want to get a little nitty-gritty here, Sam. This is a play pattern you're going to see a lot, and people piloting aggressive decks into control decks. Cody had the answer there, but even when you don't, something you're going to see a lot is players deciding this isn't worth fighting over, and the most important thing I can do here is force you to expend your resources, because that's how you get through the wall that these defensive decks want to put up. Is you need to find your right moments and pick your battles so that you can exhaust their meaningful disruptive resources, like that Hunter's Clave being sent to the graveyard, and make it a little bit harder for him to disrupt you when it matters most.
Harmony of the Hunt coming in for 3. As you astutely point out, Ellie, 1 less dagger to work with until it's retrieved. So Cody working through some of those resources. 3 damage going to be accepted, maybe in no small part because Arakni Redback here utilizes Go Again better than any other member of the Brood, but rather than utilize the Kakara and that Tiger, Cody now has a Tiger ready for the arsenal to help power up a future turn, and this Command and Conquer threatens whatever Dagan's got cooking, got marinating in that arsenal.
You press the button, Sam. Every time I do, he puts his hand down.
Well, I'm not sure. I feel like the angle, there it is.
There it is. Take up the mantle.
Oh. As soon as you start talking. You are cursed. As soon as you start talking.
I believe it's take up the mantle, kiss of death, pick to pieces, and another red. And we know his arsenal is Bonds of Agony here. We may be looking at a pretty massive return, but first, Dagan is being asked to block this 6-power attack. Cody playfully tapping the table a little bit to urge Dagan to make a decision.
Yeah, I wouldn't shark on that. It's ridiculous.
Let's listen in a little bit to this banter.
Six damage, threatening the arsenal once again. Command and Conquer. You can see the beautiful new art on your screen. Inboxes of the Hunted on sale now at your LGS. You want to pick up a Command and Conquer, you got to start ripping some packs. Start ripping some packs. So it's the best way to get singles. Rip packs, open boxes. We've got a block for 6 here. Take up the mantle and Persuasive Prognosis. That's going to go ahead and take care of the Command and Conquer. So Cody's drawn back up to 4. Putting that Tiger in the arsenal. And now Dagan trying to work through. Now he wants to utilize the 3 cards he has remaining. Savor Bloodshed into the Kiss of Death. Just going to go ahead.
Good old 2-card 7, threatening not only another point of value should this connect. However, it will also threaten an entire card being added to Dagan's hand, and he still has those Snapdragon Scalers available to him, threatening a follow-up to his Zen opponent.
Which would make the drawing a card significantly more threatening if there is a follow-up. Dagan, though, if he draws something that is something like an attack reaction and he commits those snaps and then he has to play the saddest Bonds of Agony of all time just to get value out of the draw, he would be pretty bummed, I have to imagine. Cody here might be committing a block. As you described yesterday, Zen actually a secret mid-range deck, and he's going to commit just a block for 2 here. That's pretty interesting.
Blocking 2 on 7 because he has a 5 block in his hand in the form of a red Wax-On. Dagan thinking on whether he wants to commit something here or whether or not he can smell what the Tamer of Purpose is cooking with that defense reaction in hand.
Wax-On has just looked so impressive all weekend long. At 0 cost, that ability being able to block for a total of 5 like it would do here. The Snapdragon Scalers are going to be committed and the Wax-On is most likely going to be slammed down.
Dagan does have some recourse here. He can flick a Hunter's Clave to deal a hit to a marked hero and draw a card off Savor Bloodshed anyways.
But then he'd be down 2 daggers and he'd have to find his retrieve abilities. And he'd have to hope there is a reprieve from the damage that Cody's going to be sending to make those retrieve effects a little easier to keep in hand.
Flick is very ballsy here. Very ballsy.
You hear Cody say Flick is very ballsy here. Because they are thinking the same thing we are.
That's why Marionette's fun.
Yeah.
This deck's so fun.
Ah, Cody, thank you. Just talking about how fun this set is. And if you want to play this set, you can pick up boxes
Snaps too, which is the worst part.
of Boxes of the Hunted at your LGS.
Snaps was also ballsy.
Snaps was also ballsy, says Dagan from the other side of the table. Just like you said, Sam, he might be priced in a little bit to play, in quote, the saddest Bonds of Agony of all time, a 1-card 1. No reaction, says Dagan, not wanting to get further blown out on this turn and lighting the action point on fire, preferring to keep the Bonds of Agony for a later turn where he has the fuel to light its fire and turn its text box on over to Cody. We know what's coming now. This is Ancestral Harmony into a Transcend instant.
I've hit a chi every time.
I've hit a chi every time, says Cody. Let's see. No!
0 for 9 on the weekend.
All right.
Not 0. He said 0 for 9 on the weekend is Cody Williams with the Ancestral Harmonies. I'm not even going to lie. Every time I've watched him on coverage in events gone past, I'm talking Calling Portland, Worlds, this man just does not hit on the Ancestral Harmonies. The commitment to the Zen deck when the Zen deck does not seem to want to commit to him, pretty impressive.
Card gets a lot less impressive when it does not say draw a card on it, Sam. Tiger 4-0. We know that's not the end of this turn, though, as the marked Tamer of Purpose on the other side of the table pitches a chi into his hero ability, searching his deck for a card with combo. I imagine it will be Chase the Tail, enabled by the Crouching Tiger he so smartly held onto the previous turn. And the Tiger generated by Zen's hero ability.
And of course, Cody does still have that Traverse the Universe available to him. The most hotly contested and discoursed about pieces in Flesh and Blood's history.
In stark contrast to Traverse the Spider-Verse on the other side of the table.
Yes. Traverse the Spider-Verse. The Mask of Deceit colloquially referred to by members of the community over the weekend. I'm a big fan of it. Hope there's no trademarks. that we are infringing, but I don't think so.
I learned something very interesting about that piece of gear today. If you are already Arakni Trapdoor and you use Mask of Deceit to transform into Arakni Trapdoor, you cannot get another trap.
Oh, I see. If you're Trapdoor into Trapdoor.
Your ability does not trigger again.
Oh, that is good to know. That'd be pretty good if you could.
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Flip into Trapdoor.
What if you,
I think I'll draw a blocking card.
What if you've used the card from your banish zone? Doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
All
matter.
right.
You are already Arakni Trapdoor and therefore cannot transform into Arakni Trapdoor.
I see.
Think of it as like a 7-sided piece of cardboard. If that helps. I'm not sure that helps.
It does not help. 1 damage over the top from the pick the pieces. So Dagan is down to 33. Now Dagan's once again got 2 cards to work with, 1 card in arsenal, 35 minutes remaining in the round. These players are just kind of, honestly, it's a mid-range game. Back and forth. You described it, Zen the secret mid-range deck. Arakni not so secret, but 2 cards in hand.
Both of these heroes really enjoy pretending to be mid-range decks until they find the pieces to their explosive puzzles, setting themselves up to deal disgustingly efficient and explosive amounts of damage. Dagan threatening something horrifying with Take Up the Mantle in his hand here, and Cody is marked, meaning that any attack that connects here will gain Go Again from Arakni Marionette's hero ability and be followed up on by this Leave No Witnesses. And not just that, but he can make this Bonds of Agony into any attack action card with stealth presently in his graveyard and give it +3 power.
What's he going to choose? Dagan here probably wishing he still had those Snapdragon Scalers around to potentially threaten the Bonds of Agony's effect.
If he can push over, he doesn't need Snapdragon Scaler, Sam. Getting this Mark of the Black Widow is going to push the power of this attack up by 2 to a base of 4, and then up to 7 thanks to Take Up the Mantle's buff ability. He is presently coming over, but the yellow wax on number 2, this one not in the banish zone, but rather the hand, comes in clutch, shutting down Dagan's hopes to disrupt yet again this game.
Dagan White, close the chain. Roll for Arakni because Cody remains marked. Tarantula comes in. Have to imagine he wants to find another dagger sooner rather than later to make that hero ability relevant. Because Marionette's hero ability pretty darn strong. Cody Williams, so many defense reactions. Protecting the life total, protecting the hand, protecting the resources, and now establishing an arsenal. You have to imagine he is going to try to protect, especially as we know Dagan White has that arsenal card. Leave No Witnesses. Going to be threatening that arsenal post-haste.
Let's see what Dagan's cooking up here. Shelter from the Storm and a Frailty Trap, both not particularly efficient cards on the offensive, as well as a Command and Conquer and another Command and Conquer. His hand is all reds, and it does not look amazing. I think we're going to see Hunter's Clave for 1 with Go Again into a Leave No Witnesses, a veritable 4-card 5. This is brutal. The saving grace is that he can at least bluff activating Arakni Tarantula's hero ability here, but he can't actually discard anything to it, as neither of the cards in his hand are Assassin.
Oh, that's so fascinating. What a great call out, Ellie. Down to 33 goes Cody, as the Tarantula is still going to trigger, but this is one of, I've played a fair amount of Assassin in my day. Here comes a Tunic, pitching away the Command and Conquer into the Command and Conquer, but let me tell you, sometimes you buy the tempo. You buy the ability from your opponent. You make them use their D-Reacts, you make them just Arsenal, and you get to draw your 5 cards, and sometimes you draw a bunch of those D-Reacts that are so important in the Assassin decks, but make it harder to pressure. Tunic going to save the day here, turning this turn from meh to aight, as we now have the 6 damage of this Command and Conquer. Cody does have to consider.
1 resource off the Tunic for basically 2 damage, as opposed to the Leave No Witnesses, as well as the incredibly important rider of your opponent not being allowed to play defense reactions to this chain link. Though they can be activated in the form of a very cool new card that is only ever activated as a defense reaction, the Quick Dodge Flexors, legendary legs equipment in the Hunted, the set that released, 40-something hours ago.
Hey, look at this.
Another one.
Command and Conquer. It's got beautiful new art that you can pick up in boxes of.
We're laying it on too thick. It's too thick.
The Hunted at your LGS.
It's too thick.
You guys should go ahead and pick up that card. Got some nice art. CNC here coming in 4-6. We've seen CNC turn before. Block 6 is good.
Surely Dagan won't play another Command and Conquer this turn.
Surely not. Or any other card that threatens the arsenal. Tunic up to 1. We know he's got the Leave No Witnesses in the arsenal. He's got the Razor's Edge. That card doesn't work alongside it. And a big sigh from Dagan here.
Yeah, that's right.
Mark of the Black Widow coming in here, backed up by Razor's Edge in his hand. Cody making quite a face there. He does not like what he's seeing. I think he suspects that Dagan is sitting on something as threatening as just a nick.
And if he respects the just a nick, he will get over the Razor's Edge.
You will never guess what card is in Cody's hand right now, Sam.
What card?
Command and Conquer. In addition to 2 blues that do not block and a Wind Chakra, he's pretty priced into just letting this ride. Finally, clearing the marked target on his back and cashing it in not only for an action point, with Go Again thanks to Arakni Marionette's ability, an extra point of damage, and a card from his hand thanks to Mark of the Black Widow's hit effect. And that isn't all. On this turn, with just 3 cards, he's threatening 9 damage. And then, after taking a card from his hand, coming straight for his arsenal with Leave No Witnesses, something he sat so patiently on for 3 turn cycles now.
And here comes the Leave No coming in 4-4. Cody here making another one of those almost like stank faces as he stares down the Leave No Witnesses.
You know what that face says to me? Leave me alone.
Leave me alone. You can leave no witnesses, but just leave the party.
Very much want.
Here
Getting
comes...
block for 4 with that Command and Conquer. Cody's in a bit of an ugly spot here. His arsenal is Sacred Art Jade Tiger Domain, a Transcend instant that doesn't really do much on its own, as well as 2 more Transcend instants. He was basically forced to take the blocking decisions that he did. Thankfully, 12-Petal Kasaya is going to bail this turn out a little bit, generating not just 1, not just 2, but I believe 3 resources if he chooses to cash in all 3 of these Transcend instants on this turn, giving him plenty to work with as he decides to fire something back with this hand he was forced into keeping by the corners in the bottom right.
Lot of choices there for that pass over. A very relevant decision against Assassin, especially with the advent of the age of Take Up the Mantle and Under the Trapdoor. You got to worry about the defense reactions for Under the Trapdoor. You got to worry about stealth cards for the Under the Mantle. You got to worry about cards like Leave No Witnesses for freaking Codex of Frailty. So lots of choices for Cody Williams there with the pass over Transcension.
So this Rising Sun, Setting Moon has drawn a card and allowed him to put a card on the bottom of his deck. Interestingly enough, he's chosen to keep Ancestral Harmony in his hand, despite how much that card really doesn't like him.
Wonder if he's going to go ahead and keep the Ancestral Harmony to try to do something like a 5-card hand from here. He's got 2 floating. Plays the Jade Tiger Domain now. He'll get all 3 modes.
Pitching the Chi makes a lot of sense here. Use it as a blue and be rewarded with another one in your hand. Generate 2 Crouching Tigers in your hand. Your Crouching Tigers get +1 this turn. And this card transcends, triggering 12-Petal Kasaya, floating a 3rd resource, returning to the hand as an inner chi, and allowing you to activate Zen's ability. And we're gonna go gambling for the 11th time this weekend, and it's still not a combo card!
The levels of enlightenment. All he can do is laugh. That is 0 for 10 by his own admission on the week. And Cody going down from 3 floating to 1. Tiger taming Kakura gonna come across 4-2.
How much did he go down from to 1?
Yeah, he had some floating, and now he's at 1 floating, and now here comes the Crouching Tiger. 2 power, go again. Thanks to the Kakura and
Jade Tiger Domain,
which is one of my favorite cards.
I love
ever.
that card.
I just love that card. The art on it is actually one of my favorite, and just the way. And like, I do feel like, unfortunately, every time I activate or every time I play it, I have to kind of call it out like it's an anime signature move. You know, Sacred Art.
Jade Tiger Domain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, just like that. Here comes the Chase the Tail to power up alongside all these Tigers. And this all started with but a 1, just Transcend cards on the turn. But that is the power of the Tamer of Purpose, able to sculpt a hand and sculpt a turn from which there once was none. All of these Chi in the pitch Zen has reached towards the heavens, and he has found some power. The question is, what will he utilize the Traverse the Universe on? 25 minutes remaining in the game. 28 currently playing 25. Both of these players playing for their tournament lives. 5 and go again with this Chase the Tail, as Ancestral Harmony, unfortunately, is only going to get 1 point of value and burned one of Cody's best cards into the banished zone.
Shelter from the Storm hitting the chain here, blocking 4 out of 5, sending Dagan down to life total parity. Both players 28 all, as this is followed up by a Crouching Tiger for 4, thanks to Tiger, not
5.
Tiger Stripe.
Shouldn't
No,
it be 5?
4. Or did he miss his own Jade Tiger Domain?
It should be Jade Tiger Domain plus
suppose
1,
that's true. I
Tiger
suppose
Stripe
that's
plus
true.
1, and then, yeah, and then Chase the Tail plus 3. Yeah, that should have been 5. Crouching Tiger here going to come in for the one from, I guess, the Jade Tiger Domain. But I honestly, if you're Cody, you have probably played Crouching Tiger after Chase the Tail so many times and put down,
you just say
and
4.
just put down the 4 like every single time. Cody
Sometimes I say 4 when it's not 4, and I go, oh, my bad. I don't have Shuko here.
Yeah. Here comes the Hunter's Clave coming in for 1. Cody's bought most of the cards out of the hand. He's only working with 4 on his own turn. What is going to be the potential disruption from Arakni Marionette here?
Cody's hand looking extremely average here. 2 blues that only block 2, an Enlightened Strike, and a Chase the Tail that I imagine we may see find its way into the arsenal, as it's not particularly valuable on this turn cycle without an enabler.
Oh, the thing is, if you establish an arsenal, you can get it pressured by the cards like Leave No Witnesses and CNC. If you leave your arsenal open, all of a sudden, Codex of Frailty can do some major work. Here comes the mark upon Zen. What's the follow-up from Dagan here? Chain doing a little bit of a dance there in the arena as Dagan spins that card around. A lot of cards in the graveyard already that they have worked through. These players have been blocking. 26 currently playing 27. Again, a loss here will knock these players out of contention for the top 8. Leave No Witnesses for 4 is going to be the call. Just threatening the top of deck and the life total of Cody, but with no arsenal. Interestingly, Dagan didn't want to just keep that for when it would threaten an arsenal. What do you make of that play, Ellie?
I'm pretty curious what he's angling for here, especially since this threatens clearing the mark that he's put on Cody here.
But that might actually, I think you actually just nailed it. Often these
You think
players
he doesn't want to flip?
I think the Arakni Marionette hero ability is so strong of utilization of the +1 and the potential go again. Sometimes it's the best way to extend a hand. From what I've been hearing, a lot of Arakni Marionette players are valuing the hero ability printed on the card as much, if not higher, than the abilities of the brood that sits waiting for their puppet master to call and pull the strings.
If only you could use Mask of Deceit then to return to the base form. Biting Breeze coming in for 1.
Ooh, creating a Crouching Tiger in the Banished Zone on hit. I wonder if that'll be relevant on this turn for something like a Tiger Taming Kakara.
That might give him the that does give him the ability to fire off this Chase the Tail, an incredibly relevant on hit here, in conjunction with the pouncing paws he has.
Kakara coming in for 2. Has the 1 floating. Would be fascinating if that hit does allow this Chase the Tail to really come online and allow Cody to keep the Enlightened Strike in the arsenal. Here comes the Crouching Tiger coming in for 2 thanks to the staff and the Tiger Stripe Shuko. I still remember seeing that card spoiled for the very first time when Uprising was in spoiler season, getting all excited about a new ninja equipment, and then wondering, is this good in my Katsu deck?
Interesting. He chooses to fire off the Enlightened Strike here, presumably choosing draw. No, just choosing 7. Preferring to keep the Chase the Tail in his deck for his Traverse the Universe turn, as it's the only one he has remaining from what I understand.
Now 7 damage with the Enlightened Strike.
Dagan gonna give up 2 cards here. His 3rd Command and Conquer being committed to blocks here. 1 at the bottom of his deck, and the other in his graveyard.
Players finally losing a bit of life. Cody Williams to 23. Dagan to 20. Hunter's Clay for 1, going to be the call.
We've heard this one before.
No blocks is the call. Cody Williams gets marked. Down to 22 he goes. Codex of Frailty going to go ahead and come in here. Just get the Command and Conquer, given that the Tunic is on 3. Cody Williams all of a sudden has to wonder.
The mark barely mattering here. In fact, it'll only do anything whatsoever.
Can see here a unique and special Ponder token. I actually have one of those.
Yeah?
Yeah, I have one of those.
That's pretty funny. This Command and Conquer, or rather this mark, is only capable of doing anything if Cody decides to commit 2 blocking cards to the Command and Conquer to prevent it from destroying his arsenal. However, he only has 1 3-block in the hand. It would be pretty expensive for him to shut this down, and he would allow Dagan to flip into an Agent of Chaos in his end step, threatening more punishment for being too patient. Grabbing a Command and Conquer of his own, it seems.
Looks like the Command and Conquer is the call from Cody Williams here. And then I think Cody Williams is just going to take the 6, yeah. Down to 16 he goes. Mark is going to go away. Command and Conquer destroying Command and Conquer. It's only fitting that after those mid-turns with the Command and Conquers back and forth, that one would take out the other. Cody Williams, 3 cards in hand. The Biting Breeze going to come forth.
For 1.
Going to once again create that Tiger.
Dagan is really not interested in shutting down that on-hit at all, and it's been relevant both times here as we see a Tiger swipe in Cody's hand. Tiger coming in for 1 thanks to Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yeah, no blocks.
Here comes Zen activation after.
Well, play Stir the Pot.
Per the rules, I will give my deck a shuffle.
For the rules, I will give my deck a shuffle and then search my deck and shuffle it yet again.
Yeah, it wasn't. I wouldn't say that was a good shuffle the first time, but I don't think it was. I think it was
it's
warranted.
that important.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that important.
There's the Chase the Tail that was tucked away.
Good old Valiant Thrust with extra steps.
Deck to be presented, looking relatively thin, I will say. And back in the days of calling Portland, when Cody was in the top 8 or the top 4, I maybe even think of that event, he did have Cosmic Awakenings to try to work through these Assassin's disruptions.
Or even just to have a plan in a fatigue endgame. Cody has been pretty content to do a fair bit of blocking on these turns and just allow Dagan to take all these cards out of his deck. Perhaps his game plan, not just into the Alluring Desire, but into every assassin, is to wear their life total down until they reach a point where the inevitability represented by the cosmos themselves can come crashing down upon them for a massive 20 damage in conjunction with 3 inner chi set up patiently at the bottom of Mr. Williams' deck.
Dagan got a couple cards left here. Card in arsenal, card in hand.
Dagan's graveyard looking pretty fat as well.
Cody Williams, what's the hand that he drew? Leave no witnesses here. This one once again doesn't threaten the arsenal. Cody Williams hasn't really been able to work off of a 5-card hand, I don't believe, at a single point in this game. Is this time for the Traverse the Universe to come in and at least give him the potential to work off of 4 cards and a chi? How many threats does he have left in the deck? Ellie, you've played a fair bit of Zen, I know, as perhaps back when Bonds of Ancestry were a thing. How's Cody faring in this position, do you think? Does he have enough threats left in deck? His life total's going low. There goes one of the inner chi. Without the Traverse the Universe committed, what do you think he's waiting for?
I wonder if he's just saving Traverse for Cosmic Awakening, or perhaps just waiting for Dagan to be ever so slightly just a little bit lower. And the other part of this equation is you don't need to Traverse the Universe when you just draw a chi for like 5 turns in a row, Sam.
Holding the priority on the levels of enlightenment, the 12-petal Kasaya is going to allow for an extra resource, bringing Cody up to 3 floating as he utilizes the Chase the Tail from that preserved tradition right back from the bottom of the deck just into the hand. It was a really slick grab of that card again. I believe this will be his 4th Chase the Tail resolved in this game thanks to preserved tradition. Codex of Frailty, eat your heart out. Cody Williams as a way to recur threats of his own.
Codex of Williams. That's what Cody's short for, is Codex.
Yeah, it's his government name.
Draw a card. My 2 modes. Sure. Draw.
Dagan holding on to a pretty interesting hand there. Up sticks and run, shelter from the storm, a Bonds of Agony, and a secret 4th thing.
Cody Williams was able to draw a card off of the levels of enlightenment because of both of those blue cards in the pitch zone, responding to the levels.
A wax on. Not particularly useful on his attacking turn, but could be good for insulating himself from disruptive on-hits when he does choose to finally cash in that Traverse the Universe.
Excuse me, 13. Was it 15 yet?
You took, yep, 15.
Okay, down to 13.
Down to 13. Yep.
Down to 13 goes Dagan. This has just been like classic, really high-quality, high-level Flesh and Blood. Players making good value decisions back and forth. Their life totals have been walking down at nearly the same rate, valuing each other's cards expertly, valuing their own cards expertly. It's all about who can break the math of the turn cycles best. And for Cody, can he string together the most impressive turns? Dagan's had 3 pretty important D-reacts on these just turns back-to-back as well. Here comes the Pouncing Paws for this Chase the Tail. 4 damage represented with the Crouching Tiger.
Something pretty interesting about this game so far, Sam, is that we've seen Chase the Tail resolved 4 times, and not a single time has it been in conjunction with its classic companion from Mistvale as well, Aspect of Tiger Body, a card that has combo where it specifically seeks to follow up red attack action cards, and if so, will generate a Crouching Tiger, usually used in conjunction with Chase the Tail to generate the requisite second Tiger for Chase the Tail to buff. He hasn't needed it. He hasn't needed it even a little bit. He has fired off all 4 of these Chase the Tails with Crouching Tigers made of his own blood, sweat, and tears in this game.
3 more.
Flesh and blood and sweat and tears even.
Flesh and blood and sweat and tears. That is awesome. And this is 3 go again on the combat chain at the very end of it. You can see just there, Cody's threatening those 3 cards left in Dagan's hand, threatening to put him down to 5, and Dagan doesn't look like he wants to block with any of those cards. We'll have to wait and see just what they are.
Interestingly, too, Cody is threatening something more. This 100 wins has go again. He will have an action point when the link step resolves. And he could be threatening a meaningful on-hit like 100 wins. Dagan kind of calling him on it, saying, I don't think I can win this game if you continue to have it. Show me that you have it. Cody doesn't, and Arsenal's wax on.
Dagan now down to 5 after that big turn. Cody's deck is looking rather thin. The Tunic goes to 2, the 3 cards in hand for Dagan.
I believe he's drawn the 3rd Ancestral Harmony. Grain that tips the scale, a Growl, and an Inner Chi naturally generated here. I'm curious if this Traverse the Universe is ever going to represent meaningful value, Sam. Sometimes drawing too well can put you in a position where your most powerful piece of equipment is denied value because you don't need an Inner Chi in your hand. You can find that whenever you want. What you need is another real Flesh and Blood card, and that's proving to be a little bit punishing so far in this game as we sit with one player at 5, the other at 12, and Traverse the Universe still on the board with all of Cody's other pieces of armor.
Cody has 6 armor available to him down there. Got the Traverse, got the 12 pedal, got the Shuko, staring down 5 damage, but the mark isn't an on-hit that he cares about until he has to. And the Flick Knives means that he is most likely going to have to be marked or has the power to... Dagan has the power to mark him virtually at will. This might be damage he's willing to take to see what comes forth from here. Thank you once again to all 2,000 Flesh and Blood fans watching this penultimate round of Swiss. As one game from here, we will be having our top 8, our second top 8 of coverage, our 3rd of the weekend as the top 8 of the limited calling was just announced. Shout out to my good friend Alex Vor, limited guru, 13-1 through the calling in our first seed.
I'll also shout out a friend of mine, Justin Gottlieb,
Yes.
the bubble boy of Team Eclipse himself, bubbling once again in 9th place. And he shared that Michael Hamilton had some very sweet words for him after their Swiss game. He said, don't get too down on yourself. The fact that you bubbled means you belong here, which is just one of the most heartfelt things I've ever heard any card game champion ever have to say.
And the reason Michael Hamilton was consoling him is because Michael Hamilton beat him, put him in the bubble, and is in the top 8.
He did crush his dreams.
5 damage was taken by Cody, so he goes down to 7. What is the follow-up from Dagan? Persuasive Prognosis here.
No on-hit affected by Mark, but it does get +1 and on-hit go again, thanks to the mark on Cody's back here. Electing to give a card here,
Wow,
smarter than I, as every single time I see Persuasive Prognosis hit the board, I think, oh, geez, if I block that, it'll get banished and they'll gain life.
But the Wax On going to cover up the Persuasive Prognosis, so Dagan took a lot of damage and now is going to transform. If it is the trapdoor, he would get so much value, but because Cody is marked, Mask of Deceit now is online for Dagan to transform into the trapdoor and draw a blocking defense reaction. And maybe that will be important on this turn, as Cody only has to work through 5 life all of a sudden. And any return fire from Dagan threatens to turn that Traverse the Universe into a pretty powerful Flesh and Blood piece.
Growl cracking in for 3. Good old head jab action with a little bit of extra value if Cody Williams can muster up a Crouching Tiger, as it'll receive +1 from Growl's triggered ability. And as we all know, Cody has plenty of Crouching Tigers where their Growl came from, as he has an Inner Chi in his hand here.
You're marked. I will choose trapdoor.
Mask of Deceit, just like you drew it up. Dagan quickly announces, I will be choosing Trapdoor. No thought to give to that one. A free blocking card when your opponent is representing 3 in their hand and you are at 5 is pretty sweet.
Both players' decks looking rather thin. 7 playing 5. Currently 1 damage coming over the top.
Could be a titanium bubble.
Could be a titanium bubble, says Dagan.
That's sick. If it's a trap, that's it.
Both players talking about a pretty interesting piece of rules text on Arakni Trapdoor here. You may always search your deck for a card and banish it. It does not need to be a trap. However, you may always banish a card face down. It does not need to be a trap, so you can bluff in situations where you're out of traps in your deck and make your opponent carefully consider their options, lest you find yourself buried beneath the cellar door.
Grain that tips the scale, going to go ahead, bring the Kakara forth. To go again, Inner Chi in the hand. Reaction is the Frailty Trap, just to do the blocking thing. And now Zen once again gets activated. And go ahead and, if he still has a Mauling Chi, threaten some real damage here. 2 into 5, that threatens to become 6. Mauling Chi still in the deck. Maybe Traverse the Universe.
I believe he's only resolved 1 this game. I think he's blocked with 1.
Yeah, he definitely resolved 1 early.
He did Command and Conquer earlier this game.
And the question is, what are the threats remaining, and when does that Traverse the Universe come into play? Cody, like you said, just drawing the Chi naturally. 2 go again, threatening half of Dagan's life. He knows 5 is coming after this, that he's going to have to block. Still is able to work with all 4 cards on his turn.
Interestingly, we know the Runaways, so proud of their Zen list, run a pretty interesting piece of tech in the form of, oh no, what's the name? Chi Unleashed. The 2-cost attack action that cares about a Crouching Tiger on the Chainlink Prior. A little bit unfortunate that he could not transcend this grain that tips the scale, not only for 1 extra point of value on this turn cycle, but rather it would have floated a resource thanks to 12-Petal Kasaya that he could have used to find a Chi Unleashed and push a little bit of extra damage over Dagan's defenses.
Block 5, up sticks and run, and the Razor's Edge, meaning Dagan's got 2 cards to work with to threaten Cody's life. 6 minutes, 16 seconds remain in this penultimate round of Swiss. Both of these players fighting to stay alive in this tournament. A win, and they fight in a win and in next round. A loss, and they are competing for top 16, and that is all. no record to scoff at a Battle Hardened, but both of these players have dreams of a top 8 and a Battle Hardened win.
Let's see what Dagan's 2 remaining cards are. Persuasive Prognosis to the Pitch Zone and a Hunter's Clave coming in for 1, but Cody is already marked. This just represents a single point of damage. It could also represent a Codex of Frailty, which it certainly is, hitting the table. Dagan White is most certainly going to search his graveyard for a Command and Conquer to recursively Command and Conquer Cody's arsenal, but his efforts may soon be thwarted by the 6 armor remaining on Cody's side of the table.
Yeah, all 6 pieces of armor Cody has expertly kept until this moment. Many Flesh and Blood players, a big level up moment is when they realize, I need to save my armor for when it matters. You see some players in their early Flesh and Blood journey just like, well, I'll just block with this thing. It doesn't matter. I'll just get my 2 value now. Save it, folks. Save it. Even if you're all the way down to 6 like Cody Williams is at your second to last round, fighting for a chance in the top 8, there will be a time when you're glad you have it. And now, as he has 6 points of defensive value sitting there in his armor slot, we may see just how important it was that he kept these pieces together. And it might be why Dagan is looking a little bit none too pleased, especially as a chase
the tail number 5.
Number 5
lands in his arsenal.
As the Command and Conquer soon will hit the combat chain, and we're going to see
the classic Zen shove.
1, 2, 3. Traverse the Universe is going to trigger. The deck is going to be grabbed, the Inner Chi in the hand.
I was holding it for Cosmic. I just didn't see Cosmic yet.
As we see, this might be the moment that Cody Williams, even though he's facing down Arakni trapdoor, this might be when he closes the door on his opponent.
Boom.
Boom.
We actually got a little bit of a clue to something we were curious about earlier. Cody explicitly stated to Dagan that he was saving that Traverse specifically for Cosmic Awakening and just never drew it. Because of how many times he shuffled his deck, despite how many of the threats he has worn through, he is yet to draw a single copy of that card.
Here comes 3, go again. All this damage must be respected by Dagan. 3 minutes remaining, but this might be the end of the game, folks.
Levels of Enlightenment about to hit the combat chain with an Inner Chi in hand.
Responding to levels by activating Zen. Gonna go ahead here, grab the Crouching Tiger. That Zen state is not actually on the field, but this Zen ability is certainly resolving. Let's see what the grab is.
Maybe one of those aspects we never saw him actually get to resolve.
It is going to be an aspect of Tiger Body. That means Cody is going to be able to go 3, draw a card, and I think that's going to do it, folks. Unless Dagan has a defense reaction in that arsenal off of the random ponder from the Codex.
It's a little bit more awkward than that.
Oh,
Dagan does still have some armor on the board and 3 in hand. If he has a defense reaction in the arsenal, he could hang on pretty comfortably. And Cody actually fully aware of that, chooses instead of drawing a card, especially with how threat light his deck is, chooses instead +2 and go again on this Levels of Enlightenment, coming in for 5, more aggressively threatening Dagan's life total and trying to push over. And Dagan has the defense reaction Cody was so afraid to see. Tiger for 0 and to chase the tail for 3. Thanks to that frailty generated by Codex of Frailty. This is a game of small margins and impactful decisions, folks. We could see the value generated by that Codex of Frailty keep him alive.
Here's the 3. There's the remaining 3. And that is going to do it. Cody Williams able to string together the perfect turn. As we talked all game, Traverse, when is it going to be pushed into the combat chain? How important is it going to be? Turns out, Cody Williams saved it for the absolute perfect moment and utilized the Inner Chi gain 2. Move on into our winner's bracket. Currently 6-1 moving, or I guess 5-1 moving into our final round of competition. That was round 6, so we have got one more round for you today. And I cannot wait to see who is going to be featured in our win and in. And if you at home are like, man, I really enjoy getting to watch Flesh and Blood at the highest level, and I want to know where can I go to learn to play Flesh and Blood, perhaps in a large convention-like setting, then I would ask you to join us very soon at Copenhagen Gaming Week, one of the many conventions you can find our beautiful Learn to Play booth. I've taken part in this Learn to Play experience with some of my friends. It's a great time and a great way to learn Flesh and Blood. February 13th through 15th, you can join us at Copenhagen Gaming Week, or the festival in Cannes, February 28th through March 1st, 2025. No relation, I don't believe, to the esteemed film festival, but you could watch some great games of Flesh and Blood as you learn at the Learn to Play booth. Ellie, you mentioned it on stream. When was your first game of Flesh and Blood?
My very first game of Flesh and Blood was at an armory shortly after Uprising released, where I was taught both how to draft the game on the fly and how to play the game on the fly by Brody Spurlock. And you don't need to fly by the seat of your pants, because thanks to all the judges out there with our new Learn to Play certification that the judges of Rathe can impart upon thee, they are glad to both teach you how to play the game and teach you how to teach people how to play the game.
Well, folks, we have got one more round of Swiss, and we've got our first of 2 giveaways as a thank you for 30,000 subscribers upon the YouTube channel. We bestow upon you this box of Rosetta, and we have seen some Rosetta heroes do quite well all weekend long, and we know these are some of the most beloved heroes in our entire game. So all you need to do, be active in the chat during this next round of Swiss, and before our top 8 quarterfinals, we will be giving out this box of Rosetta to one lovely viewer. Thank you again for 30,000 subscribers. And, of course, during our finals game, one more giveaway as a thank you for 3 wonderful days of Hunted Release Weekend coverage. Finally, we give away the box of the Hunted that I'm sure all of you have your eyes on. So, one more round of Swiss, and with a perfect cut of 128 players, it's an even cut at the X and 1 mark, which means my 3 favorite words in trading card games: win and in. It all comes in together right after this.
Welcome back to the World Tour stop in Memphis. We have the final round of a Battle Hardened. I'm Ellie Bird. This is Nathan Crawford. And during this last round of Swiss, before we get into the top 8 cut, we will be giving away a box of Rosetta. At the end of this set contains my personal favorite hero, Aurora Shooting Star. I almost said Rosetta Shooting Star. This will be given away after this round, where we will watch Aurora Shooting Star. All you have to do is hang out in chat, be active, and talk about how much you love seeing some great games played in the flesh and blood. You ready, Nathan?
I'm ready.
Let's get right in. We have Lucas Oswald on New Alluring Desire, bit of a vanguard of a previous meta, versus registered as Aggro Blaze 96 on Aurora Shooting Star. What are we calling him? Mr. Aggro?
Why not? I mean, his name is Zach, but I'm sure he likes
Phillips?
it. Yeah.
I'm glad you know his name, Nathan, because I had no clue outside of the screen name.
There you go. Aggro Blaze 96. It's got a ring to it, though. We can go with that, too. But very familiar face on the left side, Lucas Oswald. Several top finishes, running with MST heroes. Obviously, still dominating. And, yeah, this is an exciting one. We have an aggressor, and then we have somebody that's trying to maybe pump the brakes a little bit via aggression.
Yeah, we've seen a fair bit of that this weekend. A lot of aggressor versus defensive deck matchups. Compared to relatively few, I feel, aggro racy matchups in this meta. It feels almost like a clean split in the metagame down the middle of decks that are proactive and decks that are reactive. Speaking of proactivity, Zach starting off here with a Starfall for 1, promising something in the reaction step to give it go again. Lucas forced to make a decision on this. And Zach playing Channel Lightning Valley, just about the best thing you can possibly find on turn 0, I imagine.
And blocking with a Codex of Frailty. And that's something you definitely don't mind seeing as the Aurora player as well.
Perhaps Lucas has another in the hand, or it just doesn't really fit into what he has planned for this set of 4 cards.
Did have the CLV established, 1 counter. Typically hard to keep it around for 2, but great turn 1 start.
Interesting thing going on here is that Zach arsenaled Electromagnetic Somersault, a card that has a little bit of dis-synergy in this matchup, as New's static ability that says your attack action cards with stealth have, when this chain link resolves, banish all action cards defending it. New can choose to resolve that before you get to resolve your electromagnetic discharge, electromagnetic somersault, not electrostagnetic discharge assault. Electromagnetic somersault's triggered ability that imparts to your cards. Bonds of Agony coming in for 2 with go again here after a Mistblade connected for 1.
These are the scariest ones, the ones with go again. Are they going wide? Especially blocking with the Codex of Frailty. You do not know what is following this attack.
Block 6.
Respecting it with the 6 block.
6 block committed to the chain here. Let's see what Lucas has. Is he going to go over or is he going to go around? It looks like he has the option to do both here with just a Nick and a Surgical Extraction in hand.
Priced out of the Surgical Extraction with only 1 resource floating, but definitely has access to, for sure, activate the Alluring Desire.
Oh my god, I just noticed. He has a headband that says Aggro Blaze 96 on
I mean, why not?
I need to get a headband that says Ellie Bird on it.
Just a Nick for both modes?
Just a Nick choosing both modes. Let's see if Lucas cashes in anything else. And he is going to cash in a Rousing Wave, despite having not yet blocked with it, choosing to value getting cards away from Mr. Phillips on the other side of the table.
Judge, can I have a... Yeah, thank you. I got you. You're a good fan?
I believe Lucas is calling a judge on account of not having a Fang Strike or not being able to find his Fang Strike.
It's hard to apply it to the combat chain when you don't have it, but I'm sure we'll come up with a solution, that's for sure.
It's a token, it's a token. I'm sure a judge will have it on hand.
Absolutely.
I've had this happen to me before. At my first competitive event, someone informed me that I actually needed to be able to represent every token my deck could make, as I was playing Coax a Commotion and Fryar and just never chose the Quicken mode.
So on the combat chain, we have the Alt Art Fang Strike.
Oh yeah, the Alt Art Fang Strike written in permanent marker. rather dry erase marker on that token.
So I'm at 30.
Somersault out of Arsenal, targeting the 2 attack action cards he has on the combat chain. Lucas explaining that what he's going to do here is, as the turn player, is resolve his new trigger first here, kind of blowing out the usage of this electromagnetic somersault here, and saying he wants to put the cards back in Zach's hand and then resolve Bonds of Agony rather than letting them be banished to new, to have a better selection of what he can take out of Zach's hand here and then subsequently out of his deck.
Absolutely. You have the unique ability to take that Entwine Lightning, which is one of those key pivotal consistency pieces in the Aurora deck.
And take not just one from the hand or one from the graveyard, but 3 collectively from hand, deck, and graveyard.
Is he going to go for the Entwine Lightning?
Could be Snatch. Could be Current Funnel, as it is a blue he can play. A lot of options here. He is going to go with the Entwine Lightning, like you said. Passing over his deck for him to search through.
And that's just such an... I think people underestimate, especially when you're not in top 8, deck lists are not open. Getting this on hit this early in the game, you get
it's so much information.
Count the lightning presses, the CLVs. Are they on snag? The D reacts. Just so much information, especially when it's on Lucas's first turn.
Not just that, but he sent a pretty devastating 6 damage with Go Again over the top here. As far as Zach is concerned, there could be more disruption following this.
And also, aggro's turn doesn't look too enticing. You can do a little bit of stuff with the Snapdragon Scalers, but other than that, if you're not willing to invest those at this point, it's kind of just make a Rune Chant, send a 0 for 4.
Little bit unfortunate for him that he didn't have a way to make an embodiment on his very first turn, as it would have required him to pitch 2 red cards.
These are all banished.
He could have, instead, played Channel Lightning Valley and pitched 2 cards into the embodiment, but he doesn't threaten damage by doing that with the Starfall.
Yep, getting my turn. We'll take Tunic up.
So much action has happened, but Tunic is only on 2 on Zach Phillips' second turn here.
Contemplating the options, no way to keep CLV. Do we invest the snaps? He already touched them. That's usually a good sign.
Let's see what Lucas is cooking up here. Snatch for 4 on the combat chain is the ask. Lucas, shake of the head, doesn't seem too jazzed about this hand, finding another Codex of Frailty before he's particularly ready to fire much out of the arsenal, along with a Venomous Bite, a Rising Sun Setting Moon, and a blue Double Trouble, and his arsenal is a Surgical Extraction. It might be a little bit difficult to pull everything this hand wants to do off while also denying this Snatch's hit trigger.
Kind of a clunky hand, but if Zach does invest in those Snapdragon Scalers, it could turn out to be a way better situation for Lucas.
Depend entirely on the top card of Zach's deck if Lucas chooses to let him draw 2. Looks like we're going to see those Undertow Stilettos block for 1, as well as maybe the Venomous Bite. The Venomous Bite committed to cover 4 on Snatch, and those Snapdragon Scalers hit the chain, giving up such an important resource so early into this game.
I'm going to pitch Activate Grasp. Yep. Still have 1 floating.
Making a Rune Chant.
Oh, this is a small thing. Technically, you're not allowed to have them on your hero anymore. If we were in Swiss, I wouldn't care.
Lucas explaining a new rules change, saying he doesn't care that much, but technically you are not allowed to keep tokens under your hero as they are in the arena in that position when they have not been created and should not be in the arena. Let's take a look at this cool custom lightning rune chant he has here. I think that has his signature headband printed on the rune chant. Arcanic Shockwave coming in for 4 here. Lucas taking all the damage, and Zach just arsenaling a card as Channel Lightning Valley dies, and he draws into the next one. Immediately threatened by this Surgical Extraction.
Really heads-up play making the Rune Chant and not just fusing the Shockwave to get that better arsenal target, because you know Lucas is not going to invest 2 cards and some armor to kind of stop that on hit. Very heads up.
Zach no longer has to live under the constant threat of a rousing wave. A bit of an unseen cost to Lucas cashing it in so early. Both players are kind of really slamming their foot on the gas and shoving everything they started this game with straight to the combat chain. 6 block is the answer to 4.
Let's choose to respect it.
Lucas choosing to punish that respect by instead transcending, finding another surgical extraction, and I believe we will see that chi hit the pitch zone and activate Mask of Recurring Nightmares, forcing Zach to banish a card from his hand. Giving up an Enlightened Strike.
I'm going to play Somersault.
He's going to play Somersault, now not at risk of losing these cards to News Hero ability as Surgical Extraction doesn't have Stealth.
Tunic goes to 3.
2 cards back in hand. Good old 1-card block 6.
We take those. We take those. And the card they ripped off the top, Lightning Surge from Arsenal with
sick
Go again.
top deck. If your Chain of Lightning Valley is only going to draw 1, how about the best starter in your deck straight into the arsenal?
An easy way to
Go Again.
convert that Tunic counter into 2 Go Again on the sword, because you are starting with that Lightning, and he has another E-Strike in hand. Why not just draw another card?
That's right. One of my favorite things about Aurora, and I've mentioned this more than once this weekend, is that she is kind of secretly the Hatchet Dory of aggressive decks. She's all about efficient math, and such a good shout out by you there is that the Tunic counter so easily and efficiently converts into 2 value on Starfall. I mean, Tunic for 2 value is like something some decks dream of.
Absolutely. I mean, it's no Rosetta Thorn.
It's not Rosetta Thorn. Tunic for 4, but in this new age of Flesh and Blood, where things like the Verdant Sword of the past have been banished to where they belong, 1 Tunic counter for 2 value is a pretty sweet trade. Lucas not interested in blocking at all here. I stated at the start of this game that he would be the reactive deck, but he's feeling pretty proactive as he just kind of lets Zach run his hand out, keeps everything he has, and just wants to hit him as hard as he can.
I do love E-Strike draw card in Aurora, specifically because you cannot, as long as you have a Lightning card on the combat chain, you can't draw a dud, right? If it's a blue, you just make that embodiment and you get some value off of it. Or if it's a good enough blue, you can always Arsenal it. But if you rip that juicy red, you just throw it into Arsenal and all is good. Choosing to go round 7, though.
Yeah, choosing 7 as Lucas just full takes it down to 22. What is his plan for this hand?
Everybody's got a first time. Tunic to 3.
Surgical Extraction hitting the combat chain with 2 floating. Tunic's on 1, and there's a hiss in Lucas's hand. 4 with Disruption is the ask here.
Now, over-pitching on purpose after taking a bunch of damage. Alarm bell should be ringing. Unsure of what it could be, but we could be looking at maybe a Codex situation where you had to get it out of the hand early. So many possibilities in this situation. Aggro should not feel comfortable in this spot.
Codex of Frailty is exactly what is in Lucas's arsenal here.
Probably just CYB, but...
Interesting. Zach is afraid of Count Your Blessings, something represented by Lucas's current resources in his pitch zone. However, I don't think that's even in his deck list, Nathan.
Not only that, but also if it's just CYB, it's probably just block 3 with the CNC, pitch that blue, and then use Tunic counter to convert to that C by B. So I think there's a little bit more going on. Unsure of what it is. Maybe a hiss into something else. We'll see.
Maybe a little bit of a misevaluation, which is part of the power of new Alluring Desire. She puts you in these positions where she asks you questions over and over, giving you so many opportunities to get something wrong, which is exactly what she wants to happen.
It looks like we are taking advantage of the sync from Crown of Providence.
Looking to find maybe a little bit more block value in this hand. Hiss coming over the top, sending this Surgical Extraction to 7. And I don't believe Zach has a defense reaction in hand.
So taking 3.
We are playing the Slither. We do want that action point. The question is, what do we want it for?
Yeah, sorry,
It's always
coming.
coming.
It's always coming.
It's always
Look
coming.
at my hand. We're gonna. So I go to 31. So if I play that out, you just get the ability.
And Codex here is just gross because you have the tunic counter to pay for surgical or CNC. If that's in the grave, I mean, just so many possibilities on this turn.
I don't believe he presently has a Command and Conquer in his graveyard, but he can recur Surgical Extraction. Zach in a bit of a rough spot here. His hand doesn't have an attack action if Lucas chooses to banish this Flittering Charge, making it a little bit difficult for him to send anything meaningful back. Interesting, he takes the burn-up shock, maybe not wanting to deal with the on-hit on his next turn, also knowing that he's going to force Zach to discard with the Codex of Frailty waiting in the wings in his arsenal, sending another Surgical Extraction Zach's way.
I actually love this line, just really just taking away the blocking potential. Not the best card, just the card that blocks the best because you know you're just going to threaten another one.
Setting himself up to succeed by removing his opponent's agency.
I think that says ponder, but we're quite unsure.
Grabbing a Lightning Surge out of his arsenal.
Discard.
The one saving grace here is that whatever he puts in his arsenal, he will not be losing access to, at least on this turn. Surgical Extraction, however, promises to remove the last card in Zach's hand, should he not block with it.
And no matter how you cut it, you will lose that card, whether you block with it and jam the armor, which kind of really doesn't make a lot of sense, but I think you just have to give it up.
If you love something, let it go, as Zach lets go the last card in his hand onto the combat chain, taking 2 down to 29, losing the Exude Confidence off the top of his deck, a pretty key piece in a matchup like this. And the worst of all, the thing he's going to have to let go is this Channel Lightning Valley that was coaxed out of his hand by that Surgical Extraction, as he sends just 3 with Go again with no cards in hand to fuel the Lightning Flow mechanic that Channel Lightning Valley asks you to answer every single turn.
At least this does really ask for a card. I don't think Lucas is a big fan of just letting him draw here, especially with Go again.
However, Lucas's hand is pretty sweet. He may not want to block at all. He has a Transcend instant in Path Well Traveled, a Bonds of Attraction, which is a blue block 3. However, there's also a Bonds of Agony in this hand. We could see another one resolved this game. And just like the first, a Mask of Recurring Nightmares in conjunction with it, forcing multiple cards out of Zach's hand.
Pathful Travel, one of the best Transcend cards, just giving you that Go again, not forcing you to lean on any other resources, although with the bonds, we might do it anyway.
He's going to let him draw a card here, and he has found a Lightning card. A bit of a punish here.
One Go again?
Only
from
one.
Zach. Even though this is only one, this was functionally a 1-card 4,
right?
As the card he drew, A, did not leave his deck, and B, was not in his hand to begin with, as well as preserving his Channel Lightning Valley is pretty high value here. Lucas with plenty of resources to work with. He's leveraging his life total as a resource here. He's 11 down, and he's just looking to do as much damage and disruption to Zach's plans and life total as he can.
This has to be a scary spot. It was not even a break point, just coming in for 3. Lucas said, no blocks,
He
draw
said,
your
I don't
card.
care, draw, go ahead.
So you could basically assume that this will have its effect.
Bonds coming in for 1 for now.
Unfortunately, I think Aggro's hand is borderline unfunctional. I think there's, what, 2 burn-up shocks, a Heaven's Claw, and a Lightning Press, which is pretty expensive on that curve.
Pretty expensive. He does have some options. He is capable of playing the shock half of burn up to find other options from the top of his deck, both on Lucas's turn and on his own.
It's the Lightning Press.
Banishing the Lightning Press to Mask of Recurring Nightmares. That other blue that he chose not to block with finds its way into the pitch zone to activate the Undertow Stilettos, giving this go again with the Slither, as well as satisfying the clause where he needs to play 3 attack reactions. Giving this 4 power and a nasty on-hit.
Also, if aggro has more than 1 copy in the hand, you are allowed to take both copies from hand because it can be from any location except that arsenal.
Yeah, that's a good shout. He's in a nasty spot here. He does have 2 burn-up shocks, and I think we're going to see one played in response to the Bonds of Agony trigger here to try and reduce the amount of damage this does to his hand. But if Lucas chooses to Arcane Barrier, this could be even more disastrous. Covering this up, deciding he doesn't need that resource. The quality of Zach's hand has plummeted a little bit.
And unfortunately, now he's kind of in that same spot where he lost both anyway.
He'll at least go for the gusto here, sending off the second shock as he's about to lose it anyways. Lucas saying, all right, since we're still in reactions, I will send this to 9 with just a Nick adding another on-hit to this. And Zach takes this opportunity to fully clear his hand before this can connect with his life total, pitching that last blue card in his hand to Aurora's hero ability, generating an Embodiment of Lightning token.
The top card first. Yep. Or I guess that's really the only
Very, very well done, emptying the hand. Didn't quite work out the way. He's kind of hoping that he needed those resources for some reason, but still, denying the bonds trigger, I mean, it's just 9 damage. It's not the end of the world.
Zach's going to be passing back here, and Lucas's hand is a little bit clunky. A defense reaction, a transcend instant that I'm not sure he's capable of transcending. A Justin Nick with a target in the form of Persuasive Prognosis in his arsenal. This changes everything in terms of how his hand is contextualized. Not only is this going to come over for 6 and most likely threaten a card out of Zach's hand, but he will also get to unconditionally take a card from Zach's hand with the pass over in his hand, transcending and being pitched into Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Hardest part about playing against new is trying to build your turn in a way to where you actually have something, but that mask is so important in blocking down to an effective hand and then them just having the ability to take 1 more. And sometimes you block down to 2 cards, one of them's an E-Strike, it can just be absolutely destructive.
New has the very unique ability to punish people not just under respecting her attack reactions, but unlike most other decks in the game, over respecting her attack reactions can put you in a particularly nasty spot as she comes for everything you decided to hold onto by blocking a little too much. She asks you to thread the needle nearly perfectly. Lucas playing Passover, taking a look at Zach's graveyard here, maybe trying to find a playable blue, and in failing that, looking for a good card to take away from him when he has a Codex of Frailty so that Zach can't get it back. Banishing an Enlightened Strike. Activating Mask of Recurrent Nightmares.
Getting 1 more card from the hand, taking Aurora down to a 3-card hand, which does kind of dilute the value of that embodiment there, just reducing the go-wide potential.
Zach's hand is all 1 color. If he whiffs on the Persuasive Prognosis as banished, he could at least get to keep 3 cards for 1 turn. Fry banished to just a Nick. Let's see the next one. Not to mention, Prognosis is going to gain some life here. Banishing a yellow, this is huge for Zach. His hand is all red. Prognosis has meaningfully whiffed on its disruptive ability here. He will get to play his hand out.
Absolutely huge. Hitting the yellow on the Prognosis, just denying that on-hit ability. Absolutely massive. Has the ability to maintain those 3 cards to actually just try to salvage a little bit of tempo.
Flittering Charge for 4 with Go Again, thanks to the Embodiment of Lightning and not its own ability, is the response here. And something I didn't notice is that Lightning Surge in... My curse comes again. The Lightning Surge in Zach's hand is actually blue here, which is actually a really interesting deck building inclusion. most Auroras I'm aware of, putting Tam, for example, don't really play this card, but it does give you access to more blue starters, maybe valuing consistency a little higher than most other Aurora players, something exhibited even in the Fry we saw enter his banished zone.
Absolutely, and then also making the embodiment to maintain that consistency. Although, we'll see, because Lucas did not block a single card, which means that he is going... Oh, he did block one.
Blocked with a Shelter from the Storm from the Arsenal.
Presenting 6, very relevant on hit.
Sometimes relevant. Let's take a look at
Maybe
Zach's
not
hand
with
and
an
see how
Exude in
relevant it
hand.
is.
Not very.
Yeah, he's capable of sending Exude and Fry on this turn and a Lightning Surge. This whole hand converts if he chooses not to respect a Race Faces on hit. Does Lucas have a way to punish that? And he does! Count your blessings, making its name known for the first time this game in 2 copies in the same hand. 6 with a Disruptive on hit coming in. Let's see what Zach has to say about it.
Thinking over blocks. We'll have go again on the first attack from that embodiment. Exude denying those D-reacts, which is very, very important. But also not at a comfortable enough life total to where it really, really matters. But as they walk those life totals down, it will become much, much more impactful.
Yeah, the value it generates may not be the most impactful thing right now. Tunic and a floating resource to gain 3 life is not the most efficient play in the world, but that efficiency will ramp up over time as this is a generic value engine that any hero has access to, and value it does generate. Exude confidence for 4 with go again. Lucas cannot play defense reactions or activate instants unless this is defended by a card with equal or greater power.
Activate Exude to take it up to 6.
Exude ability pushing this to 6. Yep. Lucas taking it down to 11 to Zach's 8.
Fry is going to be for 3 go again.
Looks like he's just wanting to push absolute maximum damage as much as he possibly can. Maybe not willing to entertain the idea of defending that arsenal.
Just like that blue Lightning Surge, that Fry is also an interesting inclusion here, Nathan. Do you think he's valuing consistency that highly?
Absolutely. It seems like blocking values have kind of been sacrificed in a lot of avenues. You know, a lot of people like to lean on Blue Heaven's Claws and things like that to really increase the block consistency. But looks like he just really wants the Lightning with Go Again, which is very important in some of those matchups like Enigma and things like that.
Yeah, he just values those starters. Another 2 for 6, more relevant than the last. Coming in here, Weakest Link. 6 damage, and if it connects, you will look at their hand and choose a card without a base defense value. If you do, they discard it, and you draw a card. Zach has drawn into 2 non-blocking cards here in the form of Electrostatic Discharge Red and a Channel Lightning Valley. This is pretty painful.
Block 6.
Giving up his grasp of the Arknight's last point of block as well as the 2 attack action cards in his hand.
On my turn.
Starfall for 1. Surely it's just 1.
Surely.
Wherever it went.
Always 1.
For 1.
It's always 1. It's never 1. But one of my favorite things about this is that it does make your opponent think about what you could possibly have.
If they block for 2, it'll definitely be for 1.
If they block for 2, it will definitely be for 1. That's fantastic, Nathan. Lucas's hand. Sink Below, Hiss, Levels of Enlightenment, and Persuasive Prognosis. That Sink Below is pretty nasty here. He gets to force Zach to commit that Channel Lightning Valley to the board and then stuff his ability to draw a card with that defense reaction. This feels like him slamming the door in his face. He's running out of ways to get back in this game. And Lucas has a pretty crushing return here.
Does at least get to hang on to the CLV, although with the prognosis coming in with only a 4-card hand and no arsenal, and only 1 point of armor and Tunic on 3, so not really looking, not very motivated to block with that Tunic right now.
A really, really nasty pincer attack here. Hiss in hand promises to send this Prognosis to 4, and the 2 remaining resources from the levels of Enlightenment entering the pitch zone will be used on the Count Your Blessings and Lucas's arsenal, both removing damage potential from Zach's hand and rubber banding himself further away from Zach's reach in terms of damage. As well as I believe Zach's hand contains multiple colors of cards here, it's reasonably likely that this Prognosis hits unless he can get lucky and flip another Arc Lightning or similar yellow off the top. Looks like instead he's choosing to respect it with 2 attack action cards here.
Such a difficult decision because even when you block, they still gain life off of the banish, off of the new ability, which widens the gap even further, as you mentioned. It's so interesting that we saw the life totals just go down together, slowly but surely, and then out of nowhere, just Lucas is creating this gap with the CYB package.
Oh, okay.
It's not. There's no life gain or blues or anything with it, so it doesn't.
Okay, so it's. I was like, we need to go back or something.
No,
like
no,
we
no,
can't.
It's fine.
So double pump, I guess if you have Fang Strike.
Let's listen in on his thought process here.
Fang Strike would be 5 and then 6, 7, 8, so it'd be Xaxes.
Afraid of double attack reaction, not just disrupting his hand, but disrupting his run at this tournament bracket by killing him on the spot. Presently 1, but Lucas has 3 cards to work with.
On 6, you go back to 12, and then depending on what you have, and then I do that to see what you're willing to give me.
He's really carefully assessing the situation here and considering all possible options.
It's really a tough spot, but I think with E-Strike in hand, you're always incentivized a little bit to kind of block 2 cards, maybe send 7, have that break point for the CLV.
You go to 12? Yep.
Interesting.
I'm going to play Count Your Blessings.
Lucas just closing the chain and gaining some life.
So I'll gain 3 more life off that, up to 15.
Up to 15 is a big number when Zach only has 2 cards in hand, and the threat has not gone away. Lucas is just arsenaling that attack reaction. One of Zach's best possible options here is that Lucas doesn't draw something disruptive, and he has failed to find something like that. However, he does have a sink below, both to block 4 and fix the hand a little bit. E-Strike for 7 coming in, not just threatening half of Lucas's life total, but also a draw off Channel Lightning Valley.
So many options for Lucas, but definitely motivated to make the block for 7 here with that second react and the sink blow. Like you mentioned.
No sink. Very interesting.
No sink.
He's just casting Count Your Blessings on Zach's turn here.
I actually love this play. I mean, you're just basically widening the gap and then telling the Aurora player, hey, you literally cannot brick here.
If you brick, you will just be so far out of range that you will not have a way back into this game. But Zach has done a little bit of the opposite of a brick here. He's found Arc Lightning, maybe the ultimate starter in conjunction with a Snatch and an Electrostatic Discharge, promising not just a fair bit of damage on this turn in the form of both Arcane and Physical, the Rune Blade signature, but a Snatch 4/7 at the end of all of it.
All things considered, that is definitely not a brick. I mean, such a strong play to be able to pump the Snatch up to 7, force through that on hit, really kind of make Lucas look over at that armor. Maybe it's a little too early to give up Tunic, but it is completely off of a counter, so maybe it's in the realm of possibilities.
Well, he is going to give up Tunic, Nathan. He's actually blocking, wow, 2 cards and Tunic from hand.
Break the combat chain. I'm
Chain.
leave the arc lightning out just to
Breaking the combat chain. 1 Arcane coming over in resolution step there from the go again. Thanks to Arc Lightning saying whenever you go again this turn, deal 1 Arcane damage to any target. Activating Grasp of the Arknight, making a rune chant. Dealing 1 Arcane thanks to the go again on Grasp of the Arknight.
Okay.
Now, coming in for a total of 4 with Starfall, triggering the rune chant, coming in for 1, dealing 2 physical, and then in the resolution step, thanks to go again on Starfall, 1 more Arcane. Lucas down to 13, and it's over to his turn, and here comes another erased face.
Okay, decent blocking hand. Does have the option to give just 2 cards. But how impactful are those cards this turn? You do have Fry, but then you have Arc Lightning, which typically scales with the hand.
Right.
And currently, if you give 2 cards, it's not really going to do that much scaling.
Curious to see how he chooses to navigate this situation. The on-hit isn't the most meaningful thing in the world on this turn, but his life total is getting incredibly low. And if he chooses to take damage and a push back isn't enough, he's going to 2, and he loses all class and talent types this turn. If his return isn't enough, this could just be it. Lucas is 11 life ahead at this point.
Go ahead and play it anyway, force the arcane. What to follow? Tunic counter on 1, ready, but also you do not get the text on Starfall because you cannot play a lightning card. But you do resolve Go Again.
4 Go Again, 1 Arcane and Resolution.
Yep, and then the arcane. 7.
Lucas taking all 5 down to 7. Zach might just get the opportunity to push all the damage he needs on this turn. He's going to present exactly lethal. Fry is coming in for 3. It'll deal 1 arcane, and then he'll use his Tunic counter to send Heaven's Claws for 3, hopefully forcing Mr. Oswald to give up a card.
Looking like he's going with the Grasp instead, which
you're so
does
smart.
produce the 2, and which is more evasive damage. I think it's the exact same damage, but it is a little bit more split up. You get the double arcane plus the 1, only 1 on the Starfall. You don't get 2 because you have not played a lightning card due to the text on that erase face.
It is the same amount of damage, but it is more split up. Lucas actually catching that this sword is not for 2 with Go Again, but rather for 1, like you said, thanks to Erase Face. But that's a really good shout. Most importantly, this card does not take a card out of Zach's deck here. Super meaningful in this stage of the game. Lucas going down to 1, but keeping his entire hand, leave no witnesses. Coming in for 4. And what Zach doesn't know is that Lucas's last card is a hiss.
Really good spot for Lucas. Kind of forcing aggro to have a D-React in the spot. You know this is not it. New wielding 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal.
I'm unsure if we've seen a single defense reaction from Zach here, but if he could find a source of instant speed arcane damage, like the defense reaction Sigil of Suffering or a burn-up shock, he could attempt to kill Lucas at instant speed, but his hand contains no such luck, as well as a measly blocking power of 9 on 4 cards. Do you think he has any outs here?
I think you just have to hope that it's a Go Again. You can't just overblock because then you just lose the Go Again. It's
right.
just you're just kind of guessing on are they going tall, are they going wide? And in this case, unfortunately, Lucas is
doing both.
Planning on doing both.
Planning on doing both. And arsenaling a sink below after all is said and done. Blocking just 4. This might be a fatal misstep.
Block 4.
Hiss coming over the top by 3. That's going to do it. Zach Phillips extending the fist bump. Your winner of the final round of Swiss at Battle Hardened Memphis. And this stop on the World Tour is Lucas Oswald, proving yet again, like you said, that he continues to have the chops to be considered one of the best players in our amazing game of Flesh and Blood. What a game, Nathan.
Absolutely. Just phenomenal play from both players and really showcasing the gap that CYB can create. And even Lucas got to it a little bit late.
I was thinking he might have found it too late.
And it did just enough at the right moment in time, and Lucas was able to keep on that disruptive aggression, and turned out really well for Lucas.
At the end of the day, Flesh and Blood is a game about numbers, and no matter how far you are behind, sometimes just enough incremental value can not only find your way back into the game, but your way into the winner's circle. And speaking of the winner's circle, we have a winner of a giveaway of a box of Rosetta to announce just before we get into our top 8 here. Are you ready to find out?
Oh, I'm ready.
I'm ready to find out. Can you do the honors, Nathan? Can you drum roll on the box?
On the box?
On the box. Who is it? Swan. Just one. Don't worry about it. Presumably talking about the Starfall we were talking about at the start of this game. Congratulations, Mr., Mrs., or Mix Swan in chat. This box of Rosetta is all yours. And for everybody else, we have a treat for you. The top 8 is finalized. Let's take a look at the bracket. We have Gabriel Ebady on Viserai Runeblood versus Jacob Baugh, another kind of mainstay of the competitive Flesh and Blood community, on Syndra Drakai of Retribution. Cody Williams, who we saw in our penultimate round of Swiss on Zen Tamer of Purpose, versus, I believe, his teammate and friend, winner of Calling Tampa, Lucas Oswald on New Alluring Desire. A bit of a classic Mistveil mashup there. Kevin Murphy on Prism Awakener of Soul versus Jonathan Fouk, someone we've seen on coverage three, maybe 4 times this weekend on Verdance. Thorn of the Rose finding her place in a top 8, fighting yet again for her chance at some LL points, as well as Brian Lorenz, who we saw face off earlier today in one of the best games I've seen in all my time as a caster against Barrett Goss on Arakni Marionette versus Rich Pauls on Viserai Runeblood. What are you most excited to see here, Nathan? Who do you want to see win this event?
Well, I mean, of course, Viserai, right? And
big Vis fan? You want him to go?
I mean, I just want him to take one down, right? I just want him to solidify his spot in the meta, kind of ride out in the RTN season and see what happens. But I would love him to play him a little bit longer as well. So I'm good with either result. But I mean, Verdance in top 8, kind of cool.
Right.
We do have the Prism matchup. It's going to be a little bit blocky, but we'll see how it ends up there. And then also, I mean, just some heavy hitters with Cody Williams and Lucas Oswald. Curious to see, but I think this one goes to either Vis or maybe MST.
An exciting opportunity for Vis, not only to cement his opportunity in the winner's circle, but cement himself a place in the vaunted halls of living legend. An exciting opportunity that paves the way for a new Runeblade to come, and we will be coming back soon with that Brian Lorenz game. My friend on Marionette. Arakni Marionette versus your favorite hero, Viserai Runeblood. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to this stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. The Battle Hardened in Memphis draws near its final 3 hours as we will soon head into the top 8. And what a day of games of Flesh and Blood it has been, Nathan.
It's been an amazing 7 rounds of Swiss so far, and I cannot wait to dig into that top 8.
Battle Hardens have their own kind of unique appeal in that callings are split up into 2 days. You often have 7 to 8 rounds the first day and 7 to 8 rounds the next, but Battle Hardens are their own unique test of endurance. You must struggle your way through anywhere from 9 to 12 rounds in a single day, and we applaud everyone who has made it this far. And what better way to applaud everyone we've had competing today than to take a look back at some of the best moments we've had so far. Round 1.
Massive first turn for
I
Justin,
believe you
and he
commentated this one, Mr. Crawford. What happened here?
And
we
another
had Taylor
Volsar
versus
tick
Justin
on this turn.
Slippy
And
versus
still
so many
Oscilio,
cards, and
just
still the
an
sigil of
amazing
brilliance to
play
just
here
continue
with
that
the
card
amp.
draw, having so
And
many
that Volsar on
options
7?
to really just lean in
on
on
the Comet
Why
Storm.
not just
Coming in
yeet
big.
the Comet Storm?
The Comet Storm
Taylor
shot
was
coming
able
in,
to
powered
close it
up
out
by the
with
Volsar,
a,
amping 7
lightning press
on
from the
top
opponent's
of
deck
the
to
shot.
Lightning press
That means we're
from
coming in
his
for
opponent's Vanish
6.
Zone, but not before Justin Fry got in for 12. Here
Does he have enough
comes
cards in
Dash
deck
IO,
to
banishing away
utilize
something
3
pretty
more boosts on his
unfortunate
next
in the
turn
last
and
final
get the
turn.
Hanami Blaster
Last few
through?
turns I heard.
Yep, and Aaron versus Jonathan, it came down to obviously a fatigue, and Aaron did get a max V or 2 off, but came up a little bit short due to action point economy, kind of cranking when kind of unnecessary to close it out.
Last max V leaves his deck there. That's brutal. In round 3, one of the most insane things I've seen in quite some time. Big to pieces, getting pumped and given go again by Snapdragon Scalers into double Justin Nick. Not just clearing Prism's board, but clearing away almost all of Barrett's life total. And maybe more impressive than this replay was his tenacity with which he fought on for 5 or 6 more gritty turns of Flesh and Blood. This one, also one I bore witness to, was an absolutely colossal amplifying arrow for lethal. 9 off of just a couple cards. Jacob made the best of a bad situation and got rid of 2 arrows he couldn't use thanks to long draw half glove, giving this amplifying arrow the kick it needed up to 11 to close the game against Evan Ford. What an amazing showing from both of these local legends and friends of my own. After this, I believe you bore witness to another pump situation. An absolutely massive attack sent JP Coleman's way.
Absolutely. This matchup was phenomenal with the double Runic Reckoning onto the attack with Overpower. I mean, that's
thanks to Machinations.
Yeah, that's a great way to close it out. Absolutely.
Machinations, Runic, make a rune chant. Runic, make a rune chant. And here it comes. Rune Flash for 10 and 4 with Overpower. After that, we had Cody Williams' iconic final shove with that 6 armor. He waited all game, looking for a Cosmic Awakening and never finding it and using this is Zen's signature move. He shoves 6 armor in front of your disruptive piece and then freaking kills you on the crackback with the inner chi he searched his deck for. And what amazing camera movement. Come on. I mean, come on. Come on. And then the final round of Swiss, we just witnessed this. Maybe one of the most serendipitous moments I've seen in recent Flesh and Blood history. Zach's hand contained 2 of the 3 colors cards can be in Flesh and Blood, and Persuasive Prognosis, which only disrupts you if it hits a matching color, flipped an arc lightning off the top, giving Mr. Blaze 96 first name aggro a new lease at life as he dropped his hand on the table, only to disappoint Mr. Oswald as he found out there was nothing he could take. And far from disappointment, we have quite a game for you here, folks. We have my personal favorite hero, not a hero in Flesh and Blood, but Brian Lorenz himself playing Arakni Marionette in top 8 against your favorite Flesh and Blood hero, Viserai Runeblood.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for this one. I'm really interested to see the D-React count on this list. that's the best way to shelter from these assassins with options like take up the mantle and things like that. You could just be so aggressive. Although Mario does rely on that hit, and maybe Viserai can kind of leverage that to his advantage.
Pretty interesting piece of equipment we're seeing on Paul's side of the table here. Ether Ironweave. Tell me a little bit about that. I feel like I don't see that in Viserai much these days.
I mean, that just means that he's here for a good time, not a long time.
He's here for a good time, not a long time. Looking to maybe get 1 point of armor value and then 2 resources on a later turn to do something quite disgusting. And speaking of something quite disgusting, on turn 0 here, Brian coming across with Hunter's Clave for 1 power. Just kidding, it's 4 power after Rich committed a card to the combat chain to block. Tarantula Toxin, pushing it over by 2, sending Rich to 38 and putting a target on Viserai's back.
I'm still trying to figure out which is better, Tarantula Toxin or making rune chances Viserai on turn 0, because it is the whole weekend has been, oh, I started the game at 36, and it's absolutely insane on turn 0.
Both heroes are capable of making you start the game at 36, and speaking of making some difficult to interact with damage, Brian out of the gates here, flipping into the Daggers synergistic hero, Arakni Tarantula. Number 5 in the 6 Agents of the Brood. Over to Rich's turn. Let's see what he draws as he refills his hand here. He only wanted to block with 1 card. That's a pretty good opener.
That's a good hand. And we'll see what he can kind of put together with it. You are lacking the attack, obviously, but we have a good setup potential. And really just, obviously you have the ability to go get that attack with that Become the Arknight.
Become the Arknight. Discard a card. Search your deck for kind of the opposite card. You can discard a non-attack action to search your deck for an attack, or an attack to search your deck for a non-attack action.
Exactly.
And a fair bit of rune chant generation in this hand. Talk about starting the game a little bit low on life.
All right, opting to kind of save it maybe and just make the rune chant, which 100% get, and then probably just go with the Malefic into the Dirge.
That rune chant fueling the Deadwood Dirge is nothing to scoff at. Having 4, I believe 4 rune chants here as Viserai's trigger will make a rune chant. And then Deadwood Dirge will destroy it and generate 3, functionally going up only 3 here.
Unfortunately, marked is not an aura.
Right,
As amazing as that would be, you cannot blow that up with the Dirge. So we'll have to settle with his own rune chant.
Feels plenty good to destroy things like Frailty with Deadwood Dirge to begin with.
Absolutely. Now, can Brian put together that Kiss of Death to go with that Agent of Chaos?
Let's see what he's got here. Up Sticks and Run is a pretty close second. 2 Leave No Witnesses and a Just a Nick. Sometimes this is kind of the power of Viserai just setting up, right?
Right. You're just really demanding the opponent to have very functional hands every single turn because you're kind of not interacting with them except on your defensive abilities.
Hunter's Clave coming in for 5 with Go again. Not threatening that much of a meaningful on-hit outside of, a bunch of damage thanks to Arakni Tarantula's hero text since Rich Paul's is already marked.
I'm sorry, we didn't update your life from turn 1.
Also just the unique ability to where if the mark was really important, you can just reapply with Flick Knives later in the combat chain. So many options here. And we have 2 red cards in the pitch zone, which is a little bit of indication that it is probably a little bit of a weaker turn, but we'll see what Brian. We obviously know that there is another Leave No Witness in the hand, which is good, but if Viserai is willing to invest in setting up even more, it's not as impactful as Brian would probably like it to be.
Yeah, the pain of only sending 9 damage with 4 cards is tempered a little bit by the opportunity to take some cards away from your opponent, trying to set up a lethal push like Viserai Runeblood is so wont to do. No blocks, no reactions, say both players. Rich Paul's down to 33.
Really good play by Rich, recognizing how
32, thanks
little
to Arakni
impactful the marked is in that situation. Kind of disrespecting the dagger at the appropriate moment, waiting for something that's a little bit more relevant down the combat chain.
There's kind of an interesting dichotomy here where in CC, I think you're often encouraged to block the effect the mark generates as opposed to the mark itself, and turned on its head in the new Flesh and Blood set in the Hunted's limited environment. It's often a lot higher value to block the mark itself.
Exactly. Exactly. How valuable is that arsenal? Viserai still with a 4-card grip and a card in arsenal and full equipment, if we really want to lean on it this early.
A lot of armor to shove so early in the game, especially when you don't necessarily know what your opponent has up their sleeve. But if it's worth it, it is worth it. We talked about using equipment when it matters the most, and Rich is holding on to 2. Read 'em, 2 copies of Revel and Runeblood here. Now you want to see when your opponent is threatening to take cards away from you.
With the Read the Runes, although we don't have the Become the Art Knight in the arsenal anymore because it was utilized for pitch on the prior turn.
No, I believe his arsenal is Become the Art Knight. I believe he pitched
Okay.
Succumb to Temptation.
That's right.
To the
That is
activation of
correct.
Grasp
That
of
is
the Art
100%
Knight.
correct. So we do have the ability to resolve.
Yeah, we can
both
fix
of
our
those
hand a little bit
Revels.
here.
Yep.
There's that Ether Ironweave hitting the combat chain, setting up to use it as soon as he possibly can.
And for Brian, that can mean one of two things. Either it just happened to be the fact that it has a 1 at the bottom right corner there, or it's time to get to business.
That's right. 4 blocked on 4. 1 card traded for 1 card. Brian coming out a little bit ahead on that trade, starting to chew away at some of his opponent's armor. That is the value of efficient breakpoints. Become the Art Knight coming out to play, like you said. You're going to see the discarding of a Read the Runes, perhaps to search for an attack action with Go again, so we can resolve these Revel and Runebloods, Nathan.
Absolutely. Now, unfortunately, Ninth Blade is out of reach because you do not have the initial attack to really turn on the Revels and support it. So, but a Rune Flash looks really great right here.
Yeah.
You know?
Good old 4 and 4 without paying any resources, and then you have access to double Revel and Runeblood, which could very easily be followed by a Reaping Blade, which thanks to, oh my god, each Revel generates 5 rune chance.
That's
Malefic Incantation generates 1 Viserai trigger on the Rune Flash. How much damage is that, Nathan?
It's a lot.
Give me a number. Give me a number.
I'm no mathematician, but I think about, what, just 12 rune chance?
12 rune chance. 5 from each
5?
Revel, Viserai,
Oh,
Malefic
there's-
Incantation.
Yeah.
12 rune chance and then Reaping. That's 15
That's a lot.
damage off of just 2 cards out of his hand. Even with the inefficiencies that Become the Arc Knight can kind of set up, you know, it requires you to give up a card. It still enables some pretty powerful things.
Oh, and by the way, it's a blue.
And by the way, it's a blue block.
Because why
3.
not?
It's a blue block 3. Because he needs it. 4 rune chance coming in. Viserai will generate another once those have resolved, and then Rune Flash coming in for 4. 8 damage sent Brian's way. If he doesn't want to interact, this is life total parity. Both players will be at 32.
We're going to make 2 in the back, 1 from Malefic, 1 from Viserai. Opted to go not for the swarming to make the arcane unpreventable, but it's so much arcane that probably I do agree with the Rune Flash play because you want to keep the more consistent card in the deck that is swarming Gloombell.
No reacts.
No blocks, no reactions. Goes back and forth across the table. Both players down to 32 life here. Rich about to try and change that a fair bit with double Revel in Runeblood lined up in this hand. Ether Ironweave hitting the graveyard. We know what's coming next.
2 resources floating now.
I think we might only see one of those used, Nathan.
Just one. Just one.
Revel making 5. 1 from the Viserai trigger. 4 from the card's resolution itself. And then he's going to do it all over again. I would feel just about as excited as the guy in the art in Revel in Runeblood is to be firing this off my very second turn of a top 8 game.
Oh, wait, no, we're perfect. We're perfect. Yeah, never mind. We got it.
Math is hard. It's okay. I got it. I'm bad at it too.
Only thing worse than facing down 2 Revels is running out of dice.
It's very true, Nathan. We've had that happen so many times on stream, specifically with Viserai this weekend, and that tradition is not about to go changed. Brian now has a little bit of a hand to work with here. He's got CNC, Razor's Edge, Codex of Frailty, and a Sigil of Solace with a Codex of Frailty in the arsenal. This is really not what you want to see here, especially when Reaping Blade is in play. Thankfully, both players are at the same life total, so the Sigil of Solace is allowed to do what it wants, but there's only 3 physical damage coming across here, and these cards do not pitch well into Arcane Barrier.
Also, ending with the Revel. You do have the clause where you can't end with any rune chance, not that we have any anyway. And that does create a little bit of brick potential in Viserai's end. However, we do have a Malefic on board, and that's one of the key pieces to kind of bail you out. Maybe draw a couple Rune Rager swarms or something of that nature, or swarming, and just a really good tool to bail you out of those tough situations.
Yeah. I will fully be the first to admit I completely misevaluated Malefic Incantation. My first read on this card was, oh, ew, I need to play a card to get the rune chant from it? Surely Runeblood Incantation is just better. And then once A, it became apparent to me that you can just stockpile them, and B, the work this card does to get you out of a sticky situation where A, you only draw attack actions and brick on that axis, or B, you Warmonger's Diplomacy, kind of Viserai's silver bullet from a previous meta, is played against you. Bails you out of both situations here. Brian committing 2 cards to AB, just 3 here. Taking 9 Arcane, blocking 3, and playing a Sigil of Solace.
A little bit inefficient with the pitch, obviously, but maybe just looking for a better window of opportunity.
This is the second 4 cards that is converted for just 9 on Brian's side of the table, while Viserai is running hot here in a game all about numbers. You really don't want to be in Brian's seat.
Rich still has access to so much armor on the defensive side of the table, and also have those creepers. Did draw a D-React.
Unfortunately, that D-React is going to cost him 1 resource right now, as he, it's impossible to have any rune chance after ending your turn on Revel and Runeblood, much less 2 of them. Speaking of a game about numbers, Codex of Frailty here to swing the math back in Brian's favor just a little bit. Brian's special book is going to force his opponent to discard a card, get a card out of the graveyard, so that Brian can come to take it away with Leave No Witnesses, the card he has selected, to Codex of Frailty's resolution ability.
And if you can't pay for Reduce, you can always discard it. That is for sure. So
that is true.
Or he could find a way to fit it into Arsenal if that's a priority. So many possibilities on this turn. But if he just plays the Swarm from Arsenal with just the Malefic, it's going to come in for a very underwhelming 2 unless you lead it with a non-attack action. So really want to keep as many cards as we possibly can. At least hang on to that red Malefic.
I wonder if we'll see just a card discarded, a 3-block hit the combat chain along with a piece of armor, a Malefic Incantation resolved, and a Reduce to Rune Chant headed to the arsenal. Like you said, he might want to just establish it.
Discard 1. Right.
Discard 1. He may not try to protect this card at all.
Is he priced out of the Reduce to Rune Chant, or do you want to hang on to it, understanding that you are giving up a little bit of tempo? You can lean on that D-React on the following turn because you know you will have a Rune Chant.
You can absolutely put yourself in a position to just use 2 cards to block, utilizing the Reduce here, protect that arsenal, and pass to your next turn. But he's actually discarding the Reduce to Rune Chant. Leave No Witnesses coming across for 4 here. Rich saying no blocks, losing both the Swarming Gloomveil and the top card of his deck. He is, Saving Graces, no longer marked. Perhaps part of the incentive to not block this Leave No Witnesses. The top card is thankfully just a blue Rune Rager Swarm, one of the less painful things to see Arakni take away from you. Brian's going to ponder. Let's see the rip.
End of turn ponder.
It is an Under the Trap Door. Curious if it'll even find its way into his arsenal. I believe it has. Definitely not what you're looking forward to getting off of a single card draw there.
It's one of my favorite cards in the new set, but not when it's in Arsenal.
That's right. Malefic Incantation hitting the table, followed by a yellow Rune Rager Swarm, generating a Viserai trigger and generating some rune chants thanks to these Malefic Incantations. Brian clarifying that no, there is no arcane coming across right now, just some rune chants being stuffed in Viserai's back pocket for a rainy day. And perhaps the reason Brian chose to ask that question is because we've seen him draw a hand not only heavy on reds, but a hand containing Shelter from the Storm, a card that is capable of covering rune chants like a blue if you discard it to prevent the next 3 instances of 1 damage you would be dealt this turn.
We still do have the Succumb in hand, which unfortunately we did not lead with any arcanes, so it's not really playable in its current state. However, it's easy to pitch it for another 2 damage on the blade if you want to do that, or just park that thing in Arsenal.
Yeah, it'll depend a lot on whether or not he just wants to keep tempo moving, or if he needs to set up a little to kind of, you know, take the tempo away from Mr. Lorenz a little bit. Passing, putting this Succumb in Arsenal after Brian blocked 3 on the Rune Rager Swarm. Unfortunately, over to Brian's turn, and we're going to see a Bonds of Agony hit the table in the pitch zone, sorry, as this Hunter's Clave comes across for 1. Oh, much nastier than Bonds of Agony just hitting the table. He has an attack action card with Stealth in his arsenal, Nathan, and a Take Up the Mantle in his hand.
And there is a little bit of information here with Bonds going into the pitch zone. Maybe the Assassin player is kind of lacking those attack reactions to support it, because obviously that's the thing on the forefront of what an Assassin wants to be doing, really turning on that Bonds of Agony.
Perhaps a little bit of an expensive equipment choice in the form of Widow Web Crawler, taking away Snapdragon Scalers from Brian, making it just that much harder to turn on a card like Bonds of Agony. Rich takes 1 down to 27, and maybe more importantly, has a target on his head. Here comes a measly, harmless 1 damage. Sorry, 2 damage, thanks to Arakni Marionette's hero ability in the form of Under the Trap Door. And not only do you find what's under the trap door when this card is discarded, but you may find the monsters that lurk underneath the cellar when Take Up the Mantle is the follow-up on this otherwise unassuming 1 power attack action card with Stealth. Brian maybe telling a little too much by checking his graveyard there.
Absolutely, and also with Mario's effect being conditional go again on hit, kind of just tips the hat to like, this has to be Mantle.
He is turning this Under the Trapdoor into Mark of the Black Widow, the spider that hid within the Brood's hiding spot in the cellar was the Black Widow. Her signature move being promising to take a card away from the opponent's hand when she connects with a marked hero, sending Rich to 20 and forcing him to banish a card.
Shouldn't be too bad because he does have access to 2 Succumbs, but decided to keep it. So we have a Succumb in Arsenal. I believe we have another one in hand. Could be leveraged as a pitch card.
I'm going to grab Tunic.
Perhaps he is just choosing to keep those cards in deck. Brian cashing in his Tunic counter for a Hunter's Clave swing here, threatening to end the turn with Rich marked. Again, this hero is only about 2 to 3 days old, and we're already seeing him piloted at a master level.
Absolutely. Just transforming into those agents of chaos is so pivotal to the strategy. But also, I mean, just the RNG and just the high roll potential and things like that just makes it really exciting to both play and watch.
Ridge faced with a difficult decision here. Is he going to give a card to this Hunter's Clave, or is he going to let Brian take a roll of the dice and see what happens?
Also does have an option to just give Grasp. Does have Piercing, so the dagger would go to 2. The Grasp also blocks for 2. It's a little inefficient, but if keeping the cards are a priority.
He reaches for... Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. He thinks about reaching for that Grasp of the Arknight. giving up a card instead, not wanting to contend with the possible ramifications of being marked.
Yep. Draw back up.
Viserai holding strong, still has a Malefic, a second one, along with 3 Rune Chants in the back.
Rune Rager Swarm coming in for 1, triggering some arcane damage.
And then it's going to be 1. Yeah.
And making 3 more Rune Chants on the back end.
Not the most exciting with it being a blue 1, but at the same time, the damage is very evasive. Low to the ground, also supplementing with the arcane damage, and then also, if not blocked, that arsenal succumb to temptations.
May just come out to play. Sometimes an attack action card is all you need.
Several ways to play around this, though. You can either stop the arcane,
or you can just block 1.
Easy.
It's that easy.
It's never that easy.
It's never that easy. Brian saying no effects to deal with the arcane, going down to 23, just 3 points above Rich.
And this is 1. You can resolve your triggers.
Says go ahead and resolve your triggers. I want to get to block step.
This is 1 go again.
1 go again. Seems like Brian might smell something fishy here.
No blocks.
No blocks. I think we're going to see that hit the table, succumb to temptation.
Makes a rune chant.
Brian kindly reminding his opponent, oh, don't forget, this makes a rune chant. Even though it was played as an instant, it is a non-attack action and a rune blade card for the purposes of Viserai's hero ability. And perhaps the reason he so calmly reminded his opponent was because he has the Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal to cover up that disruptive combat trick. Over to Brian. We have 4 cards to work with.
It's definitely the risky aspect of kind of leaning on succumb. You really got to go wide enough to where you can't just get blown out by 1 card, but you actually force them to respect it later down that chain link.
Here comes something you might not expect an assassin to see hitting the table. A 0 for 3 with go again. A head jab in the form of pick up the point. 3 damage. No other text, since there are no daggers presently in the graveyard.
Still 2 Malefics on board, 1 counter on both. Healthy 4 Rune Chants for Viserai. Life totals relatively close. I don't think it's anybody's game currently at the moment, but
Blue Amplify the Arc-Knight hits the combat chain to defend, and Hunter's Clave is going to come careening over that defensive wall, dealing 1 damage and marking Mr. Pauls.
Close combat chain.
Brian closing the combat chain, presumably to play this up, sticks, and run, sitting in his hand. Persuasive Prognosis hitting the pitch zone to pay for the cost on up sticks, to pick up sticks, and come in with a dagger for 5 after getting 1 from the graveyard. This is another Axis. Brian's, clearly the most successful Marionette deck we've seen so far. This is another Axis on which his plays. It doesn't always seek to mark you or disrupt you super meaningfully. Sometimes it just converts for a serious amount of value, which is something that a lot of control decks often find themselves not very good at. And I think that may have been a really stellar component of why we see him here in this top 8 bracket.
absolutely. It looks like the deck's very well constructed around not relying on those transformations and just kind of playing it value hand by hand, and just, if it happens, cool.
1 card left in hand. Brian comes in for yet more quote-unquote just damage with Kiss of Death for 4, since his opponent is marked. On hit, his opponent will lose their mark, but also lose 1 life. A good old 0 for 5 on Brian's side of the table. Rich has 2 cards left, a Machinations of Dominion and a Sonata Arcanics.
Several options here. Can lean on armor if wanted, although pitching into the Sonata may be a little risky, but recognizing where you're at in the game, sometimes you just have to take those risks. We've already seen a D-React, which kind of tips that ratio in the favor of the Viserai player. It's 1 less that they can reveal on the Sonata Arcanics.
Blocking 3 for 5 on Kiss of Death. Slightly inefficient of a block, however, since it is still covering 5 damage, it is like he blocked for 5. Marked at the end step. Let's see what Brian rolls here.
And then I'm going to roll this.
Oh, it's just outside the thing. 6, that is Arakni Trapdoor. Brian going to search his deck for a little bit extra defensive potential. Making sure he still has any traps to work with.
Personally, my favorite, but in this exact situation, probably the worst one you could have hit with Viserai just on 1 card. You might not actually be able to leverage the value from that trap. Unsure if it's actually a May ability. It is
a May search, but it is not a May banish. Once you pick up your deck, you must choose a card to banish. Believe he is holding on to a Lair of the Spider going into his banish zone.
Unlikely to see an attack, although there is the 1 card, Amplify the Arknight with 4 Rune Chant sitting there, kind of leaning on that being the avenue.
Even if it's a bad card you draw, having 5 cards is never too painful. Even if it does mean losing your normal base level hero ability for just 1 turn. He does still have that Mask of Deceit to work with too. If Rich sends something back here, looks like he has sniffed out that it is a losing proposition to send anything Brian's way here, and instead just put his last card in his arsenal. Brian forced to convert a little bit here, activating his silver, drawing into just a Nick in a hand full of almost full of reds, but there is a mark of the Black Widow there.
Unfortunately, did transform, and right now with the current hand structure, it'd be really nice to have that original Mario hero ability, but we'll see what Brian can whip together.
(17-23), quarterfinals of this Battle Hardened in Memphis. Turn 5. Looking about halfway through this game, if anyone were to guess, Mark of the Black Widow hits the combat chain, threatening just 1 damage. No visible way to give this go again. Perhaps Brian is just valuing the ability to have a disruptive effect in conjunction with an attack reaction when his hand doesn't convert. 1 is the present ask, but Rich is marked. He has to know that there's more coming.
Or that it was a real bad brick, but chances are something else is coming, because that's the thing about Viserai. He completely just passed, so it's a random 4 cards, just demanding the opponent to have that very positive tempo play.
Interestingly, he does still have Face Purgatory on the board, but Brian has more or less played effectively around that by keeping several cards in his hand. That card does lose a fair bit of value when your opponent's grip doesn't convert that well.
Absolutely, and we do have a Mordred Tide in the hand of Viserai. Really looking to scale that card.
He has decided, however, that this is worth fighting over, playing around at least a Razor's Edge. But it's not just a Razor's Edge. This is just a Nick. A little bit of a shake of the head from Rich. Paul's on the other side of the table, knowing that he got a little bit blown out by this assassin attack reaction, pushing this up to 6, 2 damage coming over, and taking a card out of his hand. He wanted to fire off this 4-card Mordred Tide.
Now this is a decent spot to be in. You do have the ability to just Mordred Sonata. Chances are, mathematically, that you hit on at least one of them. But the question is, can you actively play what you draw? Which, having the Rune Chant you do, you're very likely to be able to.
A blue Rune Flash hitting the Banish Zone from the hand, and a red Rune Rager Swarm hitting the Banish Zone from the top of the deck. Brian has his choice of what to arsenal. His opponent is no longer marked, and he reverts to Arakni Marionette in his end phase. asking how many cards his opponent has in hand before arsenaling. Brian is such a careful player, taking every bit of time he needs to consider every possible option.
All right, this is going to be fun. All right.
Rich going to lead off with a Mordred Tide here. Maybe pinning all his hopes on this Sonata Arcanix.
All right, Vis trigger.
Let's spin the wheel after this Viserai trigger resolves, making 2 rune chants. Amplify. Rune Rager Swarm. And a shelter from the storm. No. The Sonata whiffing is back-breaking.
Absolutely love D-Reacts, but not when you flip them off the top of the Sonata Arcanix. So we're just going to shuffle the deck and more than likely just try again with the one in Arsenal.
Hey, you shuffled it.
He says, please don't touch it. This is your problem, sir. Another Sonata. We're going to take another bite at the apple. Can we hit this time? Runic Reckoning, Swarming Gloomveil, we're already there. And another Mordred Tide says hello before saying goodbye and returning to Mr. Paul's deck. This is quite a reversal on a few cards. Even after your Sonata missing, Swarming Gloomveil is just about the best thing you can find with a Mordred Tide in effect and 2 incantations in play. This promises to send not only 12 damage to the other side of the table, but generate 6 rune chants on the back end. Rich is finding a foothold in a game that looked, I mean, nearly locked down by Brian.
Absolutely. And then at the later turns, has the ability, while sitting on those 6 rune chants, to really just lean back into that defensive posture with those D-Reacts and just wait for those Amplify the Arknights and the 9th Blades and things like that to really leverage the value and go into this little mid-rangey game against Brian. Doesn't necessarily have to force the aggro plan in the spot.
Whole bunch of triggers hit the stack, as the Swarming Gloomveil does as well. 8 rune chants sent Brian's way. A being 3 and taking 5 down to 17. Making 6 on the back end after all the triggers in aggregate have resolved. And don't forget, there's 4 physical coming across the table here too.
I will give you 1 card there. Take 1.
15-16. Life lead turned on its head a little bit by this turn. Brian is functionally at 10 life if he doesn't find a way to effectively Arcane Barrier those 6 rune chants sitting on the board, and we've seen him draw some red heavy hands more than once this game.
I will attack for 3.
Surely it's just 3.
Just 3.
Just 3. Mark of the Black Widow for just 3. Nothing else about it. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Don't worry about it. Arakni Marionette doesn't have a hero ability. Flick Knives doesn't do anything. Hunter's Clave doesn't mark you if it's thrown by Flick Knives. Don't worry about it.
Interesting.
Rich's hand
That's
here.
a good hand.
Probably wants to keep it.
That's a really good hand to really kind of just put on that pressure. The problem is
I'm sorry, yeah, that was from last turn.
not that much access to block in the form of armor. You do have the ability to block 3, but there's no way that you think that this stays at 3. It has to go to at least 4. The equation does seem to be block at least 4 or just discard a card.
Brian has had disruption almost every turn of this game so far, and the one turn he didn't. He pushed a pretty significant amount of damage between upsticks and run, Kiss of Death, and some daggers coming in hot.
No blocks.
Rich saying, I'm not going to fight over this one. No blocks. Flick Knives taking him to 14 and marking him, pushing this Mark of the Black Widow up to 4 power.
4 power. I have no further reactions.
Brian saying, I have no further reactions. A little bit of a break yet again. This will gain go again on hit. Thanks to Arakni Marionette. And Rich Pauls will have to banish a card from Viserai Runeblood's hand here.
Does Brian have a good way to follow up on that go again is the question. Full suite of armor still. Untouched. Thinking on discard. Very nice hand. Obviously wanted to keep it.
Giving up the Malefic Incantation. Maybe thinking he just needs to push back. Kiss of Death coming in for 3. Threatening another loss of life if it hits.
That is a very important thing to note. Sometimes toward these in-game states, playing a Malefic can be a little dangerous because you might not be able to extract full value from it before the conclusion of the game.
Rich saying no blocks, knowing that because Flick Knives has already been used this turn, this isn't likely to gain +1 and on hit go again in the reaction step thanks to Arakni's ability. He has managed to keep 3 cards and he has 6 Rune Chants on the board. Can he make some magic happen here, Nathan?
That seems like a good way to get it started. Definitely a Runic Reckoning into a Rune Rager Swarm red, and then you have the option. It's the same damage. You can swing the Reaping Blade, or my preference, definitely playing the Rune Rager Swarm out for 2 less physical, but keep that Rune Chant in case you do draw that reduced to Rune Chant, and just keep the consistency built into the deck.
Yeah, it's very important to be ending on Rune Chants in Viserai here, especially post-Rosetta, where he has so many ways in the deck to utilize Rune Chants at the start of his turn. Runic Reckoning into Rune Rager Swarm. Viserai trigger is going to generate another Rune Chant on the back end as 6 are sent flying Brian's way, along with 5 physical. 11 is plenty of damage when your opponent is at 16.
Does have access to both AB and Spell Void on the boots when the time comes, although that's kind of a last resort in this situation.
You never want to give up your only source of AB into Mr. Arcane Barrier.
Too bad we can't retrieve Arcane Lanterns. That's very unfortunate.
I don't find that unfortunate at all.
Still have access to the mask.
Looks like 2 blues is what Brian's considering putting into the pitch zone for this Rune Chant.
One problem is Viserai is not currently marked, so if you do block with mask, it is going to be random.
Could be disastrous if he doesn't find what he needs on the random flip. Just a little bit of an update for you all, though we didn't bring any limited coverage to you this weekend. We do have a little bit of a limited calling update. The finals happening right now is Austin Reddington versus the one, the only Michael Hamilton.
I think I've heard that name before.
I never have.
Oh, yeah.
Not once. Not once. I was talking to somebody in the convention earlier, a bit of a fresher player from my home state of Texas. He said one of his favorite things about Flesh and Blood, especially in the current meta game, is that a lot of the time you see some of the same names doing well and winning, and that is because this game is, in all the card games I've ever played, the most skill expressive. It is about those decisions. It is about making the right call in every situation. Speaking of making the right call, Brian has decided to bide his time here, folding the entire hand to what Rich is sending back here, A being 6 and blocking 5 on this send.
This actually presents a unique situation where you actually have the ability to hold that Rune Rager Swarm back.
Right. You already have a Rune Chant.
Yeah, you already have it. That way, you already, although you're not really going to need it because he's already given up the entire hand, and just guarantee that consistency on the following turn, because 3 damage really isn't going to change this situation of the game, but totally agree with this decision.
Speaking of making the right call then, Rich arsenaling Rune Rager Swarm and drawing up. Let's see if he can follow it up with something big. Deadwood Dirge is a solid starter here. Leave No Witnesses comes across the table, but Rich still has some armor to work with here. A pretty solid 1-card play from Mr. Lorenz. Let's see how Viserai chooses to navigate this scenario. Very easy 4 block with Read the Runes, which doesn't even have Go Again, and Face Purgatory. Maybe what we see hit the combat chain. He just needs to buy 1 turn.
Ton of options here. You do have the block from the helmet if you do want to leverage a 2 block or 3 in creepers, although that's kind of a a last resort to use the Creepers as Iron Rot Jordans, but
Iron Rot Jordans.
sometimes that's what you have to do.
I feel like I often find them to be Blade Break 1, but that's
Yeah.
okay. That's part of what they're there for.
But when they're good, man,
when they're good, they're so freaking good. One of my favorite plays of yore was Creeper's Channel Mount Heroic.
Oh, yeah.
I missed that one. Here comes the Deadwood Dirge, singing some haunting notes to crack this rune chant and replace it with 3 more. This triptych of arcane damage leading off Rich Paul's turn. He has managed to find some tempo in this game, taking all of Brian's previous hand. Even though he had to leave no witnesses on the return, it only took 1 card from Mr. Paul's, and he has a solid return here. 7 damage coming across here. 4 physical with Go Again, 3 arcane on the back end, a Drawn to the Dark Dimension in the hand, and a Rune Rager Swarm.
Also has a Read the Runes in the hand, available to just kind of bank those rune chants if wanted.
Oh, you're so right. He held on to the Read the Runes. Not the Drawn to the Dark Dimension. That was what blocked in conjunction with the Spellbound Creepers.
Also has the Rune Rager Swarm in Arsenal, so you have the ability to kind of like give up the Arsenal so you don't have to defend it. You can just throw the Rune Rager Swarm out, make a Rune Chant in the back, and then go up to 4 more, or 5 more, sorry, excuse me, with the Read the Runes.
Brian giving a full card to Arcane Barrier here, maybe concerned about seeing another Succumb to Temptation hit the table. Rune Flash for 4 with Go Again, blocking 3. Looks like he's moving to take 1.
Kind of playing around Succumb here by giving up the blue, or just don't need the blue. Establish some tempo. Brian's given up 2 cards. Do you push with the Rune Rager Swarm, or do you settle with just making the rune chants?
Rich checking his graveyard here. Both players checking their graveyard, considering what options they have left in their decks. Little shake of the head, which doesn't seem super happy with what's going on over there.
Pushing with that Rune Rager Swarm could provide an avenue to actually get a little bit more information about Brian's hand. If there's a declare of no blocks, then obviously the 2 cards are going to be used, and that kind of gives you an idea of what to expect. Just settle for the Read the Runes.
I believe Brian has already taken 1. Priority is on Rich. Just thinking about what he can do here. The choice between the Rune Rager and the Read is a really interesting one. Is setting up going to be too punishing? Read the Runes hits the table. Viserai trigger is going to help this card out and generate 4 rune chants to a total of 5. The only thing better than a Read the Runes making 3 and then passing is a Read the Runes making 4 and then passing.
Declaring that he's willing to defend the Arsenal off of a 2-card hand, which at worst would be a CNC situation. Also drawing the Revel.
Brian might have expected the opportunity to do a little bit more blocking. His hand is awkward here. This is Rotten Remains.
Card with 1 power from each hero's graveyard, and then repeat.
Should be Rune Rager Swarm only.
I don't think there's 1 target in Rich's graveyard. I believe the other Rune Rager Swarms were banished off the top. This is still a 2-card 7 thanks to the Justin Nick waiting there. We could see Face Purgatory cashed in here to insulate himself from any possible fatal attack reactions.
He's coming in for 2. Do you have to be aware of Justin Nick? You have to at least give the hat.
You have to.
Have to. Work hard. And he did draw Revel and Runeblood with Rune Rager Swarm and Arsenal, which means there's only 1 piece missing. Does he have that non-attack action with Go Again to turn on that Revel and Runeblood? Because that's a lot of arcane that can really, really put Brian in a tough spot.
There is a bit of a problem here for Mr. Pauls. If he just blocks with Face Purgatory and Brian plays Justin Nick, 7 damage On 2 block presents 5. He can flick knives for lethal if Rich doesn't have a defense reaction. Shelter from the storm, a bit of a saving grace here.
No blocks.
Saying no blocks, just a Nick, sending it to 7. Shelter from the storm, sheltering from this deluge of rotten remains, threatening to end his tournament run here. 3 damage over the top right now.
So it's 7 on 4.
Brian thinking hard about this flick.
Yeah, 7 4.
Probably understanding that can get a little bit more mileage out of the dagger before having to give up the flick knives on defense, being at 15. But that Revel and Runeblood might have something to say about that.
Especially if Brian keeps drawing as many reds as he has throughout the course of this game. Rich has managed to keep a pretty freaking explosive hand here. He has all the pieces in place. He has a Rune Rager Swarm in his arsenal. He has a Malefic Incantation to give it go again. He has 5 rune chants on the board, a Revel and Runeblood, and an Amplify the Arknight, Nathan.
That is a beautiful hand. And, I mean, it just does everything that you want. You're going to get the rune chant generation. You do lose the rune chant at the end that the Amplify creates, but, I mean, we'll settle for that.
I will trade 1 for 5 gladly. 5 arcane coming across, a third of Brian's life total just in the form of damage stored on the turn prior. A Viserai trigger and a Malefic Incantation following that alongside 3 physical damage with 2 cards remaining in his hand. This promises to be a punishing turn. Brian smelling the bloodlust on the other side of the table. Uses the Tunic counter and Reaper's Call to cover up 4 of the 5 impending arcane damage, 1 getting across.
Threatening another 13 damage following this attack. Really good way to close that life gap. Already gotten a card. Getting the Frailty.
Frailty Trap. No real effects here, but it does block 3. This is where you wish you had a Deadwood Dirge.
Yeah.
Closing the combat chain here. Revel and Runeblood is going to hit the table. And as Rich Paul's revels in Runeblood himself, he's going to send 13 damage like you called it out, Nathan. Brian even says on the other side of the table, that's pretty good. Just 1 shy of all of his remaining life points. This is 6 physical and 7 arcane. And Brian has a yellow and a red in his hand. This arcane damage is so difficult to interact with. Taking all of it down to 7. 6 physical. Viserai generates a rune chant that just won't matter, as Revel and Runeblood is going to destroy it in the end step.
I guess it's about now as never for the mask.
Yeah, there's 1 after.
Can leverage the 2 block. Go into a random Agent of Chaos, but can you actually leverage it?
I suspect we may see him play towards that Codex of Frailty in his hand. Blocking with Tunic and just a Nick, but not that Mask of Deceit, hanging on to it just a little while longer. Taking 2 down to 5 to Rich's 3. He has turned a game that looked so locked down, so hopeless, into something so close.
I'm going to give you that right back.
There it is.
And my target will be
I really like the confidence on Brian's end to hold back the mask. Just saying, look, I'm going to get enough cards to where you're not really going to threaten that much arcane.
Let's see what Rich is working with here. A 9th Blade, a blue Rune Flash, a Runic Reckoning, and a red Rune Flash. He doesn't really have an effective starter here. He's capable of rattling off Face Purgatory, but Brian doesn't have anything in hand for him to deny, so it's still just 2 Blade Break. Brian has pretty effectively played around that card for the past several of his turns, denying him the ability to force him to discard. He can, however, still use it for a little bit of hand filtering in a pinch.
Crazy to think about, but I think that the Codex of Frailty is actually helping Rich a little bit here, giving him an avenue to get a card with Go again.
Yeah, this hand doesn't convert otherwise.
It does not. That is what we call a brick for sure. Thinking on the discard. Can easily go grab a swarming. Next turn.
Brian
Pitch for
counting his
grass.
opponent's deck. Fatigue becoming a real consideration in this game. Now comparing the size of that one to his graveyard.
And Rich has to be a little bit nervous about just completely giving up tempo because being at 3 against Assassin
If so many
on a
attack
5-card
reactions.
hand, and to be honest, I don't think we've seen too many. I think we've seen, what, one Mantle, just a Nick. I mean, I don't think we've seen that many attack reactions.
Plenty of gas remains in Marionette's deck. Many tricks still up his myriad sleeves.
Also, Flick Knives, keeping you at an effective 2.
Yeah, the threat that card represents until you can force your opponent to block with it is very, very real.
Thinking about discarding the 9th blade. A little bit priced out in this situation. Just a little bit. Unable. Can we get Face Purgatory? I did not see a non-attack action.
Take it first, right?
Yeah, whichever you like. Okay.
Getting back the Amplify, just like Brian said at the start of the turn, he said, I'm going to give you that right back. Seems like he's found the line for this turn, discarding the 9th blade. Leave no witnesses coming across for 4. Asking a card and armor at the least.
Options for the hand, very limited. Does have the Runic Reckoning, but he is priced out. But maybe saving it for that arsenal.
Blocking here with a red Rune Flash and Face Purgatory. No trigger on that head equipment. Brian activating Flick to mark here.
Gotcha, 2.
Sending Rich to 2, destroying his last dagger, and most importantly, giving himself the opportunity to transform into a random agent of chaos at the end of his turn, but it may not be so random if Rich chooses to send back an attack. Hitting the one that may have been what he was looking for all along, Arakni Black Widow with a brutal attack reaction as the hero ability. What's the top deck? I'll never know. A frailty withering his bones and a mark on his back. What does Viserai have to say about this situation? What does Rich Pauls have to say about Brian trying to end his tournament run right here and right now?
Unfortunately, not too many options, but to pitch that blue card for the amp, which is a little bit of a lackluster, 5 damage, but that is a casual lethal. However, Brian is sitting across from a comfy 3 points of armor at least.
I believe his ponder was Command and Conquer. Pretty good draw.
Not the worst, especially when your opponent's
Far
trying to
from the
arsenal.
worst. Far from the worst. Far from the worst when you force your opponent to arsenal. Here comes the Mask of Deceit.
Block for confirm. Block for 2.
He does get to choose here because the opponent is marked.
Interestingly, choosing Arakni Orb Weaver. Perhaps wanting to use the Graphene Calicera to generate a bit of a pincer attack. Like the spider's pincers it represents. Good
Also,
old Kelly.
Get the option to get even more Flick Knives fodder.
Yeah, he did give up his last dagger. Perhaps he's just looking to use Flick Knives as his end game. Brian with quite a few cards to work with on the other side of the table here.
Brian understanding that he's in the driver's seat for this game. No daggers to lean on.
Discarding Take Up the Mantle to Arakni Orb Weaver's hero ability, generating a Graphene Calicera that costs 0 to activate, has +3 thanks to its ability, and +4 from Saver Bloodshed. This is an attack for 8 with Go Again that promises to draw a card if even a single point of damage connects. Rich only has 4 cards to block with. Can he find at least a defense reaction?
Very, very tough spot. Even has Go Again. Can't flick this chain link, but definitely can the next chain link. So linking 1 point of damage could be lethal.
If he has an attack to follow it up with. This is asking for so many cards out of Rich's hand. He's in a bind. Brian looking to close this game out here.
Two to 5. Four card hand still. Staring down 8. Go Again. Draw a card, although I don't think we're going to get to that part.
We may not get that far, Nathan.
Still has Flick Knife sitting there. Also has AB1 and Spell Void. Still comfortably sitting there. 1 Rune Chant for Viserai for when that reduced to Rune Chant does come by.
The lines in this Assassin hero, man.
It's
They're
complex.
crazy.
It is complex.
Brian showing such an incredible grasp, not of the Arknight like his opponent has, but grasp of this hero already. This is still the release weekend, though you would not believe it with how he's been navigating these matchups. He knew exactly which agent would help him convert his hand most optimally and push the most punishing amount of damage his opponent's direction to help him close out this grinder of a top 8 game. Forcing 9 block out of Rich's hand here. What's the follow-up? Tarantula Toxin getting both modes thanks to Graphene Calicera. That's going to be the fist bump. Viserai has no recourse. What an amazingly navigated game by both players. Brian had his opponent in a chokehold from the rip, and Viserai navigated it just so well. I mean, Rich held on for just so long in so many spots that looked so doomed.
Absolutely. No way better than starting the game with Tarantula Toxin and ending it.
And ending the game with Tarantula Toxin. And after that game has ended, we have a little bit of a top 8 update for you as the other games have ended, and we have a top 4. In the top half of the bracket, 8th seed Jacob Baugh has taken it over Gabriel Ebady on Viserai Runeblood, and Jacob's Syndra, the Drake Eye of Retribution, advances to the semifinals, where he will face off against Zen, Tamer of Purpose, piloted by Cody Williams. And Brian is playing somehow his second Prism matchup of the day, and that is our feature match. We are going to see the Marionette attempt to dismantle the Awakener of Souls, Figments and Illusions once again, or if they will overwhelm them and finally take the Assassin of the Emperor down.
Absolutely. So I'm just obliterated with Viserai already being out into the top 4. So
both losses is tough.
Yeah, that prediction maybe didn't go, as expected, but maybe Cody can pull it out for me on the prediction with the MST as the backup. But really, really looking forward to the Prism matchup. I mean, just a lot of people, including myself, were a little bit down on that hero, but he's really, just stepping up and filling that role to just really just take down the tournament on something that a lot of people probably just are not prepped for, to be honest. And then also Battle of the Ninjas up top. Can the new ninja beat the old dominant one? Is that Zen State token good enough to beat the Flick Knives Mask of Momentum combo?
That is really the question of that matchup, is just how much value Zen can extract from that Zen State, perhaps named after the Tamer of Purpose himself. And we will soon answer the question of whether spiders can beat angels after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
3 days of fierce competition over this Hunted release weekend. So many games of Classic Constructed are in the books, and only 2 more still to come as the semifinals of this Battle Hardened.
Battle Hunted.
The Battle Hunted. The Battle Hardened. It's been a long 3 days of Classic Constructed. But
sure has.
I am looking forward to diving into this matchup, Ellie, because we actually have a repeat of a game we've seen earlier on stream, or at least
That's right.
of a matchup.
That's right. We have Prism versus Arakni Marionette. One of the players is the exact same player we saw earlier. Another one challenging the pretender to the Emperor's throne. Prism, Awakener of Soul, looking to take down the Marionette Master themselves. Kevin Murphy versus Brian Lorenz. What a run both of these players have had at this Battle Hardened. I just want to highlight just a little bit the insane endurance test that these events are. It's not a calling where you play 7 rounds, and if you do well, you play another 7 the next day. This is 10, 11, 12 rounds, and often your reward for doing well in Swiss at a brutal X and O to X and 1 cut is more flesh and blood and more opponents that you have to fight your way through. Like, come on, round of applause from everyone at home.
And while we've talked about, the difference between a calling and a Battle Hardened, if you win your semifinals match here, that is the only way to guarantee yourself the all-important PTI. So while you still get lots of good stuff for winning a Battle Hardened, it really is those finals where the players get the majority of the goodies. But as we see at the top of your screen, Syndra versus Zen, of course, a ninja mirror match. We saw a lot of Syndra yesterday. She was the talk of the town. So I'd like to see if Arakni Marionette can challenge for the coolest or most successful hunted hero on this weekend. So let's dive into the deck list between our 2 players we will be featuring. And we have seen Prism versus Arakni earlier in the day in Swiss, and I believe these 2 players actually did face off in Swiss round 6. The only loss for Kevin Murphy was Brian Lorenz on Arakni, so Kevin's looking to avenge himself. But what in the deck list are you noticing that sticks out to you? It's looking pretty standard.
I think the biggest thing here so far is Soul Shield. That might have been the biggest thing. I don't think we ever saw Barrett draw that card, and I'm not even sure it was in his deck.
Yeah, I can see a couple there in Kevin Murphy's list, as well as, of course, the Parables. 3 Merciful Retribution. That's an interesting little bit of ratios there. Sometimes between 3 Mercifuls or 3 Parables, I see those switch around, but I also want to call out the attack reactions. We lost the books, and instead, Angelic Wrath, Celestial Reprimand, and reactions and instants that really push through all of the heralds, as those deck slots had to go somewhere, as the combo package was kind of taken away from the Awakener of Soul. Seeing a lot of different ways to push over the heralds, as you have to imagine that is going to be the key to this matchup. We did see Brian really keep the other Prism off of Soul for as long as possible.
Yeah, kind of the opposite of the Drakai of Ether, the Awakener of Soul, when she lost her books. Instead of going deeper into the combo like Kano did, she went further away from it and now plays a very herald-y, aggro-y, value-y kind of game, utilizing the Angels to leap ahead numerically.
Let's take a look at the Marionettes list. Brian Lorenz, top 4 U.S. Nationals a couple years ago. Recently calling top 8 in Chicago, in that Living Legend calling, but now taking a different flavor of hero to this tournament both days and really enjoying this Arakni Marionette list. So he's in the top 4. We saw the keys to his success earlier in stream, but as I was talking to the players before their stream match, Brian Lorenz is certainly not feeling complete. He's not confident. He said, listen, the matchup is really hard. And Kevin was saying in their Swiss matchup, he was like, yeah, Brian just played lights out start to finish. Question
That's what Brian does.
Can he do it again when it all matters?
Yeah, this deck list is very interesting. I feel like the thing that maybe stands out the most is the retrieve cards. Pick up the point and up sticks and run have been so crucial in him effectively converting his hands in some of these matchups, like Prism, where he finds himself foot on the gas rather than in the passenger seat. And we also see Vambrace of Determination, most likely for the Enigma matchup, however, relevant here if he chooses to bring it.
Flick Knives, of course, kind of the talk of the weekend as that arm slot has dominated many different games of Classic Constructed. The question is, will it carry Brian Lorenz to victory, or will we see Prism in the finals of this Battle Hardened? I remember when Rob Catton took down a Battle Hardened in England with the Prism list that kind of started the fervor last year. The question is, will Kevin Murphy be the one to bring the Awakener of Soul back into the Champions Circle? Ellie, you ready for a little bit of semifinals?
Absolutely, Sam.
Let's get into it. It's time, folks. 2 more games of Classic Constructed to round out our weekend. Thank you all for joining us. We are going to dive in right into the middle of the action here in Arakni's first turn. Brian Lorenz versus Kevin Murphy. The Battle Hardened is underway. We can see the Hunter's Clave with a couple of different pumps there, blocked out for 3 different cards before the Kiss of Death is going to come in to finish out the turn. That's going to buy the Phantasmal Footsteps because there is a no block, meaning looks like we're going to get some damage over the top. 3 damage to be exact, and potentially even flicking here.
Considering it just for 1 value. Wait, no! This is genius! If this flick connects, Kevin will be marked, and the dagger property of Kiss of Death will cause it to draw a card, thanks to Savor Bloodshed's second line of text.
And if it, yeah, absolutely. The marking's so important, and because Kiss of Death is a dagger, like you said, Brian Lorenz's arsenal would be fulfilled. No flick here, going to keep the dagger, values it for pressuring the Angels and the life, and immediately, Ellie, we are looking at just such high-level, intricate decision-making to kick off this game.
Just like how we saw Brian push damage through on turn 0, he understands perhaps the 2 most important tenets of taking down this Light Illusionist is keeping your freaking foot on the pedal. You have to keep going, and you have to break up your damage meaningfully, and you have to have those daggers to do so. Blue Herald of Triumph is the response from Kevin Murphy. Also a Figment of Protection in his hand here. You never want to see those Figments in your draw.
Never want to see the Figments in the draw. You want those in the deck to be fetched with that Prism Awakener of Soul trigger. Reminder, everyone, we are going to be giving away a box of the Hunted as a thank you for 30,000 subscribers. That will be happening right after our final rounds. We do hope you'll hang out for that. 2 Blue Heralds, 2
Figments.
Players here having a bit of a laugh. Seeing the 2 Figments in the hand.
Very nearly drew a 2 pair in this hand.
This is my deck is repaying, is balancing everything out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think I just have to block this anyway.
Brian
Perhaps
Lorenz.
a cosmic response from drawing well earlier in the tournament.
And that also bought out
I'll
a
just pass right back.
Command and Conquer block from Brian.
Most brutally, that was
poppers.
Herald of Triumph.
Yeah, exactly.
And it couldn't destroy this Phantasm attack as it only had 6 power, reduced to 5 by Herald of Triumph's static ability.
Protection for 7.
Here comes a Herald of Protection. Coming in for 7.
Pass reacts.
Block for 3, block for 4.
No more reacts.
That's going to cover up this Herald of Protection for 7. Herald of Triumph also for 7. Does Brian Lorenz have another way to stop this one? The answer is no. At least he's not going to get a Spectral Shield, but 7 damage coming across. That means it is time for Prism Awakener of Soul to trigger. Here comes the Herald of Erudition. That means a Ponder token to refill that arsenal.
Stark contrast to Barrett's unfortunate inability to push too many Heralds through against Brian in early stages of that game. Kevin has already found a card in Soul, a Figment on the board, and a Ponder to refresh his arsenal on turn 2.
Starkly different from the last time we saw these 2 heroes on screen, and starkly different from the last time these 2 players played in Swiss. As Kevin described to me that Brian kept him off of Soul for like 5, 6, 7 turns.
Yep.
Brian Lorenz here, unfortunately, wasn't able to develop any defensive pieces and now has to deal with a Figment and a Prism that has some cards in the soul already. Hunter's Clave going to be the first action of the turn, pitching away the Blue Reaper's Call.
Pretty sick ponder for Kevin there. He drew into that attack reaction like instant Angelic Wrath off the top. Does he have anything else interesting in this hand? A Light of Soul, that card doesn't block, as well as 3 Heralds, 2 yellow, and 1 blue.
Not as much excitement offensively with a red card.
No blocks.
His list only has 10 reds in it.
28. Yeah.
28 for Kevin Murphy. Here comes the marking. Will there be any follow-up from Brian?
You thought he was named Kevin, but he's actually marked.
It's pretty good.
What's Mark?
Tunic is going to just go ahead and come in with the second Hunter's Clave, and now a Leave No Witnesses threatens the arsenal. It is a break point. Some damage being presented. Tunic being utilized basically just for 1 point of value here.
Always a tough situation when you have a no block in hand and your opponent sends a break point on either of these heroes, as neither of them have too much armor to work with, and it can be pretty punishing in terms of how much agency you lose to drawing those cards incapable of defending.
Okay. Thinking for a second.
Yeah, take your time.
Kevin's going to be thinking for a second. These two players both excited about their current result. I was talking to them before the round. They're excited to be on stream. Kevin Murphy, as I was getting ready, Mara Ferris yelled at me and said, "Are you casting his game?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Cast it really good. He's awesome."
Cast it really good.
And I said, "Okay,
You have to."
I'll do my best."
Like, geez, man, all right.
Arclight Sentinel off the top and the blue Angelic Wrath. Those are both going to hit the banished zone here.
As well as 4 damage coming across, putting Kevin to 23.
They'll update the life totals in a moment, I have to imagine. Here comes War Tune Herald. Let's see the rip.
That is a Figment, sir. You may put it into your soul, but it might be a little punishing to do so.
The other Prism didn't bring the Figment of Judgment into the matchup. Looks like Kevin did.
Does Figment of Judgment allow you to turn any card in a banished zone face down? Can you turn an already face down card face down?
Oh, that I don't know. I don't know if you're allowed to turn a card that's face
Can you
down.
blank
Face down.
the trap? That trap door can fetch with it?
The trap is already face down.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious
Oh, so you
about.
banish it face so it becomes face up?
No.
I think
the face down card that Figment of Judgment renders
Yeah.
face down ceases to have any properties, which is what I'm curious about.
yeah, that is weird.
That's a really strange question, right?
A face down card, yeah. It couldn't technically be proven to be the trap because it just becomes a quote-unquote face down card as per the game engine and the rules. Not sure about this one, but the Frailty Trap is going to create a Frailty because that attack does have go again. What's the follow-up going to be from Kevin Murphy? 23, currently playing 33. In their game in Swiss, Brian Lorenz said it was 34-7 at one point, and he did not feel comfortable whatsoever. And when the game ended, it was 2-1 after being 34-7. So this thing can change
Prism
quickly.
does. That is what Prism does. She loves to fall far, far, far behind, then find her footing and stabilize. Speaking of stabilizing, or rather failing too, bit of a punishing situation for Kevin since he knew that Figment was on top and failed to push a Herald through on that turn. He's going to draw into it.
Fortune Herald comes in for 7. There goes the Figment to the bottom.
Can we find a popper on Brian's side of the board? Does not look like it.
No, we cannot.
7 is brutal when you have no armor or defense reactions.
That means this thing might be hitting.
Brian
Nope.
says no blocks, no reacts from the other side of the table.
That means 7 damage comes across. Brian Lorenz realizes I can't block it. I might as well not commit any cards here. So Brian heads down to 26.
It's not worth fighting for it sometimes, Sam. Protection hits the board, generating a Spectral Shield, which gives him some insulation from those Hunter's Claves, looking to hunt down the angels he uses to protect his life total.
Prism targeting Figment of Erudition.
Activating Prism.
Go ahead and flip the Figment of Erudition. Because of the Empyrean Rapture, this is free. Now here comes the Soraya.
Seeing her cashed in so early is interesting. Barrett didn't manage to establish Soraya until a very, very late hour of the game, and it already was worth so much that he nearly managed to run away with the game off of it immediately. And Kevin has drawn into something pretty slick here. A Herald of Erudition off of her Archangel.
And that is just a huge follow-up. 7 damage can create another Spectral Shield. Brian Lorenz thinking, damn, I couldn't block the first one. Probably can't block this one, and that's going to be the call. No blocks. 14 damage plus 4 on the turn. 18 damage. Brian Lorenz down to 15 already. 2 Spectral Shields. Ward 4 as well.
That is brutal.
But Brian Lorenz does have a Pick to Pieces and a Tarantula Toxin in the hand. Figment of War going to create a Courage token. This is looking like Brian Lorenz might be in a big hole to start off this game.
He needs an answer to this board Kevin is starting to develop. The daggers can help, but the Spectral Shields are looking to dampen their impact on this game.
$13 minutes elapsed so far. 23 now playing 15. It was 33 to start this turn off. And this thing has changed quickly. Not in Arakni's favor. He's kept 4 cards. I believe they're all red. We'll have to see what he's able to do with it. Picks to Pieces comes out.
Kevin nods his head and says, all right, you are here to undo all of that work I have worked so hard to establish. An Angel and 2 Spectral Shields. Can Kevin afford to play around 3 cards in hand? Has he found the sole shield that might be able to save him from this scenario? Not quite, but he does have an Arclight Sentinel in this hand,
and
which could give him the opportunity to reset and maybe blank Brian's snaps if that's what he chooses to commit to this Pick to Pieces.
Also a lot of 3 blocks, and we know Brian Lorenz only really has 1 attack reaction in the hand.
I also believe that card cannot target this red Pick to Pieces as it is just a nick.
Ah, yes, of course.
Hot news for everybody. The limited calling has concluded, and your champion is, yet again, Michael Hamilton on Syndra in Limited.
Absolutely unbelievable. Michael Hamilton has just been on a dominant historic run during these last multiple years of Flesh and Blood. Now a 4-time calling champion. We're going to see if we can grab him for a quick interview later before he heads on out of here. But what a run that Michael Hamilton continues. 4 damage now after the Pick to Pieces, and the Snapdragon Scalers wipes clear that board of Ward.
Who knew a hunted hero would win the limited calling too?
I know, man. Michael Hamilton did win on Syndra, so technically now 2 callings
that's true.
were both won by Syndra. Classic, Constructed, and Limited.
I know, I was teasing, but it is very cool to see her make a run in both formats.
RTN seasons everywhere start to wonder how many Drakais of Retribution will descend upon their gaming tables. And if the Drakai of Retribution does come out in force, what are the correct counters? Will the Jarls return to bring the ice to cool down that battlefield? Guys here having a bit of a laugh.
You got some work done with the artist. He's looking for you. Okay, that sounds different now.
4 damage still on the offer.
Will he bite? Is the question. I believe Brian has a Tarantula Toxin to work with. A bit of a nasty fork.
No blocks.
Kevin says no blocks. Perhaps denying Brian the opportunity to convert his full hand. That is the dangers of cards like Shred. Figment of Ravages off the top of the deck represents a pretty serious amount of inevitability, leaving Mr. Murphy's end game.
15 now plays 15. Card goes to the arsenal for Brian Lorenz. We thought this one might take a while. We thought this might be a grinder, but it is so quickly down to 15 on both sides of the table. And the tempo does favor Mr. Kevin Murphy on Prism. Herald of Ravages now comes in with the Courage token.
Can we find that crucial 6-power attack? No, not just that, but his hand is a brutal brick. You can't afford to stumble here, Brian.
And the final card in Arsenal, Tarantula Toxin. This is a hand that does very little, if anything at all. You've already committed.
We may see Mask of Deceit come out just to cover up this angel, or this Herald of an Angel, 4-7.
This is a tough spot for Brian Lorenz. We saw in that game in Swiss how the things and the pieces had to come together for him to navigate that matchup. The damage here on the board proving to perhaps be a bit too much.
If I'm in Brian's shoes, I need to make sure nothing gets across this turn. Hope for a reset and put Prism on not bricking. Herald of Judgment. Bit of a brutal follow-up. I don't think you want to see another 6-power in this situation.
Sorry, just
had he committed Mask of Deceit on the earlier chain link, he could have covered this with 2 cards.
Last game too.
What's Brian Lorenz's block going to be?
This is brutal.
And just has to give the take up the mantle, so 3 damage over the top, down to 12 goes our Assassin card, heads to the Soul Prism trigger. What's the Figment gonna be? As we see Kevin look through his deck. Him and Barrett, man, they just ice this ish out.
That's what Prism players do.
That's what they do. They got the full-out Heralds. They got the cold foil Figments.
What's your favorite Figment art?
My favorite Figment art? That one, Judgment. 100%.
Mine is War.
Look at that. Look at the big snake.
I love
Look at the big
Figment.
snake.
The big snake is really cool.
I love the big snake.
I love Eric Klug's art on Figment of War. It's so sick.
I agree.
Like stained glass style.
Can hear
Look
some
at that.
roars. Yeah, my God. Oh, painted watercolor.
Hand-painted watercolor. God, that's so sick.
Yeah, that art is really good.
Yeah.
That art is really good.
It's really good. It's really good.
Figment of, I believe that is the Judgment, now has been opened thanks to the Empyrean Ratcher, flipped over to Themis, the Archangel of Judgment. Now Ward 4 on the board, 1 card left in Soul. Brian Lorenz can do naught but draw up his hand. And once again, full tempo on the field and on the side of Kevin Murphy, who once again is working with a Light of Soul in the hand. Yellow Wartune Herald, let's see what the pitch is going to be. The Light of Soul is going to go ahead and pitch, and we're going to see the Angelic Wrath hit from the top of the deck. So that is 2 missed Light of Soul triggers in a row this game.
Brian still no 6-power. Codex of Frailty in hand, and that Tarantula Toxin is stuck in his arsenal. He needs a way to clear it. This is brutal.
This has been a tough run of this game for Brian Lorenz. He does have an opponent down to 15, so if he can find a way to clear through these Angels, and maybe if there's a bit of a brick on the side of the prison, he has put his opponent in a position of having not nearly as much life to work with, but 15 is actually perhaps quite a bit enough when you consider what Prism is able to do with the ward that will continue to flood the board.
We saw Barrett make an insane run with just 3 life earlier today, Sam. Themis coming across for 4 with Go again.
4 is going to be accepted, so down to 8 goes Brian Lorenz. And the Wartune Herald to follow this up, and with only 5 block represented in hand with that Codex of Frailty, and you can't use that Codex of Frailty until that arsenal is clear.
No, Brian going down to 2.
Brian just heads down to 2. It does feel as though perhaps the writing is on the wall. Let's see exactly how Prism is going to try to close this thing out, or if Brian Lorenz is going to be able to climb back in. Figment of Rebirth is going to go ahead and hit the arena.
Keeping a couple cards with which to work. Brian is on the ropes.
Correct.
but he is not out of the ring yet. As the saying goes, he has heard no bell.
It's not over till it's over. Brian Lorenz, no stranger to coming back from places where it feels as though defeat is inevitable. And though he may be down 13 life, he is going to fight until the match is called.
At U.S. Nationals, while fighting to be one of the 3 XO players at the end of day 1, Brian ran it all the way back on me from a 2 to 16 life deficit in the new mirror in Mistvale draft.
Whoa.
This is his territory. Not only assassin, but in a desperate position, Sam.
Let's see how he wants to climb back into this one. He's got 2 angels to stare down.
Dagger coming in.
That's fair.
1 floating, Hunter's Clave, Tunic on 3. We may see this Tarantula Toxin made use of, and more importantly, his arsenal will be clear for that Codex of Frailty to grab hold of a Command and Conquer as Brian grabs hold of hope for a path into this game.
We have enough block to work with on that side of the table.
He's got 9.
9 block and an Angelic Wrath. Evan checks the life totals, 15 to 2. Toxin's going to make this go up to 4. Ward 4 can still cover this up.
So it's for 4?
No real difference in how much damage it does to Kevin's board, but it does free up Brian's arsenal.
Kevin must be thinking about the potential of a Codex of Frailty, given that, yeah, that Tarantula Toxin did nothing in terms of what it was able to affect, but Codex here now allows for the Frailty, the Ponder, the card from the graveyard to be grabbed. And with that Tunic on 3, just like you said.
Why doesn't this card might as well just make me a martini at the same time?
It is going to be the Codex of Frailty, even though there is the attack reaction of the Flick Knives to work with the pick to pieces. The attack that will be immediately yeeted into the arsenal from the graveyard and the discard, enough for Brian Lorenz to try to utilize the Command and Conquer.
New or old CNC art, Sam?
New.
New?
New for me, 100%.
I just like it because I like to say his swords are named Command and Conquer.
Yeah, what about you?
The old art. It's so iconic. It's really become kind of a part of that flesh and blood mythos, you know?
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree it is iconic. I do understand why many would say so. For me,
guy with swords?
Guy with swords.
Guy with swords.
And it is not even close.
The extended art is pretty swanky.
Yeah.
You know, where you can get your hands on an extended art Command and Conquer,
Where?
viewer. Well, I have news for you. You can purchase boxes of The Hunted right now on your local game store shelves. They came out this Friday.
Or even win one next round as we give one away.
Oh, so true, Sam.
Oh, my goodness me.
Let's save that.
Just a great day to be alive.
Are you kidding me?
It's a great day to be.
I'm doing my favorite thing, yapping, and I'm watching my favorite thing, Flesh and Blood.
Come on.
Of course it's a good day to be alive.
Come on. Herald of Tenacity going to come in. Wow, look at this. Herald of Tenacity has Dominate.
That's a big bet for Kevin to make. He is looking to just use Codex to close the game out. Bit of a reversal of the tempo that Codex generates, giving up 1 card. He may not have played around the Flick Knives here. If Brian activates this and kills this angel, he can take Kevin's arsenal away from him. He can Prism in response, but would take his last card out of his soul. Activating Calming Gesture, making a Spectral Shield at instant speed.
That will activate and thus take up the Hunter's Clave. And now the 3 damage over the top of the Wartune Herald is absorbed by that Ward 4 instead of just the 1 from the Flick Knives, meaning that the card in the arsenal that was just put there by the Codex would have been destroyed. So a nice back and forth from our players here.
You're good. Okay.
Is that Random Ponder a defensive piece?
It's what he needs right now.
That was not an insignificant mistake from me.
Kevin
You
says
heard
that
Kevin?
was
Yeah.
not an insignificant mistake from him. He was not ready for that Flick Knives activation to hit the chain.
This is now 5 dominate. If Mask of Deceit is used, at the moment it will be a random transformation, but the Shelter from the Storm can just keep Brian alive at exactly 1. He's got to pick to pieces and another Command and Conquer.
I need to know what that arsenal is.
Brian Lorenz.
If I'm in Brian's seat right now, I may just be looking to pop this Herald, convert what I have, and navigate that Shelter from the Storm into my arsenal to save me, A, from Herald of Tenacity, B, from Herald of Erudition, and C, just to get me a little bit more blocking value when I find myself at 2 to Prism's 15. We talked about expending resources earlier, Sam, and Prism is being forced to expend resources. Her options are growing thin as Figments leave her deck. Brian may be looking to run her out of gas a little bit here. Maybe not in a true fatigue situation, but run her out of these harbingers of Solana's light so that she starts to run out of win conditions.
Fascinatingly, too, Brian did have the popper in hand.
And he chose to keep it.
Yeah, he chose to keep the CNC when he could have just popped the Herald of Tenacity with that card.
He also isn't forcing a card into Kevin's arsenal while he has none there.
Yeah, I didn't even realize until the block was presented, like, wait.
Tarantula Toxin yet again off the Codex. The second time that risky attack reaction finds itself in Kevin's arsenal, or Brian's arsenal, in Kevin's face.
Now here comes the mark from the Hunter's Clave. That means Mask of Deceit is officially online if Kevin stays marked.
Taking a look at Kevin's yard here.
Wow, I'm so curious Brian's plan for that Command and Conquer if it was not just to pop that Herald of Tenacity.
I wonder what his plan here is. Is that pick to pieces blue or reds?
I think it's red.
I think you're right.
Which means he could just send it for 3 and keep the CNC in the arsenal?
I don't know if you want to arsenal CNC so much as hang on to it to disrupt what Prism wants to throw at you. It's a bit of a tough situation. Prism holding on to Herald of Erudition. Sam capable of covering it with Mask of Deceit.
Brian's just going to pass the turn.
He's passing the turn. He's holding on to the Command and Conquer.
He's going to keep the CNC in hand.
Let's see what he arsenals. He's flipping. Trapdoor!
Brian Lorenz hits the 6, becomes Trapdoor, can grab a trap from the deck and put it into his banish zone face down. Brian Lorenz is not out of this one yet.
Are you kidding me?
An unbelievable turn of fortunes right when it seemed that all was lost, all was said and done. Brian said, respectfully, stream, hold my beer. I am not finished with this one. As a card heads face down into the banish zone. And perhaps this is going to be the difference maker in this game. Though Kevin Murphy is working with 4 full cards. Wow.
I mean,
dude.
what the hell? We have talked so many times this weekend about the possibility of a well-timed trap door flip being the out that players need, but this is the first time we've really truly seen it shine, and he's drawn into his favorite book, Codex of Frailty. This War-Tune Herald is coming across for 7, but Brian has a way in hand to cover 7 with just 1 card.
No traps that I can think of. Block for 4 here. And these are not weapon attacks, even though the weapon is giving them go again. Brian can, of course, now still block with the Mask of Deceit to choose a new assassin to transform into.
Speaking of the hunted and weapon attacks, you know what I learned, Sam?
What?
Warrior does have a pretty sweet new out into Enigma.
Kabuto.
Kabuto shuts down all of her auras.
Yeah. All of
Sick
those
dragon nerd.
All of those.
Keep it away from me.
Yeah, all of those auras are in fact weapons. So if you see a Mirage guy staring you down, you can just headbutt it if you're in the warrior class.
You can say goodbye.
Mask.
Looks like he's going to cash in the Mask of Deceit. Traverse the Spider-Verse here.
He is playing around the potential Herald of Erudition.
Of course.
I think you can hear there Kevin Murphy responding to Michael Hamilton being announced as the calling winner.
Of course he gets it.
I'm on block 8 here.
Interestingly here, Brian gets to choose to switch into a different agent, but once Trapdoor's ability has resolved, even though he has changed the face of the Huntsman themselves, he is still capable of utilizing the skills of the form he once embodied seconds ago, and Trapdoor's Trapdoor may open at any time. Wow. Kevin cashing in Halo in a response here.
Looks as though, yeah, Halo may be activated. What's going to head to the soul and what Figment is going to be grabbed as a result? It is the Herald of Every Edition. I wonder if Kevin is playing around the fact that Brian is holding on to the CNC.
Getting Herald of Triumph. Or Figment of Triumph, rather.
And that is exactly what is happening. Kevin Murphy saying, I think you kept a popper. I think that's why you passed with 2 cards in hand. So here's my Herald of Triumph to make it so that you cannot just block my Herald with that CNC in the hand.
We've talked a lot about Brian's masterful play so far in Swiss, but talk about a sniff out, Sam.
Yeah, masterfully done from our Prism player. Block 6, take one.
Before the end of your turn.
He's going to flip.
Going to go ahead and flip over the Angel here. Didn't use the card face down.
Trap. Do you think he didn't have one?
Maybe he didn't have one because he certainly didn't use it.
Yeah, trying to make sure I'm not missing anything.
You're good. I'm just going to pass right back.
Yeah, Brian's just going to pass right back, meaning Kevin has an Angel to work with. One that can also go ahead and create a +1 counter on itself, coming in for 5. Let's see if he triggers the effect. It's already coming in for a breakpoint.
Low
yeah.
value of a use of soul. Kevin's hand is pretty unfortunate here. Brian has put him on bricking, and brick he mostly has a Pierce Reality. He's capable of sending 1 Herald here, but it won't be able to be followed up too effectively by a second one.
Sink below is a perfect response, blocking out the breakpoint. We're going to sink. Let's see what the card off of the top is. Just a mark of the Black Widow.
He's drawn an under the trap door.
Triumph
for 6 is going to block. Going to buy a block for 6.
You have 1 in hand?
I have 1 in hand.
And 1 flip.
I have 1 in hand, says Brian. He's considering the pick to pieces in his arsenal. It's so huge for Brian here that Mr. Murphy failed to find a second Herald on this turn.
Activate Prism. Yeah. 4.
That is just going to be the game as the Figment of Triumph is flipped and attacked with. Kevin Murphy as Prism moves on into the final, securing himself a PTI and potentially a chance to put some points on the Living Legend leaderboard for the Awakener of Soul. That was so close at the end. We did not expect it to go as long as it did after Brian Lorenz fell down to 2.
What a scrapper.
What a scrapper, but it is going to be Prism into the finals. Let's take a look at the brackets. We can see who will be taking on Kevin Murphy. And my friends, the Syndra Mirror is taken down by Syndra, the Drakai of Retribution, having a chance to go back here at the Battle Hardened in Memphis, having already taken down a Calling. Will the 8th seed Jacob Bao, legendary TCG veteran, be able to take down Kevin Murphy on Prism to be able to take home the PTI and the gold foil? Jacob Bao, such a legend, and of course, taking down this tournament with a new hero might be pretty a nice feather in an already storied cap. Let's go ahead and take a look at the RTN season, my friends, because I know you're just like me and you're saying to yourself, my
Syndra.
Goodness, I got to share. There she is. She's staring us all down with that fiery gaze. And if you too want to join your friends at your RTN season, I have good news for you. It starts next weekend.
That's right, Sam.
Starts next weekend.
Next weekend. I'm flying home tomorrow, and the first thing I'm doing is getting ready to play my RTN that weekend, where I have my shot at some of these gorgeous, I mean, come on, these prizes, not just the participation, these extended art traps, which come on. Rainbow foil heroes, my personal preference over cold foil heroes, awarded to players in the top 8, as well as some playmats both for the winner and the finalists.
The meta just looks to be kind of an all-timer, so I do hope you'll join us at the RTN season, and I do hope you will stick around because we have got a finals coming up for you in just 5 short minutes, including a giveaway of a box of the Hunted, so we will see you there in just a moment. The Drakai of Retribution has already taken down one major constructed tournament this weekend. The question is, can she do it again? Sam O'Byrne joined by the illustrious Nathan Crawford, and we have got a pretty exciting finals at the end of this Battle Hardened.
I'm excited, and this is going to be a quick one. We got Prism versus Syndra. Can she do it again is the question. Although those Heralds, they can just really get there really quickly.
Yeah, I have to wonder if Syndra is going to have the ability to block out these Heralds, or if she will just try to go too fast for the Awakener of Soul. I can't wait to see. It would be pretty wild if after all this, after some certain C tiering, if it ends up as Syndra as the champion of both of these tournaments. But with Prism, it actually would be an interesting as well, like potential counter pick for the upcoming RTN season. If Syndra does kind of become the aggro deck du jour, what are going to be the counters? What are going to be the heroes that people pick up? And if Kevin Murphy can show the blueprint As to a deck with a lot of overrate damage against a deck without a lot of poppers, you might also see the rise in Prism's numbers over the RTN season. What do you think when you look at the matchup? What do you expect we're going to see?
I think Prism is one of the perfect answers to Syndra, believe it or not. Just like you mentioned, not having those poppers, really just pushing those on-hit effects. And by the way, Spectral Shields, Daggers, that's a match made in heaven.
For those flick knives as well. So let's find out just how this is going to go down, folks. We've already seen Syndra win a tournament. Can she do it again? Let's check in briefly with Kevin's list. We just saw it. This is, of course, the Prism list that just took down the semifinals. Kevin's already secured himself a PTI. The question is, will he walk out of here with that gold foil? We've seen this list. It's an exciting one, but Jacob has got a Syndra list that I want to take a look at because we are seeing some differences here. The first one that comes up to me, those 3 throw daggers. I have those in my little Syndra list because the effect is just so damn strong. What else are you noticing, Nathan, when you take a look at this list? Anything that's sticking out to you?
I'm really loving the ancestral empowerments. I mean, that little bit of just go over the top on that Mask of Momentum trigger. Really interested to see that.
The other thing that also I can point out, 2 snatches in Jacob's list. This is something that I remember from the days of Fi. You can see the living legend points down there, bottom left, of course. That number is a little higher now. But the 2 snatches, pretty great chain ender. Let's take a look at the Snapdragon Scalers over there as well, because that could be an interesting difference. I don't think he's on the Dragon Scaler flight path, and that means those Snapdragons can work with that snatch. We'll see if it comes into play here in the finals of our Battle Hardened. Nathan, I'm going to ask you, welcome to the booth. This has been great. Tough question. Who's taking it down?
I got to go Prism. I mean, just the ability to pick first. You can go first or second, depending on how the deck is constructed, what you believe your win con is. But like, if you draw a double Herald on turn 1, Syndra's not blocking.
What are they going to do?
14.
Not a way.
No shot.
Not a chance. Not a chance. I have to go Syndra. I've been picking her all weekend long. That way we can have a gentleman's bout throughout the game, and that way you all at home can get ready to enjoy the finals of this Battle Hardened, the World Tour here in Memphis hurdles towards its conclusion. Let's prepare ourselves for the finals of this event. We have got Jacob on Syndra, the Tokai of Retribution, versus Kevin, Prism, Awakener of Soul. This one might be a quick one. Will the daggers be able to cut through the Herald's wings, or will the Light of Soul burn down the Drakai before she can flick a single knife? The finals of the Battle Hardened here, live from Memphis, starts now. Let's see who turn player is. Kevin chose first. He is going to be able, like you said, to potentially just throw down some damage that Jacob might not be able to deal with.
Absolutely. And looking at the equipment, looks pretty standard. We have Stonewall Gauntlets, which could be a role player, especially because Syndra's not a fan of breaking the chain early, although the pumps are somewhat limited. And then everything looks pretty standard on Jacob's side, but does have the inclusion of the Snapdragon Scalers versus those new Draconic Boots.
Also, everybody, please just hang out with us in chat. Say hi. Throw a message in the chat to be automatically entered into a giveaway for our final box given away this weekend, the Box of the Hunted. We'll be picking a winner during our winner's interview with either of these 2 competitors right after this.
Kevin having that Light of Soul Fable in hand, looking to get that in the pitch zone and get a free. Why not just a free Herald into... No.
Once again,
on the miss.
He finds the Figment of Judgment. But that's also some interesting information for Jacob. He knows on that next turn there will be at least one card that does not block in Kevin's hand. Light of Soul, of course, pitched to the ward on the Empyrean Rapture. So that means at the moment, Ward 1 floating for Kevin Murphy.
Do that or that. Let's take a mulligan.
You hear Kevin saying, let's take a mulligan. You're going to attack into my Arclight Sentinel, and my friend, that is all you're going to do.
That's it. And the exchange on this is actually not bad. You're basically in a situation where you're basically choosing now to go second on the fly, but giving Jacob a little ability to filter and giving an arsenal, which in an aggro matchup could mean a lot, but also at the same time we'll see how it pans out.
Holy. Okay, hang on.
Kevin here going to give a think.
Pitch to Rapture.
Pitch to Rapture again. Get the Figment out of the hand, it looks like. Let's go ahead and put the
That assuredly
empowerment.
means double Figment at least.
Yep.
Let's see what the hand is. Oh my goodness.
Oh, triple
Figment in the hand. Herald of Judgment comes out. That means maybe the Archangel of Erudition could be a part of the equation, but triple Figment to start off the finals of a Battle Hardened Eighth, and it is not what you want to see.
I'm not feeling good about my my guess on who's going to take this one down. That's a rough start, but if anybody can do it, you can really just leverage that halo. It's the most important piece on Prism's equipment side. Just able to go grab a Figment that's applicable in the situation, especially the -1 on the attacks on Syndra's turn where she really likes to go wide. We're looking for plays like that to really leverage extreme points of value.
Here comes the first Prism trigger. The Herald of Judgment hits the soul. I have to imagine Syndra's not going to be doing a whole lot of blocking. Let's see what the selection is. It is going to be the Figment of Erudition here, creating that Ponder token.
For my next trick, pitch Figment number 3.
You heard Kevin say, for my next trick, Figment number 3 going to go ahead and be pitched into the Empyrean Rapture. He just got to get all of those out of the hand. At least the likelihood that he draws another one got to be relatively low.
Has to. Definitely don't want to be drawing the Figments, but they are there for a purpose. Very strong on the tutor when the Heralds do hit. But yeah, just drawing them in multiples is never what you want to have as the Prism player.
Ponder there looks like it's going to go ahead and be a Herald, which is a good hit. Time for the 4 cards drawn from Kevin, but a 5-card hand from Jacob. No Spectral Shields to work with on the side of Kevin. Let's see how Jacob wants to start things off. Ignite for 2. Next card activated or played costs 1 less as long as it's Draconic. That means the Kunai can come in for free, as the 3rd point of damage represented on the combat chain. Kevin here going to give this one a think, given, of course, the Mask of Momentum sits and looms. No blocks is the call. What is the follow-up on the combat chain? It's going to be the Ronin Renegade. This comes in for 3, but we do know there is that Ancestral Empowerment lurking in the arsenal.
Also that difficult spot where if you block it, you can lean on the Flick Knives on Jacob's side to mark it as a hit combat link and basically just continue the Mask of Momentum down the chain, which is a really tough spot to be in.
Breaking point here, a pretty gnarly rip off the top thanks to the Mask of Momentum. Flick Knives and the Blood-Splattered Vest is a nice way to make sure you have the resources available to pay it. Kevin not going to block, going to give this card +1, grab another card off the top. It's another Art of the Dragon Blood. Unfortunately, this thing, no way to get Draconic, which means there's no way to give it go again. These Ronin Renegades, if either of them was a brand with Cinderclaw, this would look very different for Jacob here. Might have to cash in those Snapdragon Scalers to go 4 into 5 without pitching a card.
Seems like an easy choice for me than just, taking the IP loss basically and ending with a card in hand. And you also have the ability to even pay for that breaking point by flicking the dagger here and then capitalizing on that Blood Spatter Vest. Gaining that resource.
Flick Knives going to go ahead, flick the dagger down to 21. Goes Kevin. Blood Splattered Vest. Now gets to grab the resource necessary for the breaking point that was ripped off the top. And yeah, I'm thinking this is at least Chain Link 4 or higher. Rupture certainly online here as the breaking point looks to break apart this game and take Kevin's arsenal out from under him.
You can have my arsenal, no blocks.
Kevin says, You can have my arsenal, no blocks, down to 12. There goes the Blue Herald. So Kevin's going to be firing back after taking all that damage and falling down to 12 with the 4 cards in his hand, and that is it.
Just a casual 20 damage turn while ending with an arsenal. Not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. Basically only off of 4 cards. No, it's pretty good.
Now this is a great answer to that. Herald of Erudition on hit, drawing 2 cards and going to Soul and fetching a Figment with Dominate.
with Dominate and another Herald of Erudition in the hand as well. Jacob, is he going to play around an attack reaction? Is he going to give any pieces of armor here to try to stop this attack? It would get through. There is no ability for Kevin to get over this with anything like an Angelic Wrath. Would the Mask of Momentum be brought into play given the fact that Kevin has fallen all the way down to 12 already? Does Jacob think he has gained enough value from even just the one draw? A 2-block. The 2-block from the mask and the 1-block on the blood-splattered vest. Jacob thinks he's had enough from those pieces. It's only been one game. That's how confident he is from here. Second Herald now allows for some cards to be drawn, but there is no action point because Luminaris only gives go again to the first attack with Herald in its name. Down to 29 goes Jacob. Drew cards off the top, which means some Ward 4 will be creative. And just a couple of Heralds in the hand. What do you think about the block of the armor there?
I mean, you might as well get the value here. I mean, I think the one way that you kind of lose the control of this game is letting them draw a bunch of cards, play like an Arclight Sentinel, which we already saw before, kind of time walking, that kind of scenario. But really just mitigating the explosiveness of Prism and then just continuing the aggression, trying to strip those cards. But next turn, we should really be looking at Kevin leveraging that Halo.
Halo, good call out there. Have to see if it comes into play given what Jacob is trying to work with. It's a one-time, not quite get-out-of-jail-free card, but it certainly can put in some major work.
They're not slamming anything, so maybe they're not Bonjornos. So.
The players having a bit of a discussion. Kevin here having a think. Does he want to pitch another card into something like the Empyrean Rapture?
Definitely be worse for me, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's a tough decision here.
Thinking about which angel does he want to flip now that Empyrean Rapture has made it free.
Not only that, but committing to the investment of protecting that Ward 4 against those dagger attacks that come very, very low to the ground, and then also Flick Knives.
Still gonna
Talking about still having to potentially IP.
Yeah, it's just whether or not I want to keep this card or gamble on a different one. I think I'm going to keep this card. Pass.
It could be a Figment,
Jacob says, hey, at the rate this game is going, it could be a Figment.
Jacob on a 3-card hand, 1 in Arsenal. Although, Kevin at lower life does have some presence on the board with Ward 4 and Ward 1.
3 at you.
3 coming in.
Acceptable.
Just
No
giving the angel
reactions.
early.
Yeah, that's just going to lose the Ward 4. He's just getting the 4 life right off the bat. Here comes the Art of the Dragon Blood, and the brand with Cinderclaw has branded this card with the Draconic Talent. It's now go again, and the next 3 Draconic cards that are played cost 1 less. That's not going to matter on this turn, but the go again certainly does.
Just a match made in heaven. Still 2 cards in hand. I think I do see a Snatch.
Yeah.
Great way to end that chain link, although don't have the Snapdragon Scalers to continue to punish, but easily able to just go ahead and Flick Knives and then also end re-equipping the daggers with that Syndra ability due to the 3rd chain link, which will be provided by that Blaze Headlong or Hedgehog, whatever you prefer.
Then it's been some time since I heard that one. That's for the OGs. No blocks, no reactions. There goes the Spectral Shield. 3 damage accepted, so down to 9 goes Kevin, meaning Jacob is going to threaten lethal on this turn. Because here's 4 more. Kevin has to think about it. You can see him kind of raise the eyebrows. Yeah, no, that does work. No, and it is good. But if a card is committed to block here, that's going to make the block of the Snatch a little less appetizing. Stonewall Gauntlet more than likely going to come into play. Except he might use it here. Though he's realizing Mask Momentum was blocked with this, does not threaten any cards drawn.
Block 3. Block 3. Take 1.
1 damage over the top, down to 8. Goes Kevin. And here comes the Snatch. This is a difference between this list and the list that won the calling yesterday. Snatch having an ability to just come in and threaten that chain and to draw a card. Here comes the Flick Knives. One coming over, down to 7 most likely. Yes, down to 7 goes Kevin. And then right at the end of the turn, Syndra literally like a yo-yo sends it and brings it right back.
That would have been very unfortunate for you if you
Oh my gosh. Immediately punished.
Kevin thinking there took some banter there about if the Stonewall Gauntlet had been utilized.
Only one Herald in option this turn. However, maybe Syndra does have the possibility to brick a little bit off an Arsenal. No Snapdragon Scalers. There is the possibility that you just draw that brick, force block, and really just turn the tempo a little bit. But on the declaration of no blocks, very unlikely.
True.
Yeah. Dominate can't be doing anything about that. Down to 23 goes Jacob. Time for the Prism trigger to grab a Figment, and now you have to imagine Soraya will be coming into play, flipping off of the free activation of the Empyrean Rapture. And some cards will be drawn on this turn. Jacob down to 23. The question is, how much offense will he be able to ship off of those 4 cards?
You're going to get a cringe dominant attack with that.
I might.
I don't like that.
Jacob asking, are you getting that dominate attack right back, if you can, from your graveyard with the Figment of Rebirth? If a yellow one was blocked with later in the game, let's see if he can throw one on top of the deck, or something like the Herald of Erudition now goes right back on top of the deck, meaning the Herald of the Soraya is going to be able to draw it here, and there will be another Herald of Erudition before all is said and done on this turn. Soraya going to be attacked with Final Card and Soul, banished to pay the cost. 2 cards off the top. We know one of them.
23.
Guarantees the play of the Erudition. Unsure of what can be done after that, but still a very respectable turn. 4 into 5, draw 2. No way to stop that on hit unless it just happens to have a D-rank, which I did not see in the list.
I feel like I just have to take it and hope bad things don't happen to me. So
Jacob has saying, I just have to take it and hope bad things don't happen to me. Down to 19 he goes. And it's just going to be the War Tune. Kevin keeping the Herald for the next turn to try to power up something a little more impressive. Just placed Jacob down to 12.
Yep, 12.
Jacob goes down to 12 here. This is now going to be another Figment. Kevin is absolutely fighting, clawing, and I do not think Jacob is in just complete control whatsoever here, as there's now Ward for a card in Arsenal that can threaten to draw 2 on the very next turn. Only 1 piece of armor to work with that Jacob does not want to block with at all. Syndra just kind of priced into trying to get this game over with as quickly as possible before the value that Prism presents proves to be too much.
And still at the top of that screen, Halo of Illumination. We have not dipped into that yet. And that is just the most powerful tool that Prism has in her toolkit, just waiting for that perfect moment to leverage.
Tikaba here really has to keep the pressure on. Brand with Cinderclaw going to give the next attack on the combat chain, the Draconic Talent. Big sigh here from Kevin. Got to look at the hand. Couple of no blocks. Light of Soul for the 3rd time. This dude just can't stop drawing it. I feel like every time I've watched him, he pitches it to the bottom, shuffles his deck because of the Prism trigger, and it just makes its way back to the top. But that means another card can hit the Soul here. Luckily for Jacob, Kevin did grab the protection already, so there won't be a really easy way for him to make more Spectral Shields.
It's a very dangerous situation where Flick Knives can... And I think Jacob learned this from the last attack where he passed on reactions while the Angel was protected by a Spectral Shield. But in this situation, it's dangerous to leave this brand unblocked because the Flick Knives will take care of the Ward 4 that's currently on the board unless Kevin has an answer.
No blocks.
Reactions.
Here comes the flick. Does the Empyrean Rapture need to be brought into the table for that Ward 1. Yes, it does. Ward 1 on the Empyrean Rapture. 2 floating. That means the Rapture is gone, and the 3 damage now will be eaten up by Soraya. Ward 4 gaining 4 life for Kevin. 3 more cards in the hand for Jacob. Let's see what he's working with. 3 cards that do not work well together at all. Looks like it might be Art of the Dragon Fire just to push a buttload of damage. Shooting for 2 fire-breathing damage, not arcane, just 2 damage, basically representing the Dragon's Fire. And 5 physical. This would be lethal.
This might be the break that kind of Kevin was looking for. That clunky hand that really just doesn't really have that offensive output, but at the same time doesn't block all that well either.
That also means Jacob's going to be working down a dagger on this turn. There is no way to buy back that dagger unless the Lava Burst hits the pitch, and I don't think that's where Jacob wants to be. Kevin, head in hands, looking down at the board, places down the 3 cards in his hand as he considers his options. 2 floating, able to flip a Figment if he wishes. Still has to deal with the 2 Dragon Fire.
Does have the ability to leverage the footsteps. Have the resources floating.
Taking 2 typeless.
Taking 2 typeless damage, says Kevin Murphy. That damage has a type. It is the fire breathing of the dragon on the art. Thank you very much, Kevin.
3. Yep. Taking 2.
2 damage down to 3 goes Kevin here.
Before end.
Jacob just going to Arsenal, but before the end of the turn, the 2 floating is going to flip over this Angel into Secum, the Archangel of Ravages. That's a way to deal some damage and close this game out in a flash. And Kevin might be gambling on finally hitting a Herald with the Light of Soul.
We remember what that juicy arsenal is?
Herald of Erudition, baby.
Oh, man.
Here
Such a
it comes.
strong lead.
Light of Soul. Let's see. It is the Arc Light Sentinel on top. That means it's going to go into the Soul. And that means it can be banished for either effect from Prism or the attack with Secum.
Absolutely huge here. Almost guaranteeing pushing 2 damage. Could give the Flick Knives to only take 1. But no 0/4/4 D-Reacts in the list.
I mean, this is just huge. Kevin draws 2 cards here. He fills up his hand, able to attack with Secum for 4 and 2. We'll see 2 kind of just arcane and fiery damage firing back and forth across the table. Jacob just goes down to 6. Here comes the 2 cards drawn. Finds another Herald. Prism Trigger going to go ahead and grab a Figment. Is this going to be lights out in favor of the Awakener of Soul?
Has the blue to pay for it. Getting that courage for the extra point of damage, very impactful.
Jacob's all the way down to 6. This next Herald is going to immediately threaten next Angel attack with the banishing from the Soul. Here comes Secum, trigger,
4 and 2 arcane.
Banish, 4 physical, 2 arcane.
Courage doesn't trigger on Angels.
So that means down to 4 goes Jacob. He's got to start blocking. Throw Dagger blocks 3, part of what makes it so good.
At 3.
Down to 3. 3 plays 3 here.
Oh. Yeah. Triumph for 7.
For 7.
Herald of Triumph for 7. Now Jacob's got to block. He's all the way down to 3.
That was my hope.
As Jacob says, 7 is 1 too many.
Guarantees 2 cards. Leaves Syndra with 1 card in hand in very, very little life.
Thank you to all 2,500 of you tuning in for the finals of this Battle Hardened Syndra, trying to go back-to-back here and take down 2 tournaments in the span of 2 days. Jacob Boff fighting as hard as he can, but Kevin Murphy maybe
proving to us all that there is a blueprint to take down the Drakai. As the RTN season approaches around the corner, which heroes will reign supreme? All eyes turn to this finals to find that answer.
Giving the 2 cards.
5, go to 1.
Going
Block
to 1.
5, go to 1. Jacob has to take care of Sekhem right here, or the 2 arcane damage just ends this game.
And then pass.
Which with the backup ward is actually...
Oh, right. I don't have Rapture.
Oh.
Okay.
Never mind.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin here remembering he had to use Rapture on that last turn on the defense because the Flick Knives threatened the Soraya a little too early.
I'm getting all sorts of mixed up.
Yep. That Prism, not the other Prism.
Looking back into the deck to find another Figment now that that Herald hit.
I don't know if you have another. Do you have the other one still? Yeah, it's gone.
Here comes the Figment of Judgment.
This guy's gone too.
Yes.
And the Courage does leave the arena. Jacob Bot literally has to take care of the Sekhem, or the game is just over. Got Ward 4, but it is an ally it can be attacked into.
All of them.
So many.
Every single one of them.
Guaranteed lethal on the board. If Kevin's able to keep just a yellow card, banish the card from solo, 2 arcane damage.
Okay.
Can Jacob clear the Angel on a 1 card hand and 1 card in Arsenal, which I think the card in Arsenal is a Lava Burst, unfortunately.
Good?
Yeah.
2 and the Flick Knives to threaten Sekhem here. Is there any way to get Ward on Kevin's side of the table? If not, the Flick Knives is going to claim the life of Sekhem and put Kevin to 1 if he just declares no blocks.
Yep.
Kevin here is going to go ahead and give this one a think. He is in the finals of a Battle Hardened. He wants that gold foil on top of the PTI and the lion's share of the winnings.
Okay.
This is actually a lot more difficult than it leads on because you have the free cost for the kunai, which will come in for 1 go again. Then you can finish with the Lava Burst, but then even flick the kunai following. So there's a lot of pressure that's going to be applied.
To do any of the 1 for 5 stuff.
Yep. Unless this place. But
it has to be. It has to be a draconic one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here are the players. Kevin working this out. He wants to claim his first Battle Hardened.
No, the field here mark ones.
Champion title.
But whatever. Oh. It's fine. No, I blocked that. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
I blocked with it. Never mind. You're good.
Sure.
I did draw 1. I blocked with
it was like 1 big turn that.
Love to hear the players at the table as they discuss. Should we take a look and see what exactly Kevin is working with? He did draw 1 no block, but 3 cards that certainly do. I do think potentially Sekhem here is just going to be lost
I have 2 lines here.
The Flick Knives, unless the Halo of Illumination comes into play. And another one of those figments is flipped.
It's a tough situation, no matter how it's mapped out. You're very likely going to have to give at least 1 card.
Yeah, you have to give a card to block the Ignite. You have to find another source of ward for the Flick Knives. And then if you can just keep a card to swing Sekhem with a card in Soul, that is going to be lights out, Syndra, as the Archangel of Ravages will descend from the heavens and finish this job.
Unfortunately, I think in this particular situation, I think the worst thing you could do is try to protect it. I think you have to almost let it go, knowing that the kunai will follow, and then another attack to follow.
I think it's just this.
And then maybe even a Flick Knife. So I don't think there's any way
So is that a better line?
that this Angel survives.
Well, I just wonder, so we talk about the Halo, right? Halo, you put a card in the Soul, you flip another Figment, find another ward for
that
to protect that Sekhem. But with Jacob at 1, like you say, if you don't worry about protecting it and you just throw some big damage and some big angels, that might be enough.
Definitely with Angelic Wrath in the hand, tax reaction is always enough. deciding to block. But at this point, now you're committed. Because now you're only getting one value from that Herald.
This turn partially possible because of that major brick from Jacob. 3 chain enders in one hand. Kevin, deep into the tank.
No blocks.
No blocks
Now
is the
giving up
call. Kunai just going to go ahead and take care of the Figment here. Now here comes 2.
If I could have
This
kept one more card, it would have been good.
technically threatens lethal, given that the Kunai can be flicked. The writing is on the wall, and
situation
Kevin can see it, yeah.
Does have to give a card. Does get to keep a 2-card hand and send probably a significant number in the form of a Herald.
Yeah.
Flick Knives is going to come across.
I like to beat Kassan.
Down to 2 goes
That's
Kevin.
playing it.
Daggers returning from the graveyard. Both Kunais hit the board again. Jacob draws 4 cards and now has to stare down.
And it's a red.
The Herald of Protection. Does he have the 3 blocks? Yes, he does. He has the Ignite as well.
Guarantees at least a 2-card block plus Flick Knives,
Yeah,
which
Flick
kind of
Knives.
takes that nuisance out of the equation.
I guess. Or is my Flick Knives better than my card?
If you're wondering,
Does
is
feel
my
like a
Flick
legitimate question right now.
better than my card? Should I just keep this thing around instead of blocking with it? He could give 3 cards, and then Kevin has to stare down just the 1 and the Flick Knives from there.
So I should think about it slightly.
Really thinking through this one. Jacob's got to wonder,
I am at 1.
can he utilize the Flick Knives to take the game out from under Kevin? This thing was feeling so dire from the Prism side just a little bit ago, but as we've seen throughout the day, this hero can come back with a vengeance, calling upon the various heavenly forces at her disposal.
And also, those uses for the Halo are quickly diminishing as those Figments pile up on the board, just really reducing the options, which kind of gives Jacob a lot of information on what the possibilities are for that piece of equipment.
Jacob here giving the 3 cards, meaning that he can still kind of go quote-unquote 3 wide with this Ignite. Coming in for 2, threatening lethal, coming in with the Kunai for free. Threatening lethal in conjunction with the Flick Knives. Having some discomfort here is Kevin as he tries to think through how he wants to handle the total of 4 damage.
No blocks.
Yeah, I mean.
He said, yeah.
Jacob literally leaned forward like, what? Okay. Here comes the That All You Got. So now Kevin does get to draw a card, which is massive here, given.
Nothing in hand, no flow.
Does force a block here because you are dead to Flick Knives. And you get an extra card. Plenty of options. Basically asking the same question, can Syndra draw those 3 blocks one more time? And we're running out of Ignites.
Yeah.
There goes the Flick Knife, so Kevin falls to 1. 1 to 1 here in the finals of the Battle Hardened.
Thinking.
Good. I'm just going to put these here and you can think.
Looks like before Jacob passes the turn, Kevin at least describing, he is thinking. Did draw a card when the combat chain closed.
Also, Flick Knives basically rendered useless at this point with no daggers equipped. Very difficult to get to Draconic Chain Link 3. Well, the Prism has most of the tempo acquired.
And this might be where the game really swings. Once again, takes 3 cards to stay alive. Jacob Ba gonna go ahead.
No reactions.
Have just 1 card to work with. And the card left in the hand heads to the arsenal. Jacob, what can he do with one card and no daggers? As Kevin now has a full 5-card hand as Prism. The answer is Ravenous Rabble showing a red. It is a break point. That'll take a couple cards, unless Kevin simply wants to flip a piece of ward. 4 with go again is the call from Jacob. Let's see just what we're working with.
Does have the blues. Does he have the yellow? Has a yellow. Several options.
Sure, it was a better game than the last one, that's for sure. Mostly because you drew really bad. Yeah. That's the only shot I have.
My first 2 hands were rough, man.
Yeah, to be fair, I think if that one hand I had with 3 chain enders was slightly better, I think I might have gotten the game.
Jacob's saying what we're describing, that 3 chain ender hand was pretty tough to work through. Looks like this is going to just flip the Figment of Judgment for that ward 4 by pitching the blue and banishing the card from the soul. So now it's a 3-card hand and that card in the arsenal. Here comes 6. The question is, what happens from here? There's going to be a block of 6. An attack 4-5 is the follow-up.
Might as well keep the game going, right? I can block 5.
And he can block 5, as Jacob says, so they might as well keep the game going. 1 plays 1, but now all of a sudden, Kevin, with a 4-card hand, will he slay the Drakai of Retribution and put Prism back on the LL leaderboard?
We do see that Angelic Wrath, which is a great way to just close this game out. And pitching one, which is the scariest thing you could ever see.
No 2-3 blocks this time.
+2.
+2.
Overblocked by 1, though. All right.
And that is going to do it. Jacob says, listen, man, I overblocked by 1, but unfortunately, while at 1, an attack reaction for 2 will close this game. And as you watch Prism stare us down, she looks on as your newest battle-hardened champion. Nathan, you said it. Said it's going to be a hard one for Syndra, and Prism went ahead and took care of the game.
Even with that very rough start, I mean, about as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, those Heralds, they hit harder than a screen door in a tornado. I mean, they just slap sometimes. And I mean, the on hits, it's just amazing.
Is that a weatherman joke?
I mean, it can be.
It can't be screen door in a
of
tornado.
course.
I like that. You can hear the cheers ring out around the event hall for our winner, Kevin Murphy. And I just love the narrative that this sets up for our RTN season approaching. At first glance, perhaps the calling shows the boogeyman of the format, the new aggro deck du jour, Syndra. Oh, will she sweep through the countryside like the cleansing fire and claim RTN after RTN? And then the blueprint laid out by Kevin. Perhaps there is an answer in this Prism deck, but if Prism rises to prominence, then what decks rise to prey on the Awakener? These are the questions that only you can answer at your RTN. So we do hope you will join us all around the world at your LGS. Now, we do have a giveaway for a box of the Hunted. We're going to give it away in just a moment with our winners interview. So we do hope you will stick around. You must be present to win, so don't go anywhere. You know you want this box of Hunted. We'll see you in just a little bit. Nathan, any final thoughts from you as we close out this battle-hardened day?
I've just had an absolute pleasure being in the booth with you, Ellie, and having Ethan run everything. It's been an absolute pleasure. Had some great games to cast over and watch. It's just been a great weekend of Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely great weekend of Flesh and Blood. Looking forward to having you back, my man. Stick around for the winners interview and the sign-off plus a giveaway here live from Memphis.
At the end of 3 fierce days of competition, we have our final champion of the weekend. It is Kevin Murphy on Prism. Congratulations, my friend. How are we feeling?
Surreal.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the first event I've top 8'd above a PQ. So
pretty good.
That's yeah.
Yeah, feels good.
That's a little. It might take a day or two to set in, I think.
Yeah. Well, tell me a little bit about your Flesh and Blood journey. How'd we get here? How long have we been playing?
So I started playing just after Uprising came out, and I was in Icelander main basically up until she LL'd. I took a little break when Lexi was kind of running things over.
Was tough.
Played Dromai for a bit, and then Prism's new weapon came out, and I just fell in love again. Like, Icelander is amazing. I can't wait for her to come back in whatever version, but like, Prism is my favorite. Like, I played Viserai on Friday, and I went back to Prism yesterday for side events because I went 4-3, and I was like, I'm just going to play Prism tomorrow.
Yeah, you play what you love, man. That really does make a difference.
It does.
I remember talking to you about Icelander back in the Icelander days. You know, I remember seeing you at some of those events, like the first events I went to, and I too had a pipeline of loving Icelander and then playing Prism for a while. I think there's a lot of us out there that loved that deck and have been searching for the same feeling ever since. But talk to me about the tournament. You went back to Prism. Was there a little tinkle in your brain of like, dude, okay, Syndra's doing well. My deck should eat Syndra's alive?
I wasn't looking at Syndra in particular, I guess. Just the meta became much lighter on poppers and also on armor, which heralds eat those decks for breakfast.
Yep.
So it's not bad. It's just like Viserai is, obviously, if you can dodge Viserai, it's good. And I didn't hit a Viserai today.
Nice.
So
just dodge the most represented deck in the room. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Definitely plan.
Yeah, easy. Okay, so well, looking ahead in the new classic constructed season of these RTNs, you going to be bringing Prism every time? You just like going to be slamming it? Do you think it's a good choice based on what you were seeing out there? Especially given that Viserai might not be around for that much longer.
As soon as Viserai is gone, I'm on Prism full-time again, like 100%. It'll probably depend on what your local meta looks like. Because if there's a bunch of Viserai and Runeblade, you might have a hard time, or Viserai and Vincent in particular. But if there's a bunch of Guardian, you might be able to work around it. If it's Ninja, Prism looks pretty good. You manage some Spectral Shields a little well. And yeah, the numbers are pretty good.
Numbers are pretty good. I was watching your quarterfinal game against Verdance. That game was insane, y'all. I was speaking to them beforehand. I was speaking to our Verdance player, and then he just goes, I was like, hey, how's the matchup? We might put you on coverage. He goes, 0%. I can't do it. But the game was close.
It was closer than I would have liked. I might have been a little too greedy at a couple points, but I got like too merciful setup, and they stuck the entire game. They probably did like 20 damage between them. But it was an hour and a half slog, I think.
That's a big one.
But those are the Prism games that I really love. I genuinely love playing the Aura plan in this deck because it requires you to make choices with long-term ramifications throughout the game, and like you can see the impact of those choices, like which cards you block with so they're not in your deck anymore, so you don't have to pitch. Like the deck is so much fun.
Deck is totally fun.
So cool.
I agree. Deck is cool. Deck is fun. Any final shout-outs for you? Anybody watching or anybody back home?
Locals in Newport News, Virginia Beach area, thank you guys for welcoming me to your scene when I moved there like a year ago. Roanoke scene, Blade and SCG, thank you guys for welcoming me when I started playing the game. I still talk and work with all of them back there and my testing group that have tried to push me off Prism a couple times, but I understand that I'm gonna end up playing what I want to.
Well, now you're a battle hardened champion, so they can go, walk away with that. They can miss me with that from now on. Now you're a battle hardened champion. Well, would you also like to help me? Our final trick here as a thank you for 30,000 subscribers on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. We are finally giving away a box of the Hunted. We have a winner drawn. Would you like to help me with the drum roll so we can bring them up onto the screen?
Sure.
Show me the winner. Joseph
Cinder is the reason my wife decided to try playing. She really loves her well. That's fantastic.
Nice.
Welcome to the game to your wife, and thank you for watching. You can go ahead and follow the instructions in the chat to win and receive your box of the Haunted. Let's go. And you know what that means, my friends? That means we have reached the end of our coverage here live from the World Tour in Memphis. It has been such a great weekend. I cannot wait for the next event. What's the next event you're going to? What's the next event you're going to be playing at?
So whole RTN season, I think I have 5, and then I'll be at Battle Hardened Charlotte.
Wow. 5 RTNs.
Yes.
Grinder. That's a grinder right there.
I love this game.
Yeah?
This game's so good,
Me
dude.
too, brother.
It's so good.
Me too. This game is sweet. Thank you to all of you for watching at home, and some big shout-outs and thank yous to go through to the TOs, Laughing Dragon. They took such good care of us back here in the coverage area, and we're so fun and easy to work with all weekend long. Of course, to our friends at Legend Story Studios. James, if you're watching, thank you for the game. It's super sweet. Of course, thank you to Ethan and our friends at Savage Feats. They just continue to set the bar and push the bounds of coverage to a standard that I don't think any of us even thought was possible back when the days then it was just out of a backpack. And of course, for my co-casters, Ellie Bird and Nathan Crawford, my name is Sam O'Byrne. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll see you literally next weekend from Christchurch. We love you. Good night.